history, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the Candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
Round 7 in Toronto, Canada. This is the Candidates Tournament 2024. We have 2 co-leaders, but a long stretch of games awaits us as the players get ready, get set in the Great Hall. And there you see FIDE Gujarati. He was a happy winner in round 6. And what all the players, they want to know as they enter the Great Hall is that there's a calm before the storm. And they want to know, have you ever seen the rain? Because it is rainy days in Toronto, and some players will rain on others' parade. But in the playing hall, we see the players getting seated because round 7 is set to begin in just about 15 minutes. So you see all the photographers taking photos. Here you have your commentary trio who's going to take you through today's action. I'm Robert Hess, and alongside me is 3-time British champion David Howell, along with former World Championship challenger Peter Lecco. Peter, I'll start with you. We've had 6 exciting rounds behind us. What do you expect for round 7?
Hello, Robert. Hello, David. Welcome, everyone. I'm expecting to continue all these crazy fights that we have witnessed. Nobody is safe. We do see that still a couple of players are undefeated, but seeing the fighting spirit, this is just a matter of time till it really happens.
And David, 6 rounds in, we do have a couple co-leaders. Are you expecting things to be shaken up as we finish the first half of the candidates?
Well, Robert, the one thing I've learned about the candidates is that we should expect the unexpected. So many twists and turns. I wouldn't mind if there was a bit of a shake-up. Today, as you mentioned, we're closing on the halfway point. This is the last time the players will face a new opponent in this tournament. In the second half, it's very much kind of the rematch time. But yeah, just on paper, this is shaping up to be one of the most exciting rounds. We see a lot of players under pressure already to start motoring through the gears, to start taking risks. So yeah, I'm not sure what to expect, but I'm excited.
Some players probably already feel like they're out of contention. A couple others, well, they're at the top. But let's remind everybody before we enter into round 7, what transpired in round 6.
Another day, another round. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to round 6.
And wow, breaking news. Alves are captured on F2.
I was going to point this move out, David, kind of as a... the one move we know Alirez is not going to play is queen takes F2.
We know that FIDE is winning and Faruja is in a lot of pain.
What a power performance by FIDE.
We have a result in Nepo versus Caruana. Shockingly, they have made a draw. This is an unbelievable result. Hikaru checking, okay. Which move is it? When can we go home?
Any moment now.
King G7 draw for?
We have another result. It is a draw. 20 seconds.
Here we go.
And he does it. He does it. Yeah, he's moving towards the knight.
What a badass. No, but knight D7.
No, knight D7. Wow.
Also
the
good.
Same idea.
It's like Picasso standing over his work. Like, yeah, I did that. And now I'm going to watch you suffer in G7.
Yeah, but he plays it like with the resignation. Yeah, you could see it on his face that he had no time. He had to make a move. What a performance by Pragg, and he's up there with the +1 score, half a point behind the leaders.
There you go, bishop to d5.
Yeah, this is pretty hopeless.
It's over for Vaishali. b6 is still incredibly complicated.
Yeah, she took her arm back when she thought better of her move.
35 seconds. Oh, rook e4. This is it. Anna has resigned. Tan Zhongyi gets her third victory. Knight d4 is coming, and this pawn is unstoppable. Rook takes f5, but it's a nice final try from Salimova. And it is a clean sweep. We have had 4 decisive games this round.
And as we return, we just saw the standings after round 5 change to these after round 6. 2 players share the lead, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh Namaraju. Fabiano Caruana and now Pragg lurking just a half point behind, whereas Hikaru Nakamura and Vidit Gujrathi, they are in striking distance of those co-leaders if they can start getting into the winner's side of things. Vidit Gujrathi did a great job of that in the previous round. Hikaru Nakamura started with a loss in round 2 to Vidit, but since then has recovered. He is sitting there with 3 points out of 6 games. So Peter, as you look across the standings here, I'm not going to allow you to say the surprise is Alireza down at the bottom. If you had to choose another surprising result, who of these players is catching your eye?
Well, probably Gukesh, yeah, with a lovely +2 score, undefeated so far. But I did talk about this, that I'm not feeling so confident that you can go undefeated in this tournament. Yeah, this is such a crazy field. Everyone is so extremely aggressive. Yeah, so for example, today Hikaru against Nepo, but also all the other matches, Fabiano against Pragg, there is so much to look forward to.
And David, what about you? Peter is looking at Gukesh as one of those surprise favorites. Anyone else catching your eye?
Well, I'm also equally impressed by the Indian teenagers, Pragg. It feels like, yes, he's on +1, he's within striking distance of the leaders, but it could have been more. He's maybe been the most impressive player with his opening ideas, taking risks, playing really aggressive, always on the front foot. So for me, he's been one of the players of the tournament so far. And if he wins again today, he's going to be a hard man to stop, picking up momentum.
Oh, some of these players, they want to keep that momentum going. Others need to start getting going. But either way, we do have presence on site in Toronto. So let's hear from Mike Klein, who caught up with some of the action earlier today.
Thanks, guys. I've gotten some exclusive access to the playing hall as the arbiters are setting up for the critical round 7, the halfway point. But before we get going with today's matchups, we have some breaking news. Just like in Madrid in 2022, Alireza Firouzja is trying to right the ship by playing some blitz on chess.com. And you heard me right, it is blitz, not bullet. Hey, we all get a little bit more mature. Back in Madrid, he played more than 200 games of bullet, but just this morning, he played 10 games of blitz against an old friend back in Iran. He actually didn't score that well. Only 4 wins against 6 losses. He actually lost his last 2 games before signing off. Presumably, he is en route to the playing hall as we speak. We will see if that online prep session helps him in his game today. He will be playing against tournament leader Gukesh, so fascinating matchup. Also, we've got Nakamura against Nepomniachtchi. Nakamura went online again yesterday on his channel to defend his statement that he's here for the content, but he's not here for the content today. He's looking to take out the other tournament leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Of course, Caruana Pragg is going to be an interesting matchup as well. The Indian players really delighted us yesterday. We will see if they can do so again today. Over in the ladies, well, this is an easy one. We've got the highest rated player, Alexandra Goryachkina, trying to get closer to Tan Zhongyi. Nobody's been able to stop Tan Zhongyi. She's got a +3 score after 6 games, and she told me yesterday she's actually feeling a little bit like a home game because she has a lot of friends in Toronto. There's a very large Chinese expat community. We will see if that helps her in her game today. Well, there you go. Back to you in the studio.
And we heard from Mike Klein on the ground in Toronto. Alireza Firouzja playing blitz matches. We also know that in the women's candidates, which you can watch on your own on twitch.tv/chess or on the chess.com YouTube channel, some great coverage coming from Jovanka Hauska and a rotation of other commentators. But that event, you can watch it on your own, so please do. And here we have pairings for round 7. So we heard about some blitz matches. This is a classical tournament. And well, before we talk more about blitz, I think one person that comes to mind, if not both of them, Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So Peter, Hikaru came into this event. He hadn't lost a classical game of chess since the 2022 candidates. He lost early, but he has recovered his form. So what do you make of this pairing between Hikaru and one of the co-leaders in Jan Nepomniachtchi?
I think it's a crucial match, very, very important for Hikaru and also very important for Nepo, because if Nepo draws this game with the black pieces, that would be a great result for him, and probably Hikaru would be feeling quite disappointed not getting a chance to stop one of the leaders. And also, so far, Jan Nepomniachtchi has been very impressive with the white pieces, but with black he has been showing some weakness. He survived two very big scares. I don't think that he should be giving another chance to Hikaru.
I think that's a good take. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is unblemished thus far, but some shaky play with the black pieces. And we know Hikaru comes up with interesting opening preparation. In our second match, we have Fabiano Caruana with white against Pragg. David, what are you expecting for that clash?
I'm expecting both players to play ambitiously in that one. We know Fabiano yesterday, he had a solid game, but he was black against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Today with the white pieces, he'll be desperate to score a win, potentially catch up with the leaders, and especially facing a potential rival for first place, Pragg. Caruana, he's going to go for it. So I'm expecting, actually on all four of the boards, the players with the white pieces to play very, very ambitiously.
I think that is a reasonable take, especially because we're getting to the halfway point. And for those of you who want to make predictions of your own, you can. And there are prizes up for grabs. So please do go on over and vote and what you think the results will be. Use the command vote in chat now, because if you win the contest, you may win as much as $250 in a Chessable course voucher. And I know that Peter recently released a course. So if you, in fact, do take home these grand prizes, you can win money and perhaps buy Peter's course. David, have you bought Peter's course yet?
Oh, it's been on my shopping list. I promised Peter I would yesterday, and I promise I'm going to live up to that tonight. I heard there's a discount as well, so this is the perfect time to go and vote, everyone. And yeah, Peter's course, I've heard great things. I want to learn as much as I can from one of the greats of chess.
Well, I also have to get on it, so it's not just me putting you on the spot. I, too, will have to take a look at the course. But right now, we take a look into the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada, where round 7 for both the candidates and the women's candidates, this is the first time where both events are played side by side, are to begin. And I have to be honest, it looks a bit cramped in there, David.
Yeah, that's a lot of press, a lot of photographers. Of course, the playing hall will start to empty out. It will be just the players and a couple of arbiters in a few minutes' time. But as you mentioned earlier, Robert, the storm, it has been brewing outside in Toronto, and a bit stormy potentially beforehand. But things will calm down once the clock starts. The players, they'll find their zen, they'll get in the zone. And the key is not to be distracted. Look at the players there. Jan Nepomniachtchi, a picture of composure, as Hikaru looks like he's still trying to figure out his opening strategy, just looking off to the side there. This is one that I can't wait to watch. It does feel like a draw for Nepomniachtchi would be a great result, but for Hikaru, only a win if he wants to keep his fate in his own hands.
And Peter, typically these top players, they try to hold with the black pieces. Do you think Vidit is ambitious? He's had an up and down tournament thus far, and he's playing a Basov who is in the last place tie with Firouzja.
Well, I think that it also depends very much on your opponent, yeah, because so far we have seen that Abasov was playing quite solidly with the white pieces, drawing his games, but he lost with the black pieces quite a lot of games, and it might be the time also for him to be more aggressive. He has Shaklia Mamedyarov with him as a second in Toronto, so we would love to see some aggression by Mamedyarov spirit from Abasov.
Well, we see all 8 participants in their chairs as the round is to begin shortly. I see in the top right, Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces against Pragg. That promises to be an excellent matchup between two players with sometimes quite different styles, and you don't know what to expect from them. And then we didn't touch upon Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces against Gukesh. David, all that blitz chess, do you think that will help Firouzja just overcome some of his early struggles against one of the co-leaders in Gukesh?
Well, there we see the handshakes. I do believe that blitz can be a good form breaker. If you're playing well, don't play blitz. It might ruin your rhythm. But if you're struggling, often getting the confidence of playing quickly, getting the moves out on the board, just forgetting, it can be a real positive. But we'll see at this really elevated level, It's hard. You need to stay in the zone. And whatever Faruja has been doing the last 24 hours, he's got to hope that it really kind of sets him in a new mindset. But okay, Hikaru on the top left. It looks like he was smiling at something. The other players look very concentrated, but Hikaru, now Jan Nepomniachtchi looking behind him. Something seems to be going on out there in the Great Hall in Toronto, Peter.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We don't know exactly what's happening, but e4, e5 on the board, no surprises there. However, Jan was a little bit holding back his move. He did not blitz it out immediately, like some 15 seconds wait, just to be playing some mind games with Hikaru. Maybe it's gonna be c5, but no, it's gonna be a Petrov.
And multiple players, as you were discussing some of these mind games, I saw Fabiano also look behind him. So there was an early round distraction here, or early part of the round, I should say. So some of the players, they were looking about. We do hope that the players can fully concentrate on their games going forward, because they will need every ounce of concentration in order to overcome the resistance of their opponents. And we see in the top left, the Petrov pawn, it was gambited on e5 to regain this pawn on e4. So you see the top left board, Jan Nepomniachtchi's knight in the center, it regains that pawn in equal material. But I think of the top right, if I'm honest, I'm surprised most by the bottom left and the top right. Vidit has yet to move. We know that he likes to meditate at the start of the round. But in the top right, we're seeing a French defense, right? That is a French. So, Peter, are you surprised to see it at this high level in this important tournament?
I'm kind of shocked, yeah, because it's not only the French, but it's played by Praggnanandhaa, and Praggnanandhaa keeps on surprising us. Yeah, we just see that for every single game he comes up with some very special game strategy, and it seems like being very aggressive and surprising his opponent is one of the very first things on his list. I don't think that Fabiano could have expected the French from Praggnanandhaa, but maybe Fabiano has expected it from someone else. In any case, he plays the advanced variation with third move e5. Also not a line that I really recall ever really be seeing from Fabiano himself.
And David, well, we are deep into that game. How about you? Are you surprised that Praggnanandhaa has trotted out the French defense, which Jan Nepomniachtchi has played on occasion? In fact, in the Candidates, which he won for the first time in 2020/2021, he did play the French. But are you surprised that Praggnanandhaa chose to play it, especially against someone like Fabi?
I'm certainly surprised. It shows maximum ambition from young Praggnanandhaa. I'm mostly surprised because Fabi's known as a bit of a French slayer. He's won some great games against the French defense. But as Peter was mentioning, normally by playing knight c3 on the third move rather than the advanced variation. Elsewhere, I did note that Nepomniachtchi and Nakamura were distracted yet again. They both looked away. And also that game in the bottom left, we mentioned that Vidit likes to meditate on move 1. But this is a very long meditation. This is, 3 minutes now? 3.5 minutes of pure silence from him. And I will note that's because Abasov has played 1 e4, going away from his usual strategy. He, at least earlier in the tournament, was playing d4 and being very solid in queen's pawn openings. But finally, after 4 minutes of thought there, Vidit replies in kind. He also pushes his e-pawn. So I'm hoping we see Evroy Lopez there, so I can learn from Peter's expertise. You can tell us about the course potentially. But I think the French shaping up to be very, very sharp. That's pretty much guaranteed. And the Petrov as well. I'm interested to know what Nakamura has up his sleeve in a very kind of forcing variation, very forcing branch of that solid opening. Where to start? I think maybe we jump into the French. And then we might head over to Nakamura against Nepomniachtchi, which is also developing at tempo. And Peter, you mentioned that I think for both of these players, a bit of a kind of rare scenario. This French advance, very unexpected.
Yes, very unexpected. But one thing that comes to mind, that Ferenc Berkes, he played a fantastic World Cup last year. Yeah, sensational. He knocked out many brilliant players. And finally, the end of the road was by Praggnanandhaa. And Pragg from the white side played exactly this variation against the French, against Berkes. Yeah? So I'm kind of surprised that Fabiano is choosing a line that Praggnanandhaa has played himself, which also signals at the same time that probably Fabiano believes in this line. So quite some intrigue here.
It's a fascinating decision because Fabiano Caruana, known as one of the best prepared players on the planet, and Pragg quickly showing that he's a force to be reckoned with in terms of preparation. He's willing to play dodgeball, if you will. He's ducking and diving his opponent's early strategies by playing something that they cannot or do not expect. So in this position, White has gained very important space on the queen side with the pawns on b4, gained a space in the center with a pawn on e5, which actually explains Black's last move, knight to e7. That knight couldn't get out to its most common square to f6 because that pawn on e5 restricts its access. But as is the case when you push your pawns forward, sometimes they're overextended. So do expect Black at some moment later in the game to potentially strike at the b4 pawn with an a5 pawn push, or at that white center with an f6. Sometimes that is available to Black. So the French defense, the long-term structure, tends to favor Black, but with so many pieces on the board and pawns taking control of vital squares, Peter, it does look like White gains that much needed space in the early going. But now the question is how to continue with your pieces.
Yes, there is also one very important strategical idea, actually also a little bit of a tactical idea, that Black can play knight c6 to a5, using the fact that the bishop on b2 is unprotected, and then that knight is jumping to c4. In fact, something very similar we have seen in this Pragg bear cache game. So knight a5, knight c4 is a thematic idea, but Pragg has played the move knight g7, which means that he's probably planning to continue with knight f5, waiting also for White that where do you develop that knight from b1. Yeah, it's the typical idea would be some knight cc, knight a4, hitting the queen on b6, coming a tempo, but I guess the players know what they are doing. I have no idea.
I think you do have an idea, Peter. And David, I think what Peter said makes perfect sense, that Black is waiting for White to pick up that knight on b1 before playing knight a5, because if Black had played knight a5 in the previous turn, maybe White would have played knight d2, which is less appealing at the moment with that knight still on c6.
Yeah, let's jump in and show this idea. I think you're 100% correct there, Robert. And yeah, Peter, ever modest. I do believe you know much more than most of us in this type of position. But you're right, Robert. I think knight a5, maybe knight d2 would be a reaction covering this square. And it's unclear whether Black really wants to jump in this early in the game. And I've played the French a bit myself as Black, and when I was a lot younger, I used to play the advance kind of against the French religiously. And I think in this position, if I'm not mistaken, knight c3 is the main move, and after knight to a5, then again, utilizing this pin on the b file, White cannot take this. Knight a4, queen c6 is a very important move to counterattack against this white knight. So I do believe there's some theory here. At least I've seen it in passing. It's been many years since I've looked at it. But yeah, the players, clearly Pragg is prepared if he's had this as White and now playing it so confidently, so quickly as Black. But it's up to Fabiano. Maybe he wants to try and throw Pragg off at some point. White, of course, is flexible. Knight d2 in the current game. Also a move, I guess, bishop to d3, just developing plenty of options. But he's looking away from the board, Fabiano. I'm inclined to believe he's in book. He knows exactly what's going on, but he just wants to kind of maybe weigh up the risk of following down the main line if Pragg is really well prepared. Peter, whose style do you think this type of position is going to favor?
Well, I don't know, because I also don't know what kind of style you need for this type of position. It's a very special one. One thing I would like to reveal, some insights that probably nobody has ever heard of, that when I played my very first World Youth Championship in 1989 in Puerto Rico, in Aguadilla, I still remember it like it was yesterday, under 10. And back then my professional chess career has not yet started, so I was playing third move e5 against the French, the advanced variation, and I went on to lose a very important game against Irvin Irnandi, who with Rafael Leitao, I think everybody knows because he's writing those fantastic game annotations on chess.com. He's a very good friend of mine, a brilliant player, fantastic talent, incredible strategical feeling. And Irvin beat me in the advanced French. And I still remember my coach when my professional career started, that Peter, how can you push the pawn to e5 Black will trade the light squared bishops and you're gonna lose the d4 pawn. And that was the end of it. I was 10 years old and I stopped playing third move e5 and I haven't looked at it ever since.
I don't mean to laugh at your traumatic memory, but I just have to laugh because one, that was probably the only youth event where you weren't a grandmaster because you became a grandmaster so young. And then two, you know, the way you say, I don't know things, and then trot out a game from 1989 is truly mesmerizing. And as I was saying that, Fabiano trots his knight out to c3 following the main line. I do think the things that we're analyzing, and you see the arrow, that's not your arrow, David. That is the arrow thing. That is the only move that keeps black with just the ever so slight disadvantage, which we won't even really call a disadvantage because it's the early goings of this game. But knight a5 is 100% necessary right now. Otherwise, white gets to squeeze black, take even more space, bring the knight to a4, up to c5, and black does not get sufficient counterplay. So that's why the knight has to go to a5 now. I'm sure Pragg will do that. But David, as you see these two players sitting and thinking, do you believe that Fabi was recalling his preparation, or do you think that he is completely on his own and he is no longer in his book?
Well, you never know. Maybe Fabi was recalling a game from his first youth championship back in, I don't know, in 2010. And yeah, I mean, the top players, their mind, I mean, they're so encyclopedic with their knowledge, their opening repertoire. Sometimes it just takes a while to dig deep and recall. But as you said, there are plenty of explanations. Maybe he was just kind of trying to get inside Pragg's mind, trying to predict the future, trying to look 5 moves into the future, kind of trying to predict exactly what will happen. Here we go. Pragg, as I'm talking, replies instantly, knight to a5, the most logical move. And yeah, black wants to, of course, plop a knight into this outpost on c4, exclamation point. I guess, yeah, some viewers at home might wonder what happens after pawn takes knight, but queen takes b2 and black's just doing very well. And this other variation, knight a4, queen c6, as far as I'm aware, very theoretical. And yeah, it just depends who's gone deeper. That's always the case at this top level. We're 10 moves in. We spent a few minutes for both sides, but I'm pretty sure this is just where it begins. This is not where their opening knowledge ends.
And you said encyclopedia. I call Peter Encyclopedia because he seems to know everything. So that's my personal nickname for you, Peter. I think I might have told you that once, but you probably don't recall it. So yeah, I'm gonna let everyone in on that secret.
Well, thank you very much. But in this line, my encyclopedia is not very deep. I really recall this game between Pragnananda and Berkesh because my feeling was like, why is white playing like this? Yeah, I know that Berkesh is a very good strategist. I was thinking like it was maybe the wrong kind of strategy from Pragg to challenge Berkesh in this variation. And then what happened? Pragg just crushed him, yeah, from the white pieces. And that's why I'm kind of, I don't know what to think of, how to feel about this game, because Pragg has already impressed me with the white pieces and now suddenly he's from the black side.
And while you were saying that, sorry, my eyes were on another game. We have to get on back to the bird's eye view because action here, it seems to be just getting off the ground. Whereas in another game, we have fire and spice in the top left between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi. I see that Jan's rook in the upper left-hand corner is gone. There's a black knight in front of the white king. White is missing a light square bishop. So as we dive into this board, I mean, Peter, David, one of you, I hope you have that kind of encyclopedic knowledge of this opening because there's no going back if you are really either side. The white queen might not get back. It's taken a rook, but it's stuck in the corner. And black is technically down some material. So, David, I'll start with you because Peter, I'm sure, will give us the exact history of this line. But have you seen this before? And do you believe that Jan Nepomniachtchi has? I think that's really essential right now.
One word, Robert, just wow. I mean, this is crazy. As you're saying, it took me a while to do a material count here. White is the exchange up. White's light squared bishop has disappeared. There was a capture on h7. The speed with which Jan just made that last move pretty much gives away that he's still in book. He knows what's going on. Yes, Jan has spent about 11, 12 minutes on the clock, but that's just recall mode, as we were mentioning. And I must admit, I'm not familiar with this. I'm not the biggest opening expert in general, but especially not in these forcing lines. I try to avoid them like the plague when I have white. I just want to get a position and not kind of indulge in a memory test. But Nakamura, this is extremely ambitious. And for now, as long as white can extricate his queen, he'll be doing very, very well. But Peter, I'm not sure how much you're allowed to say on this type of position, but yeah, what do you make of this this choice from Nakamura?
Yeah, this is the big question. Yeah, that how do I get out of it? Yeah, because I know this position. Of course, I know this position very well for many years already. Well, okay, let's just go back slowly, step by step, so that everybody can understand how did we get here. First of all, this is no theory. This is theory has been long abandoned. It was one of the lines that I was expecting Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship to be testing Jan, and of course we had to be ready for it. Yeah. So yeah, rookie one, bishop f5, queen b3, queen d7, c5, bishop c7. This is already a very special kind of position because look at that queen on d7, the white queen on b3, the pawn on b7 hanging but not hanging because of the bishop takes h2 simple tactics. And that's exactly the point behind white's move g3. G2, G3, and it's probably still a novelty, but as I said, it was not me who invented the move G3. There were other people in the team who basically already came up with this move in 2021. And well, it's a very serious move. And then now you see what Jan did. Yeah, he just ignores the threat of queen takes b7. He opts for a5. Gives the b7 pawn, like, okay, please take it. Hikaru takes it. Clearly, one has to say that Hikaru is blitzing himself, so he probably knows exactly that a5 was one of the candidate moves, and he had to be ready for it. It's a razor-sharp opening.
Actually, I was wondering what would happen if Hikaru does take this. He delayed by one move, at least. He played knight bd2 and bishop to e6, indirectly kind of attacking the white queen, so white cannot dream of capturing the knight. And only now queen takes b7, Peter, and wow, knight takes f2, just double exclamation point. Of course, I mean, what an obvious move, but king takes f2, I'll just point out, is clearly met by bishop takes g3, a very similar tactic to the one you mentioned, check, and winning the white queen next move. So bishop takes h7 played, wow. I mean, I don't even know where to start. Just giving away the bishop, I guess it was going to drop anyway. The black knight does land, or could have landed on d3, but this is the current position. And Peter, again, without giving anything away, Jan, he spent a bit of time here. Are you surprised he's kind of hesitating rather than kind of blitzing out the moves at speed?
No, I'm not surprised at all, because this is such a complex position and you never know exactly in which line you will be tested. Yeah, it's always difficult. Look at this. He's looking at the side, which means that he's trying to recall things. Yeah, it was a team effort. The team was heavily involved in this position. Now, of course, Jan will have to remember things. Look at the material imbalance. Yeah, and I have been involved, but I have been forgetting everything already. I'm not playing myself. I have never played the path of myself from the black side, and I haven't been playing chess the last 4 years. So it's always very tricky. Yeah, you just can't remember everything.
Well, this position, I think if we take stock for everyone at home, white has an extra rook. That's the one on a1. And black has this extra light square bishop. So it's a rook for a bishop. That's 5 points of value for 3 for black. But if we look around the white king, there are many holes in particular on those light squares. So the white king is not safe. That's the main form of compensation in this position. But I've always felt that in material imbalances, that if there isn't, say, a clear objective for one side, it's often nice to test your opponent. And I do believe that even at the highest level, some gambits where you take a pawn and then force your opponent to prove equality in the long run, say in an endgame, I think those can be worthy choices, especially in a first place or last place tournament like the Candidates. But this is not one of those, because the white king is in danger and Jan has brought his bishop out to g4, which is the best move, right? The engines suggest that black is perfectly fine, but this is way more difficult than meets the eye. Peter, you have some experience on the biggest of stages playing the Marshall Gambit, for example, right? Where if you find all the best choices, maybe you make that draw. And this feels similar. Look at Hikaru. He brings his queen out of the corner, back to b7. He didn't spend any time in making this decision. And I think the onus is entirely on Jan Nepomniachtchi's shoulders right now. He needs to find rook e8, not the easiest move to play, offering an exchange of rooks, which does give up this bishop next to the black queen, but in order to get at the white king. So we understand the fundamentals of this position. It's all about getting a sufficient attack against that white king. But I guess, Peter, what I want to ask you, and I mentioned the Marshall Gambit, is Hikaru is testing Jan. If he can remember even, say, 5, 10 more moves of necessary preparation in the framework of the position, then he survives, or maybe even could play for a little something more. But if he forgets just one, then Hikaru may claim a win in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah, of course, in such theoretical clashes, precision is everything. I very much like how you are highlighting the Marshall Gambit, because exactly that's the spirit that I'm feeling when I look at this position. The light squared bishop, positional compensation. Yeah, but it's one thing to be claiming positional compensation on the light squares, but also we have to deal with the move per move situation. Yeah, white is maybe also starting to bring back the queen, queen b3, queen d3 check. Maybe it's a move per move position. Knight e5 at some point could be also a very unpleasant threat, because now the queen is pinning the bishop on c7. And yeah, the move rook e8 seems to be in the spirit, trying to create counterplay on the e file, as long as white have not developed. Also, let's just highlight this construction from white. This knight on d2 protects the knight on f3. Yeah, so that's why these knights have to stay like this, protecting each other. But this way, the bishop from c1 is unable to be developed. And if the bishop cannot move, then also the rook from a1 cannot join the action. Yeah, so there are some fundamental things that work in black's favor to be claiming compensation. But Hikaru has checked this position prior to the game with clearly definitely one or maybe a multiple super engines. So he knows exactly that, yes, it's risky, but if you know your stuff, then this is a calculated risk.
I'm entirely with you, Peter. I mean, everything you said makes perfect sense. And we see the blue arrow indicating that black has to find rook e8 or will suffer and have a disadvantage. So, David, while that is in the spirit of the position going for an attack, wouldn't you say it's also something you're told not to do, is potentially trade when you're down material?
Yeah, I fully agree. Rook e8 is not an obvious move, or at least it's one that requires a lot of calculation, a lot of judgment. Rooks disappearing if white can weather the storm. Another idea that was mentioned, bringing the white queen back via b3, d3, for example. Then rooks disappearing, it feels like black loses some attacking ammunition. And it's funny, Robert, you brought up the Marshall. Peter kind of gave the nod of approval. And I was getting kind of, I mean, my pattern recognition was kicking off here. I was getting flashbacks thinking, I've seen this pawn structure on the white king side before. And it's in one of Peter's games, potentially. I remember that famous Marshall game, Kramnik-Leko, where the black queen somehow got into d3 and white had these pawns on h2, g3, the white king was running. So definite kind of shades of the Marshall Gambit, and probably bringing back some really nice memories for Peter. But yeah, we will delve into the kind of ins and outs, the variations, the tactics, because those are only going to increase as the kind of moves tick in. But in the meantime, Hikaru looking confident, and clearly, as we said with the other game, he's still, in his theory, this is just the beginning for him. I'm sure he's analyzed much deeper than this.
It's an amazing start to round 7. Deep opening preparation from Hikaru Nakamura threatens Jan Nepomniachtchi's lead, which he shares with Gukesh in this tournament. Will Hikaru get the job done? Will Jan put up sturdy defense? That is a big question that will be answered in the continuation of this game. We're going to take a short break, but when we return, it is round 7 action here at the 2024 FIDE Candidates.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on chess.com.
We're here in Toronto for the Global Championship. I got Fabiano Caruana with me. You don't need to talk yet. I got James Canty. We're going to see who recognizes these guys out of the random passerbys, and we're going to ask them some fun questions about chess. For $5, do you know who this is? No? Okay.
Actor.
An actor. When you see this guy, any idea who he is?
Somebody very famous.
He is.
Rabba.
This is actually 50 Cent's brother. His name is Daryl.
That's right.
Goes by 75. You want to play chess? Okay.
So what, is he a player or something of chess?
He is a chess player. I'm not, but he is.
I play on the side.
Yeah.
I've been taking some coaching lessons from
Yeah.
Grandmaster Canty over here recently.
Guy over here.
Calculation over everything.
What's your name again, sir?
My name is Jamie.
What's your name? I already know it.
It's Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel Naroditsky. Okay. There it is.
Come on.
On the attack, baby. On the attack. If he wins, I know the guys at chess.com will get him a diamond membership.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something you want?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Look at you. Is this a London? Yo, we got a pro here with the London.
Full on London.
How'd it go?
I won.
Won the
You
game.
won. Okay.
That's
You won.
great.
Hey, good game. All right. I should have said youtube.com/CSQpod. What is the URL? Just YouTube.
I actually don't remember.
Okay. look at the pod.
Back in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada, you see players locked into their boards. Gukesh sitting upright, Alireza a little hunched over, trying to figure out what to do next in their game. And as we see, 16 competitors, yes, 16, because the 8 from the candidates as well as the 8 from the women's candidates are playing in the same location for the first time in chess history. And we see players like Vida Gujarati pacing around, most of the others seated and trying to figure out how to continue in their games. Let's bring it back to our bird's eye view because we have action on all 4 boards in the candidates. We haven't really talked about the game in the bottom right between Alireza, Alpha Zero, don't know what to call him, but he's thrown an H-pawn forward in the bottom right. And then also in the top right, that French defense that has changed shape quite a bit. So David, I'll throw to you. You have the mouse. Where do you want to go?
Oof. This is the toughest decision, Robert. I mean, there's literally fire on the board on the top left of our screens. You might not tell it from the camera where Nakamura is away from the board. Looks like Jan is having a late afternoon nap out there in Toronto. But that French defense as well, heating up. I think we'll come back to that one a bit later. I'm going to bring us here purely because of that spectacle on the camera. As Jan, okay, he wakes up from that short siesta and the blue arrow appears yet again. does show that there is one move that's significantly stronger than anything else. I will try and take away this question mark. I believe that this Queen B3 move that was just played by Hikaru is not worthy of a question mark. Clearly, he's still in preparation. Probably he's analyzed with very deep computers. But Peter, I mean, what do you make of the body language here of Hikaru's kind of continuing blitzing?
Yeah, that's the scary thing for Jan, yeah, that he knows exactly that this is analyzed. He knows that everything is fine, but how is the line continuing? Yeah, this is the big question. And Hikaru has the advantage in a sense that he has checked it this morning. Yeah, this is this is a very big advantage. When you have to cover the whole Petrov, and also when you face Hikaru, you're not exactly sure if it's gonna be 1e4. It's just impossible to be repeating every single line till the very end. Yeah, because there are millions of lines to be checked on the highest level, and this is the reason why Jan is now trying to kind of erase everything from his mind to get back all those details that they should be deep inside him somewhere. Yeah, because he had studied this position for sure, but the big question is how deeply, or did he just run through the lines on the computer and then realize that, okay, engine says everywhere fine, the seconds are telling him that this is enough compensation. Yeah, but if you are involved in the work, you are involved in the process of working out all the finesses, then it's so much more easier to remember everything. Yeah, so there's always a big question, and so tough on the top layers. Yeah, because there is simply too much information to memorize and to know.
Well, Peter, I think I'm going to bring up a funny memory for the two of us, where Jan is looking at Hikaru, and in the previous candidates, Hikaru did obtain a pretty sizable advantage against Jan, whose queen had to scurry about the board before Jan ultimately stabilized and held. But Hikaru's been playing offbeat openings all the time. So I recall a certain game that the two of us played where you were like, why is Robert playing a main variation against me, whereas he plays something new in every other game? Do you think Jan is experiencing a bit of that right now, where he was expecting perhaps something unexpected, and now he's going straight down a main line where Jan has to find potentially a series of only moves?
Yes and no, because after all, it's kind of Hikaru's trademark to be looking for some surprise, and he might have felt like, okay, this is such a big battlefield that, all right, I know exactly that Jan plays like this. Yeah, he plays the bishop d6 Petrov, and I'm gonna pick one single line, and I'm gonna go for the sharpest. I'm gonna check it with the computer. Yeah, so I'm in perfect shape, and it should be some kind of a surprise to Jan. Yeah, it's clear. We have seen that he has blitzed out everything. He's aware of things, but how many hidden details are in the position? Yeah, that's the big question. And now when we are looking at the position and try to understand, try to make sense of it, then we do see some things like after rook takes e1, knight takes e1, if black would to follow with a typical idea like queen f5 going for queen f2 check, then clearly white has the move queen d3, and that would be terrible news for black because the queens are traded on the spot. So I'm assuming that after the trade on e1, the idea is probably to activate the queen on the e file. So something like queen e6 looks like a very natural move.
And here we have to start calculating. I just want to mention, Robert, you referenced that game you had against Peter from a few years ago. It's funny because I remember it quite vividly as well. I was sat on the board next to you, and that was one of the first time, Robert, that I'd seen you kind of play live. And I remember you played this knight e7 move in the Berlin, and Peter was thinking a long time. And yeah, suddenly, I mean, we talk about chess players' memories. Jan clearly here trying to remember stuff. But suddenly, out of nowhere, I mean, that had slipped my mind. Suddenly, it all comes back as if it were yesterday. So good times, the three of us reunited there. But in the meantime, yeah, Peter, I think your idea makes a lot of sense. This is probably, if Jan can't remember what he's going to go for, because it's so natural, and we're taught to look at forcing moves first. But how does white react? Is it queen d3 check? I mean, the biggest threat is queen e2, I guess. So in this position, I'm going to try and defend with white. Looks super scary.
Yeah. But then, okay, bishop f5 with a tempo.
And I guess I have to drop back, queen f1, for example, defend my knight.
Yeah, and then maybe knight g5.
But I think there's a clever line in some of these positions. Can white try knight f3, giving up the queen because there's a fork at the end of the line on g5?
Yeah.
Wow, how?
I think the E knight, I mean the D knight. I think I'm just picking one.
Yeah, but sorry, instead of knight g5, of course, I'm gonna go knight f4 check. Pardon me. Yeah, I could have played knight f4 check. It's more forcing.
Just to show the idea, this would be a nasty shock for white. Now I'm getting serious Kramnik Leko vibes in this position. But knight f4, I guess I'll run. Ugh. How scary is this?
You have to run. Apparently, white is doing well. This looks scary, and I believe that if this were a blitz game or if Hikaru wasn't armed with all of this preparation, he too would be scared about venturing into these very murky waters. But he is armed with that preparation. He'll know that this position is good for white, and thus he will continue in this vein, because where's black's attack? Bishop h3, that comes to mind. Let's go towards the white queen and towards the white king. The queen slides up as you're putting on the board, and they're not useful knight moves anymore. The d3 square is covered. If you retreat with your knight, then white is able to establish a knight on f3, open up that dark square bishop, connect that a1 rook to the rest of the game, and I think we can see that black does not have the firepower necessary to launch a mating attack against the white king.
And he has traded rooks.
Yes, he has traded. Yeah, so rook takes e1, knight takes e1, and then we're gonna continue. I did notice that the computer was criticizing my very natural bishop f5 move. I think that's kind of super instructive, yeah, that after knight takes e1, queen e6, queen d3 check, the bishop b5, bishop f5 move that was so natural, a tempo move, was criticized by the computer. So let's take a look what happens in the game. Knight takes e1 on the board.
And okay, the blue arrow making an appearance pretty much every move, showing that black does indeed have to walk a relatively narrow line, at least to maintain the balance objectively. But of course, at some point, Jan might deviate. And maybe at some point he'll hope that he can get Hikaru on his own rather than Hikaru plus coaches, plus Stockfish, plus, I don't know, Lila Zero and all of that. Peter, I was going to ask, without, talking about Jan specifically, from your experience, vast experience over decades of kind of studying with the top players, you mentioned that they have notes that they need to remember or lines they need to remember. How do the players do that? Is it kind of a practical way of revising for this type of exam? Is it kind of, do they play training games? Do they just kind of literally just look at it on a computer, kind of click the button and hope it seeps into the memory? How would you recommend for some of our viewers out there who are trying to remember some of their opening lines?
Well, I think that playing training games are, of course, a very good way of memorizing things. The only problem is that we know that there are tons of positions, yeah, and there is simply not enough time to play training games for every single challenging line. That's the problem. Otherwise, I do believe that the top player's mind is also working like this, that if I have played the game, if I have my own feelings involved, then it's so much more easier to remember any kind of craziness. But if it's only by clicking the computer moves and you are personally not involved with your whole body, with all your emotions and this intuition, then those are just moves. Yeah, and that kind of situation is very scary, because when we see that the computer says that this is a normal move, then we tend to be, of course, this is the move. Yeah, but if you just close the engine and you ask me what would be my move, maybe the engine's move would not even cross my mind. Yeah, these are the scary things, and you have to find the perfect balance. For example, one of the reasons why I also made sure that in my new course in the classical Rui Lopez, in the player section, I'm revealing some world-class world championship match level kind of preparation with incredible depths, and I'm breaking it down. I did it exactly for this reason, that suddenly people who might have never gotten the chance before to look behind the curtains will suddenly get a feeling what it really is to be playing some extremely deep preparation. And my final conclusion is, if you go through the lines, that are we actually happy that our preparation is happening? And often the answer is, I'm not sure. Please don't test me like this, yeah, because it's so cruel. This is the artificial intelligence, yeah. You place your level like 3,200 in the preparation, or maybe even higher, and if you just miss one single small detail, everything can fall apart.
Yes, everything can fall apart. And I just saw Jan Nepomniachtchi, there he is again. He looks like he's on the verge of falling apart. He is definitely going into the deep recesses of his mind, the memory bank. What do I play here? Because bishop f5, the most natural reply, blocking a check by threatening the white king, was incorrect. So for Jan, this is a critical moment. We've already seen the blue arrow come out a few times. Those moves, I would say, were quite a deal more obvious than this one, because bishop f5, that's the impulse move, that's the bullet move, that's the response you make just to attack the white queen, but is the not correct response. King to g8 instead is the top move. And Peter, you said these players, they don't have all the time in the world, but I'm gonna have to ask you a quick question. If somebody were in a time loop, how long would it take them to play over and over and over again until they would beat Garry Kasparov, who doesn't remember any of the games that he just played?
Well, okay, Garry is Garry. And when I played with Garry, and the Garry that I remember, he knew everything. Yeah, basically, I feel like the reason why I'm so deep in the openings are due to Garry. Yeah, it was simply I was trying to keep up with his incredible deepness. Yeah, and this was, he was setting the standard for all the other elite players, and Vladimir Kramnik, Vishy Anand, Boris Gelfand, Veselin Topalov, everybody had to follow. Yeah, and basically for us, 20 years ago, knowing every single detail of your opening was essential. Now, of course, with all the new engines and the material getting even bigger, it's just probably impossible. Yeah, those are the scary things. My generation like to control the knowledge. We wanted to know every single detail, which is now, I believe, absolutely impossible.
And Robert, I'm going to throw it back to you for our viewers. Time loop, explain.
Oh, well, it's something that went trending, I think, on Reddit. I don't remember the source. I just was passed on to me, where the question was, you know, if somebody is just learning chess by playing over and over and over again, and Garry is at his level, or at his peak level, but he is not remembering the previous games, he's not doing any more work, how long would it take the person, anyone, to beat Garry? For the likes of Peter Lecko, it wouldn't take very long in this example, because he's already at the caliber where he can take down Garry, who's now in this time loop not doing any work. But for others, it might be impossible. I'm not sure, David. I just wanted to throw the question to Peter, because he's full of wisdom and probably didn't know the trending question that's out there, and Garry's response, where he said, that's what my matches against Karpov felt like. But that's neither here nor there. In fact, it might not be anywhere. It's a parallel universe. David, as you look at Jan Nepomniachtchi in the present, as he's spending his time trying to figure out what his next turn should be, are you worried for him? And do you think that his time disadvantage right now is just purely recalling his lines, all that hard work behind the scenes? Or do you think that he is now officially on his own?
Well, I think it could be a bit of both. As Peter said, often you know or you've seen what you should be doing, but actually it's often better not to know anything at all. So you can look at the position with fresh eyes, so you can work out potentially that the bishop's better on g4, that the king might be safer on g8, away from all those knight g5 check ideas, those tactics we mentioned. Because if you know a bit too much, you often try to connect the dots. You think, okay, this variation and this other variation, you might get them a bit mixed up, and you'll kind of play by memory rather than by understanding and by working things out. So I think any kind of experienced tournament player has been there before. You get confused in your lines, you mess up the move order slightly, or you just totally forget. And often what's best is to just totally reset. He knows the computer says he's fine here. He knows his, the bunch of grandmasters on his team have told him he's fine here. So he can just work it out. I mean, we're 21 moves in. You mentioned the clock situation. It might look scary being, I can't do maths, nearly 40 minutes down on the clock. But he has made 20 moves already as black. So he's halfway to the time control. Actually, if this were a normal game, not a memory test like this one is, then we would say, okay, he's still got oceans of time left. Having played 20 moves in 40 minutes, that's very healthy. So I think he's doing the right thing. He's calming himself down, and even if he can't remember, he's now trying to work it out. And whatever Hikaru throws at him, I think long term it's obvious Black will have some compensation as long as the queens are on, as long as the white king is a bit open. So still everything to play for here, Peter.
I would like to highlight that in my mind, especially in the line with bishop f5, queen f1, we saw the illustration that that knight on e1 was such a brilliant defender. Yeah, let's just put this queen f1, knight f4 check, king h1 on the board. Yeah, knight f4 check, king h1. And here we see that after bishop h3, the white queen just moves up, and the knight on e1 covers the d3 anti-square and also the g2 anti-square. Yeah, so everything is guarded. And the reason why I suddenly understood why king g8 is so strong, yeah, and now we can go back to the current position, that after king g8, suddenly white has to make up his mind, what do I do with the knight on e1? Something has to happen. For example, if the knight from e1 moves to f3, then already black can play bishop f5, and probably it looks like white is the one who is winning the tempo, but in this queen f1, knight f4 check, for example, suddenly the d3 square is there as an entry square. Yeah, that was kind of one of my intuitive feelings. And another interesting moment, wow, but Jan has made a move, and it was definitely not a king move. He plays the move bishop f5.
Wow. So, Peter, you're looking at this now, and you were talking about intuition and feeling. I mean, Hikaru's not going to intuit. He's going to know that this isn't the correct move. But I guess the big question is, because Jan doesn't clearly know what the best choice to continue with is, do you think he's at this stage threatened, or do you think he's just playing with his intuition, with his feel, with his ability to create an attack against this exposed white king?
Yeah, Hikaru continues to blitz out queen f1 on the board, so our line happening. Well, of course, black has compensation, yeah, because of the light square bishops. Simply, black should not panic. Yeah, black should not play for these tactical ideas with knight f4. Probably keep that knight on h3. Maybe is even there a chance to simply develop the knight from b8, knight d7, knight f6, include that knight into the game, because how is white untangling? Yeah, this whenever the knight from d2 moves, black will have bishop e4. That would be a fantastic kind of scenario for black to cement that bishop on e4. And otherwise, how is white developing? Yes, so maybe black should just treat the position like nothing happened. I have long-term positional compensation, and let's just play according to old wisdom. Bring all your pieces to the party.
I like it. Yeah, why not? Knight d7. I am seeing a few lines, though, where the king is actually misplaced on h7, some checks in some variations. For example, white can play knight d3 in some lines, and if black ever takes, queen takes d3 always comes with a check. All these knight g5 ideas in some variations. So yeah, the more I look at it, the more I think, okay, king g8. But that's in the past. And now, he just, as you said, Peter, he has to not get carried away, not calculate too much, just kind of play on general kind of instinct here, general rules. Robert, looks like maybe the first objective small slip from Jan, but still a long way ahead.
But sometimes when you don't play the best engine line, it's the best move because it takes your opponent out of their theory. And we've seen some players stumble after leaving their preparation. And this is different than the game between Pragg and Nepo, because in that game, well, that was actually much clearer. I mean, there were mistakes. It's not easy to find the best moves. But my point is that in that game, it was clear that Jan was on the back foot at some stage. Here, it's actually not that clear. If you showed this position to, say, I don't know, Garry Kasparov without an engine, he would look at this and he'd be like, no, black definitely has compensation. The white king is open. Those light squares are vulnerable. Knight d7, I love that move from Peter. You bring that knight, the last piece that's not participating, into the game. You can think about throwing pawns forward at some moment for black. The g pawn can be used. Throw that up to g4, and now there's no white knight getting to f3, but you have to be very, very careful because every pawn push you make, you leave some squares behind. So this is a challenging position for both. Perhaps Hikaru happy to get the opening that he chose, but now that he's here, he's looking at his position. This isn't one where you have an easy out. There's no forced draw if you're feeling scared. your king is open. You could be in trouble if now you don't find the correct continuation. So, Peter, I have a quick question for you because you've been in the candidates playing for a world championship. Do you think the other players look at a game like this and root for Hikaru to take Jan down at long last? I know Hikaru then becomes a serious threat with a plus score, but Jan has seemed unstoppable the last couple candidates. Or do you think the players truly can be focused solely on their own games and not actually pick sides in other games from other participants?
I think they are well advised to be focusing on their own problems, but it's very human and it's very natural to be following the developments in other games. And clearly the leaders needs to be stopped. Yeah, and it's absolutely understandable if a player thinks like, you know what, okay, Hikaru is dangerous, but Jan is running away with the tournament, so it would be better if someone stops Jan. And I would also like to say a few words about the position. Yeah, that the only reason why we think that Hikaru has things under control is that this is still preparation. If we would just see this position and we knew that Hikaru has already spent an hour reaching this from the white side, we will be saying, oh my god, this king on g2, look at the light squares, white's rook is not activated, in fact it's still very far from getting into the game. Okay, there are some ideas like a4, rook a3, trying to activate the rook like this, lifting it through the third rank, but okay, I'm pretty sure we would be agreeing that this is extremely dangerous for white. But knowing that Hikaru has blitzed out everything, the big question is that how deep is his preparation? Because I do recall that after G3, black had many different options. So it's not like black has to play the move a5. It's a very interesting, fancy move, but by no means only move. And also the fact that the computer highlighted that instead of bishop f5, king g8 was the stronger move. How much time did Hikaru and his team devoted to bishop f5? Yeah, that's another very big question.
We don't have the answer to that, but maybe we'll get them after the game. But David, I think Peter made some great points that for Hikaru, we trust him because we know he's still in his preparation. And for Jan, he's on his own. And one very seemingly minor detail that I haven't mentioned, haven't thought about to this point, I just counted pawns. White is actually a pawn ahead in addition to having a rook for a minor piece. So if white feels like his king is in trouble, at some point he may give up a rook. You're often taught to give back some of your extra material if you are in some dynamic danger. So if he gives up that rook on a1, say for a knight or one of the bishops, white would still remain a pawn ahead. So that's just a long-term thing I'm thinking about. But David, you take it away from here because Jan, he's deep in the think tank.
Yeah, I think Jan will be deeply thinking for a long time. I just want to mention, actually, the scariest preparation I ever faced was also as black against Hikaru. It was many years ago, I think 12, 13 years ago now at the London Chess Classic, and he prepared 42 moves deep against me. He had, by that point, gained an hour on his clock, so he had like 2 hours and a bit left. Of course, I was playing on the increment from like move 20 onwards, but I did manage to draw, and afterwards he was like, okay, you found all the best moves. Fair enough. It was a memory test. And I managed to build a fortress. So it might be one of those scenarios where Hikaru's looked deep, but objectively, Jan is still fine. He still hasn't done anything too drastically wrong. So as long as he's energetic, which he needs to be here, as long as he keeps pieces on the board, this game is going to be a fun one to watch. But I think we leave it for now because Jan will surely take a bit of time over this next move. Maybe knight d7, maybe another. But let's zoom out because the games are developing very quickly elsewhere as well. And here we see the bird's eye view. I'm really attracted to this last move that Firouzja played. You called it Alpha Razor Firouzja earlier, Robert. Pawn to h4, rook to h3. The French defense also very kind of strategically sharp. And even the anti-Berlin that we see on the bottom left, Abasov against Vidit, which is maybe the slowest game of the day. Even that one is spicing up slightly. So I'm not exactly sure where to go next. All of them are attractive to me, but Peter, I'll put you on the spot this time.
Well, I think that it would be nice to get an update on Fabiano against Pragg because this is so important for the tournament situation. And also there have been quite some strategical decisions. Yeah, let's go back And let's just treasure what happened here. Yeah, that this knight c3 move was answered by knight a5. Then suddenly white opted for knight a4, just like you highlighted. Or we are not able yet. But if we can select the game, then it would be nice to go through.
Yes, we will do that for sure. I mean, these 4 boards, all of them have a different action taking place. But here we have brought up the game, and since I was chatting when it was brought up, I just want to make one quick point before we rewind. Is when I see a structure like this, a pawn structure where black is going for the fianchetto setup to get the bishop on g7, I'm always inclined to go alpha reza, alpha zero style, throw the h pawn forward. So for those of you at home who want to take away, is I'm not telling you to always play h4 when your opponent has the fianchetto pawn structure, but always consider it as an option because you can more easily develop your rook from its starting square with this pawn structure, as it takes 2 moves to create pawn tension and try to open things up. But let's, I think, dive back to see where this game came from, because Peter, it sounds like you were fascinated by what happened along the way.
Yes, exactly, because okay, knight a5, knight a4, queen c6 happened. Yeah, the knight attacks the queen, so then the queen sidesteps, knight c5. Black jumps with the knight into c4. Now white played the move bishop c3. And black wastes a tempo, but forces the knight on c5 to move. Yeah, and clearly white will capture the bishop on d7. In this case, white gets the pair of bishops, queen takes d7, bishop d3. Now, if white's pawn, instead of being on b4, would be back on b2, I think we would all be agreeing that white has a strategically winning position, because then white will be able to kick that monster knight from c4 with b3. But we know that the pawns can't move backwards, and that's the justification of black's position. But still, a light square bishop on d3, I'm a very big fan of white's position. But here came the move g6, which is such a deep move, and probably still kind of part of preparation, in a sense, maybe not move per move, but essentially Pragg knows that this is the way to handle the position once white grabs that light square bishop. What is your take on this, David?
Yeah, it's a hard position to evaluate. Like you, with those kind of long childhood memories of the French advance, I also got myself in similar positions to this, where I would somehow accidentally allow my opponent's knight into a beautiful outpost in white's half, and I would live to regret it. But yeah, as Robert was saying, there are ideas. I mean, it still feels like objectively white should be doing very well here, h4, h5. I've also kind of noticed Fabi loves having this extra space. But yeah, it's just a hard position. Queen to e2. It's black to play. I think maybe Pragg is just hesitating on which square to kind of place his bishop. Bishop h6 looks nice and active, controlling the c1 square, so white can have a challenge for the c file. But then again, bishop g7 might long-term set up some knight takes e5 ideas and lose bishop on c3. Bishop g7 might also set up f6. It's so rich, so many plans. I'm just not sure where to start. Of course, we see the bar, we see it's roughly level, but I mean, it's far from equal, as in, I mean, it's very imbalanced. Pawn structure, piece configuration, plans, still so much ahead. This is essentially the informed player today in this specific round is going to win this game. Yeah, it's it's going to be a long one, especially with queens on the board. I'm inclined to prefer white with the extra space, but Robert, it's anyone's game. Who do you think you would choose here? Whose position do you feel is easier to play?
You put me on the spot because I do it to you. I understand payback when I hear it, so thank you for that, David. I really like how you summarize this, though. I do, because you're saying that whoever is in better form, and look at Pragnana's last move, by the way. He's not waiting for Fabio to push his h-pawn. He's gaining space for himself, and this actually makes it difficult for white to launch an attack against the black king side. It also makes it more likely that Pragnana will park his bishop on h6. Rather than being in front of his pawn, it will be behind it. And I will answer your question, but I just want to note that this is a position that I would say both sides have their chances. Ignore the evaluation bar. This is not just some equal position where they're going to make a draw. That white has a pair of bishops, black has the knights. It's a bit of a close position. So those knights, especially the one on c4, they're quite happy. And I would typically rather have the white side of positions where there are two bishops on the board. There's this e5 pawn gaining space. But I'm not sure right now. I feel a bit confused because I do love Black's stronghold of the c4 square. I like that the knight on e7 can now go to f5 without being booted by a g2, g4 pawn push. So I feel like Black does have nice control of the light squares. Black has good control of the center as well, that pawn chain from f7 up to d5. We're not going to see pawn tension in the near future. White would love to push pawns to try to break open squares and diagonals for the bishop, but good luck getting f4, g4, f5, all of that. It takes way too long. Black's not going to allow it. So I think that I would take Black here. And after I say that, Peter, I'm going to ask you, since David asked the question, I'm going to pass it on. Which side would you rather have in this position?
Well, I just want to reveal one big secret. When I prepared for our game in Isle of Man 2018, then I was expecting you to play the French. Yeah, so I was actually in my mind getting ready for a big theoretical discussion in the knight c3, knight f6 French, which I believe you have played against Vichy a few days back in the tournament, and then you hit me with that Berlin defense and against DC 97. So that's why I even did not know my name. Yeah, who am I? Yeah, it's and I understand that you like Black, but also you highlighted that you like the pair of bishops. It's such a double-edged position. It's also, I was thinking, like, is from white side idea like a4, b5, for example? Yeah, just try to advance the queen side. But in this regard, Black still keeps this knight on e7 and bishop f8 for a reason. I think Black would be probably jumping at the possibility of going knight c6 against a4 and then create pressure on the b4 pawn and look at that bishop on f8. That would be a monster bishop fighting for the b4 square.
You're a clever man, Peter. And David, I kind of want your take on this position because I know you typically enjoy slow maneuvering games, but I also want to just give myself a pat on the back. I was teaching Peter something. I was forcing him to look at variations that I wasn't going to play. So I'm glad I could push you into that territory because it makes you that much more familiar with these structures and positions. And David, as I was saying, you love closed positions. So take it away. Which side would you rather have here?
Well, I think I'd be equally happy with either. The older I get, the more I do appreciate space, but I also like a compact pawn structure with no weaknesses, and that's what Pragg here has as Black. I think, actually, in terms of keeping winning chances alive, if I were facing a lower-rated player, I would love this position as Black. It feels like you'll get chances long-term. It's hard to imagine White launching a direct attack. You can kind of grind away, maneuver away, kind of set, kind of change the pace of the game a bit later on. But maybe with White, you have to be a bit more energetic. You might have to find a plan, which at the moment, I'm struggling to find. I don't think any of us are kind of finding any kind of direct path forward. So the more I think about it, the more I'm on your side, Robert, reluctantly taking a French defense position. But either way, I think it's promising a long game.
Then let me make a move from the white side. Okay, I play short castle. Please, guys, I hear you are really liking Black's position. How do you react to castles?
Okay, bishop h6, Robert.
I think I get Peter's point. He wants to play a4 at some point after we've been struck, but I like bishop h6. Peter, your turn.
Yes, a4. Yeah, I follow my idea.
Maybe we should have been really prophylactic and played a6 or something to meet a4 with b5.
Well, we can do it now, right? After a4, play a6.
Yeah. Standoff between these 4 pawns. We want to prevent. B5, bishop b4, just for everyone at home.
Yeah, you think that I cannot sacrifice the pawn, right? So b5 takes queen b5. Look, fb1 with the idea of going bishop b4. You will still hit me with knight c6 then. Look at b1, queen d7, bishop b4, and you have knight c6. I think this is kind of important.
Although maybe now you take and then just
I take
d6.
Yes. No, okay, you just castle then, yeah? You just play solidly after bishop b4. Just castles and you are fine. So I don't think that I can sacrifice the pawn. That was kind of the question, but the answer is probably no. Okay, what to do? You guys are strong. Yeah, you guys are strong. Yeah.
Pragg's stronger.
Well, you know, Peter, we just did those team battles, and you know, it is nice to be able to run ideas by a teammate. So I'm sorry that we made you play by yourself. We do love you. Everyone in chat is rooting for you, if we're honest. So look at Fabi. He just made a move. He decided to bring his bishop back to d2, which was not on my
Wow.
radar. But I think he is preempting bishop h6, and I'll trade now. And he's giving up his two bishops advantage. I'm putting that in quotes because typically top players like the bishop pair. But Fabi in this position says it's too close. Let me give up the dark square bishop. But David, if I'm looking at this, I think Pragg can take it. Put his bishop on h6 anyway. I don't see why black at all would be worse here.
Yeah, I would be very confident about that if black's light squares weren't weak. But yeah, I guess maybe you're right, Robert. It's not such a big deal. I definitely think it's kind of desirable if you can to take this bishop. I don't really, if I were black here, want to allow the white bishop to post up on g5, maybe potentially sneak in a bit later on. So very likely just to put this on the board. I'm sure Pragg will think here for a while because it's very committal, giving up a beautiful knight on a beautiful outpost just for what's traditionally white's bad bishop in the French. But yeah, just to put this on the board, for example, yeah, knight takes. Yeah, it's important that bishop to b5 is not a big deal here. Black simply blocks. I don't think white can take advantage of the pin just due to how shaky it is along this diagonal and how shaky the d4 pawn is. Long term, it feels like black will just be able to castle, rook c7, bring the other rook to c8. Yeah, a little bit to calculate, I guess, here. Just a bit of a judgment call. But ultimately, as long as black doesn't lose tactically, then he should be fine. I still would love to put the black pawn back on b7, but unfortunately, not possible right now. So yeah, it looks totally fine here to my eyes, Peter. Big decision, though, from Fabi, bishop d2.
Yes, I'm not such a big fan of the move bishop d2. It almost feels to me like Fabi was not so happy with his position, yeah, because if you make a move like bishop d2, it's certainly not coming from happiness, yeah, because after knight takes d2, I also don't have the feeling that white can really be better. It looks like black will have a very healthy position. Robert already beautifully highlighted that with this g6 h5 construction, black made sure that white will never be able to push the kingside pawns with f4 and g4 and f5. And if not for that break, then black can just sit on the dark squares. Even after take on d2 and going bishop a6, maybe the artificial castles like king f8, king g7 can also be simply played. I think black has solved all his problems.
I'm with you. I think that Pragg has had another opening success. He's shown that he can play in any structure, any pawn formation, any opening. So Pragg, despite his young age, he's showing that he can go to toe-to-toe with the best of the best. And we know Fabiano Caruana, when he's at his best, he was evenly matched with Magnus Carlsen in a world championship. So we'll leave Pragg to it now because he is trying to figure out how to proceed. I do think we should return to our bird's eye view because in the bottom right-hand side of our screen, we have the Alpha Fallujah. We have Alpha Zero style play with a pawn push and a rook lift. And then in the bottom left, we haven't really given that game any shine, but that one is locked up. It's sort of a strategic battle between Nijat Abbasov and Vidit Gujrati. While I just want to note, Peter, your move knight d7 was played by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Hikaru taking his first think. I believe that will be anyone's game, but I do think Hikaru will spend some serious time right now as he is finally leaving his preparation. So why don't we dive into the game between Fallujah and Gukesh? Because David, I know you love a good old-fashioned rook lift.
That's right. I love the old-fashioned rook lift. I love the Carlsbad structure for all of its complexities. I'm not sure I love the London system, which this stemmed from, but yeah, I'll make an exception here. And okay, what a crazy position. I think, Peter, you're going to be itching for a action replay here. So maybe we go back a few moves to see how we got here. I should mention, it's only move 10, so this is maybe the least developed game of all of them so far. Yeah, I'm not sure we can call it leaving the opening if neither side has castled, but just to show everyone at home, it is the London system, an early bishop f4 this time, and okay, a pawn to c5. break, and very well-known position, queen to b6 here, hits the b2 pawn. This is the one downside to developing white's dark squared bishop early. White now took a timeout with rook to b1 to defend. And going into this Carlsbad, note how black's left the knight on b8, not developing to c6 early, because clearly the plan is to rid himself of the problem piece, the problem child of black's position. Bishop on c8 is often stuck behind the pawn chain, so now bishop d7, a really clever move. Something actually Peter mentioned in the French advance. You want to trade off your bad bishop for white's good bishop, and, oh, sorry, if we go here, c3, bishop b5, and, okay, I guess it's tricky to castle anyway. So I'm a big fan of h4 in general, but more reason for it here because white couldn't really castle. Taking on b5 wouldn't have helped that either. And knight bd7, rook h3. I'm going to ask both of you. I'll start with you, Peter, but what's the next step of white's plan? The rook on h3 is nice and impressive. Wants to slide to g3, but can't really go there yet. Knight to h5. What next for Firouzja? Is this overly creative, or is this, do you think, objectively justified for white?
Well, I believe that h4 is the first line of the computer, yeah, because I do know this position a little bit. I also believe that it happened in the game Tabatabai against Vincent Keimer, yeah, my student. But I always say that it's not correct to say student because Vincent is family, yeah. So it's one of these lines last year in the World Cup, and Tabatabai is a good friend of Alireza. So clearly they are analyzing together this type of positions, and yeah, h4 rook h3 exists, but as we spoke about this, yeah, if black trades the light square bishop in this kind of structures, then actually where is white's attacking potential? Yeah, because black is playing exactly everything according to the old classical rules, yeah? Carlsbad structure, trade the bad piece and be solid.
It's a good point, because it does look like a French pawn structure, but you're trading the light square bishop, so it's got that Caro-Kann French vibe, but without the light square bishop. That's usually advantage black. But I think the idea for white, and he just moved, and he threw his h-pawn forward, I think at some point knight e5 is coming, and that leaves black with a difficult decision. If you take on e5, white takes with the pawn. So we see another pawn enter towards the black's position and also play on the king side. And now that rook lift can go to g3, a queen up to g4. And if the black king goes in that direction, you might find yourself checkmated. So I like this move h5 because it poses a really difficult decision to black. Do you play h6 yourself to stop white from marching forward and creating some dark square weaknesses? Or, if you don't, if you do play h6, does that leave your pawn on g7 stuck in place as a sitting duck in the long term? Not an easy answer. I guess I'll start with you, Peter. h6 or not h6? That is the question.
Yeah, and it's already answered by Gukesh. Yeah, he plays the move h6. I do believe that black has to play this move. Yeah, you have to stop white from advancing the pawn to h6, because then also the g5 square will be vulnerable for a long time. Besides, it will be always white who decides that, do I want to push h6 or not? Certainly a very unpleasant question. One thing I want to say, that looking at white's king on e1, it might look like, what is white doing? Because one rook from a1 was committed to b1, yes, so white is unable to castle long. White has moved rook h1 to h3, so white is also not able to castle short. But the key to the position is that actually there is no reason for white to rush with his king. He's waiting for black to trade on f1. When after king takes f1, he will get the perfect artificial castling. Then white's king will go to g1, and the rook on h3 will be so nice in combination what Robert has already highlighted, yeah, that the knight jumps to e5, the rook comes to g3, putting pressure on the g7 pawn. It's a very double-edged interesting position.
I'm with you, and David, we like the rook lift, now we like the castling the old-fashioned way without bringing the king and rook at the same time. So this promises to heat up. We are just getting going here in the 7th round, especially in this game, only 11 moves in, and we are going to head to a break. But before we do, just want to give a shout out to the shirt I'm wearing. Sounds weird, you can't see the rooks on it, and now I'm not even on camera, but you can stock up on chess merch yourself. We've got you covered with fresh new t-shirt designs mittens, plushies, and accessories. Head to go.chess.com/merch or use the command merch in chat to shop now before it's all sold out. And we'll be back with more scintillating action from the 2024 FIDE Candidates right after this break.
Hello, can I get 50 ELO back please, because one of my friends played on my account and lost 50, thank you.
I've got friends like that too. When I'm frustrated or in a bad mood, something strikes.
Maybe
my
a little
they,
bit, you know what? Maybe, you know, I don't know.
It's been a good night. Yeah. No, I have friends just like that, man. They come on my account. I wake up in the morning. Yeah.
Well, the good news is better to have friends who lose you rating points than gain you rating points, because then your account might be closed for cheating. Pro tip.
I am deeply sorry for the language I used. I will never ever use vulgar language again. I'm sorry, please unban me please. You are my star and my sunshine. I go to bed dreaming of you, and when I wake up I think of you again, so I ask kindly please chess.com come with me to POM. Hugs and kisses.
We love you too. Unmute that man.
We love you too. I love all members. I feel like we were being taunted just a little bit there, but at the same time, I'm not one to judge anyone's speech impediment, you know, and so welcome, you whiskily wabbit. I don't know what else to say.
And it's a gaming site. You know, when people write in and they've got the right sense of humor, it means a lot to us, because, you know, that's
sure.
the kind of the
Good
vibes
stuff.
we want.
Every chess player dreams of becoming world champion. But to even make it to the main stage, first they must win the Candidates Tournament, a grueling event played out over 3 weeks featuring some of the top players in the world. 8 competitors will face off in both the Candidates and Women's Candidates, qualified in a unique way. The runner-up in the previous World Championship match, the top 3 finishers of the FIDE World Cup, the top 2 finishers of the FIDE Grand Swiss Tournament, the winner of the FIDE Circuit, or, for the women's section, the top 2 finishers of the Women's Grand Prix, and last but not least, the highest rated player in January that hasn't already qualified by other means. Both the Candidates and Women's Candidates tournaments consist of a double round robin with classical time controls. This means there will be 14 rounds, with each player facing one another twice, once with the white pieces and once with the black. If 2 players are tied for first at the end of the 14 rounds, they must play a 2-game tiebreaker with rapid time controls. And if more than 2 players are tied for first, a single round robin will be played, also with rapid time controls. Further ties will be broken by a repeat of this format with even faster time controls until there is a winner. Players will also earn prize money for their efforts, but make no mistake, they are all here for one thing and one thing only: a shot at becoming part of history as the next FIDE World Champion.
There in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada, we see the challengers for the World Championship. We don't know who they'll be, but we see the 8 participants in the candidates, the 8 in the women's candidates, some of whom are walking about looking at their competitors' games, others, deep in thought, seated, not going anywhere. You should not go anywhere. Gukesh, he doesn't seem like he's going anywhere. He looks like he's ready for a nap, but that's because this tournament is grueling. It's exhausting. It's 14 rounds of non-stop action, and as Gukesh takes a momentary rest, well, his opponent will try to figure out how to pose problems towards his king. And as we see in the bird's eye view, all 4 games are underway, some a little bit more dynamically electric than others, but all of them have some serious heat to them, including our game in the top left between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Nepomniachtchi, where Jan was outprepared, but is in a creative position where there's a material imbalance, but an attack. And in the bottom left, we have not tuned in there, so maybe we should give that a momentary shout. The game between Nijat Abbasov and Vidit Gujrati, it's locked up. It stemmed from a Berlin defense, but now perhaps the board is about to open up. So why don't we go there, because Vidit Gujrati, coming off a resounding victory over Alireza Firouzja, well, he's got the black pieces here. He probably wants to play for a win. And Peter, as you first look at this position, it is quite a clogged up board.
Yes, but I always like strategic battles, and whenever I see this white knight on g3 met by beautiful pawn on g6, we are not talking about any direct kingside attack, I feel like there's something to play with from the black side. I'm not saying that black has the better position. No, absolutely not. Probably white is fine, but I simply would love to be more black than white here.
And David, black has a bishop. We're both fans of having bishops, especially on an open board. And there is a serious question posed to Abbasov at the moment, because there's a lot of pressure on that b4 pawn.
That's right. This b4 pawn, it's been sitting there actually for the last 4 or 5 moves, just begging to be captured. And Vidit so far has resisted that temptation, but for the first time since the pawn landed on b4, maybe he's tempted to capture it if given another opportunity. Just to mention, maybe if we jump in to show a couple of moves. Vidit, he's down around 30-40 minutes on the clock. Queen to c3, the last move played by white. If this pawn had been captured, let's say it were captured a couple of times, and queen takes c7. This is white's justification. Black here is in a bit of trouble because not just is this bishop attacked, but if you try to defend it with a rook, white might jump in and strike with a move like knight takes e5, just before the black rook slides across and tries to trap this white queen. And unfortunately, due to this pin along the 7th rank, here Vidit would have emerged a pawn down. So yeah, after f6, shoring up the e5 pawn, that becomes much more of a viable opportunity. But yeah, the longer the pawn sits on b4, the more nervous you get with white. Problem is, you don't really want to settle the tension here. You never want to take on a5. because black now would just gang up on an isolated pawn. This would be terminal, I think, at this level, objectively. This would be a huge mistake. Likewise, taking on c5, maybe the healthier of the two captures, but knight takes, queen takes, I'm not sure what black should prefer. Either way, an isolated pawn long-term, black with ideas of creating a outside pass pawn. I'm not sure white really wants to indulge in this either. And the third option of resolving the tension, pushing forward. After black plays the move a4, again, you might live to regret pushing your pawn this far. I think this would be my choice just because you can move the white queen, maybe put a white pawn on c4 long term. But either way, some real strategic questions for Abasov to answer. It's all about the tension on the queen side right now. And like Peter says, for now at least, despite the block nature, the white knights aren't really playing a role. And that's something white really needs to remedy. So Peter, you've got some experience. I know we referenced that game in 2018, the anti-Berlin that you two played. Just to point that out, as far back as move 4 in this game, bishop c5 played in this one, but knight e7 played in that. What do you make?
Yeah, knight e7 was played by Robert, and I fell from the chair, yeah, because, okay, I was playing Berlin and anti-Berlin from white, and from the black side, I thought like I know everything, and then there comes Robert, plays knight e7. I almost couldn't stop laughing because the whole scenario was so unreal. And then I'm thinking for like 20 minutes and I start understanding, hang on, but he will get knight g6, c6, and he will transpose to a nice kind of Italian. What kind of things are happening? I do remember also a post-mortem afterwards. Everybody was coming to this post-mortem. Artemiev was there and he was asking why not to push d3, d4, Peter. He always wanted to push d4. But I said, no. I had tremendous respect for Robert. I don't want to confront him immediately. And then in 2021, in Stavanger, Norway chess, Magnus Carlsen versus Rapport, Richard played the move knight e7 against Magnus. And after the game, when Magnus was interviewed, Magnus was saying, well, I kind of knew that Richie is crazy enough that he can make a move like this. So that's all I know about knight e7.
Well, Peter, it was a fun game. You did win that one. It was decisive, but I did enjoy the surprise on your face when it was played. No such surprises here. This looks much more standard, at least from a theoretical point of view, but it's not an easy position to figure out. So the opening, that's now gone, but we see the contours of the position. Black getting rid of, in many cases, the double pawns, if white allows it. But this type of position is one where you don't know when to make certain captures. And the big question that David mentioned, and Peter, I'll ask you, is white going to play b5 and try to shut the whole thing down? Because if you play b5 and then c4, the only remaining pawn break in the position is f6 to f5, which does expose the black king. So it's a long-term strategical question. No one better to answer it than you. So you're on the spot. Sorry to put you there. Should white indeed play b5 and try to lock this position up?
Yeah, probably. But the point is, thank you very much for your compliments. But I was already ready for your question. And my answer is that if I look at Hikaru's game against Jan and I look at this position, then I think the whole chess audience, the whole chess world is screaming out that, guys, okay, come on, move back to Hikaru because there is so much more life.
I agree with you. I was just trying to get your take. I was selfishly trying to learn from you, but let's head on out of here because this one, it's not quite the same type of action as we have on the other board. So we're going to spring back to our bird's eye view where we see in the upper right-hand side, before we do get to Hikaru's game, don't worry, everybody, we'll go there. Pragg has placed his bishop on h6. So no problems for Pragg. We see in the bottom right, still going down the types of lines we were talking about, where Firouzja is going for a kingside attack, but Gukesh has remained solid. So let's, at long last, dive right back in to the game between Hikaru and Jan, because Hikaru just made his move. It was a retreating move made with purpose. Knight f3 hops back to its starting square to g1, trying to flush out this knight on h3, yet not so fast, because David, you can't capture that knight on h3 because of the many ideas that we were talking about earlier, in particular, king and queen on the same diagonal.
Yeah, really mysterious move. They do say that backward knight moves are the hardest to spot in chess. Often a lot of missed tactics in connection with backward knight moves, especially going back to the starting square. But I guess he's clearing the f3 square potentially for his other knight as well. Wow, I mean, I must say, process of elimination maybe gets you there, but knight g1 would not have been on my radar. And look at Jan on the camera, raising his eyebrows there as well. I mean, it looks so terrifying. Knight g4 is in the air. There's ideas of dropping into e4 as well. Like you say, Robert, no threat for white. I don't really see what white's next move is. Knight f3 is always going to be met by bishop e4 in some iteration. But yeah, I guess maybe knight f3, just now bishop e4 is prevented due to knight takes h3. Peter, I mean, my head's spinning almost trying to work out the tactics. The white king looks so bare. It looks almost naked now on the light squares. Is there any way, do you feel, for Jan to continue asking questions, to continue upping the pressure before Nakamura here is able to consolidate, get those two queenside pieces out?
Well, I would first of all go as far to give double exclamation mark to knight g1, because this is a very deep move, setting up knight d to f3. Those are these so-called invisible moves, seemingly, okay, what happened? White moves back with the knight from f3 to g1, but it changes the character of the position. Yeah, now white wants to go knight df3 and eventually develop that bishop from c1 to d2, for example, and finally the rook from a1 can land on e1 and be in the game. I'm also thinking like Robert was sensing, like always, I'm telling you, ever since that Isle of Man game, I know that Robert has the answers to everything. And Robert has highlighted that king on h7 is shaky. Yeah, so maybe just king g8, yeah, because white is not setting anything, just to get out of this knight g5 kind of fork in the future. Do we have time to do this? Robert, please give us an answer.
Well, you made me laugh because I definitely don't have the answer to everything, but I like to pose the question. Which pieces are on their optimal squares? Which can be improved? Of course, for white, that answer is relatively obvious. The rook on a1, the bishop on c1, and the knight on d2. Those pieces need to come to the game. And I also love, now that I see it, Hikaru's journey with the knight. e1 to f3, back to g1, just trying to coordinate the pieces. So king g8, that looks like a natural move. David's suggestion of knight to e4 comes to mind. And at some moment, I still haven't figured out when that is, the g pawn. I want to use that pawn g5 and maybe even push up to g4 just to inch closer to the white king. So I'm just coming up with various ideas. When you're a commentator, Peter, you know, you played at the highest level for so long. There's so much responsibility that you had to take. Every single move had a consequence and you couldn't take it back. We're allowed to take it back. We can make a move. It might be a blunder and we say, here's why it was a blunder, but let's figure out the better plan. So king g8 for black wasn't on my radar in this position, but I think it's a worthy discussion to have. And the eval bar for the side, we mention it from time to time. It's saying that actually is a good move from black, just preemptively getting your king away from a knight fork.
Yeah, but probably after knight df3, I wanted to play knight e4, but now suddenly I spot that there is knight h4 idea. Exactly. Knight h4 might be unpleasant. No, apparently not. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. if knight h4 is not a problem, then I like it.
Wow, but why not? It looks so natural, trying to boot this bishop out. Must be a tactical refutation here. Unless the bishop just moves. What if I... Okay, I'm not Danya, unfortunately, so I can't calculate a way forward for black, but what if I just move? Okay, maybe missing an opportunity.
But it's a solid move.
Yeah, what's white's next move? Still hard to get these little bits, these blocks of wood, out into the game.
Yeah, and also this idea that Robert keeps on referring to g7, g5, yeah, the aggressive move. It's not only aggressive, also strategically it's very desirable. I'm very much into it. By the way, even instead of king g8, the move g7, g5 is attractive.
This position, game position, wow.
Yes.
And
yes, even here, because after knight df3, there is g4.
Very important. And if I take this one, you take the other knight, and then
exactly
h3. Yeah. G5. Yeah, if black gets one more move, clamps down on the light squares, that could be long-term terminal for the white king. Wow, this is so double-edged.
for white, potentially, I'm just realizing now that at some moment there's a queen e2 to throw in, because the knight on g1 doesn't just put pressure on the knight on h3 and maybe, okay, queen e2 apparently supported here, but the queen e2 idea is getting the black queen off a very dangerous line, and the knight on f6 now has to remain stationary because queen h5 check would be a problem after black plays knight to e4. So g5 is a committal move, and wow, I'm surprised that it doesn't say that white is just better. I thought I was winning this knight on h3, but maybe because white is uncoordinated, that even once you move your king out of check, knight takes h3 can be met by bishop to g4. This is a hectic position.
No, then knight take g5. Then knight take g5 happens, yeah?
Oh,
It's
Peter,
crazy.
you found it. Yeah, it's like every single move where it seems like you're finding the way forward doesn't work. But then what is the right continuation? Because white is up a rook.
Exactly, yeah. It's crazy. Mind-blowing, yeah, because what are the options?
Well, maybe just knight takes d2. I don't know.
No, but then queen take g5 check. Queen take
I just
g5
wanted to
check or
run.
not? Yeah, but then bishop takes d2 and okay, we are just wait to be... And then queen h6 check will come.
Yeah, unfortunately, queen e2 doesn't work. Yeah, check, and you pick up the bishop. Oh, there's so much to calculate in this position. Like you, Robert, I'm looking at these ideas, and every move I'm kind of changing my mind. It's like, oh, suddenly we have to calculate. Suddenly we have to kind of not guess, but like, I mean, there's so many kind of candidate moves for both sides. G5, I actually really like it for black if you can make it work, but queen e2, at least now we've stumbled across maybe Nakamura's next move, if given the opportunity.
Yeah, but that's why king g8 is then really smart, yeah, because after queen e2 I can play knight e4. Yeah, this king g8 is such a multi-purpose move.
Do you think that will be on Jan's radar? Like, how good would you say he is? You've worked with him, Peter, at this type of prophylaxis, and also having missed the opportunity to play king g8 earlier when he might have got this same position with kind of an extra tempo. Do you think that's an easy one to make?
Well, I know that Jan is brilliant, but there is also a lot of tension. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, it's all nerves are involved, and then who knows if you are able to compose your nerves and play the move that you would play at home automatically. Yeah, this we should not be forgetting. Yeah, the players are feeling tremendous pressure. You also see that, and we also know that Jan is not used to be so behind on the clock, right? Yeah, he likes to surprise his opponent. He likes to play quickly, and this is something of a new situation for him.
Well, it's the second time in a few rounds, so for Jan, maybe he's getting used to it, but he is not enjoying it, that's for sure. This position is very challenging. So, David, as you look here, the white king exposed, but this knight g1 move, an extremely nice retreating find from Hikaru. And you look at the clock, I asked earlier, but I'm going to ask again, do you feel like this is going to play a part? Because without increment, no bonus time when you made the move, not until you reach move 40, at some point, Jan, if he's not careful, might have to speed up, and you can't make quick decisions in this position.
Yeah, earlier I was not dismissive, but I was quite optimistic at least about Jan's clock handling and the kind of situation. But yeah, since that moment, you're right, Robert. He's still spent a lot of time. I think he's averaging at this point maybe 10, 15 minutes on most of the key moves. And yeah, the longer that continues, he might only have two big thinks left in him before move 40. And yeah, I'm starting to get worried. I mean, you're not asking the right person, time trouble addict himself here, but yeah, it's definitely one of those types of positions where the margins for error are tiny. And I mean, in terms of whose position is easier to play, it does feel like Hikaru at some point might be able to bail out, give some material back. And yeah, of course, Black doesn't have that luxury. Black needs to play energetically, needs to keep maximum tension, and maybe needs to play for tricks tactics at some point, unless he can get kind of pawn on g4 and start playing more strategically. So difficult position. We saw Jan just for a second look over at the clock, back to concentration now, but he's literally got less than half the time of his opponent. And like you said, it's a rare scenario for Jan. Most of the rounds in the tournament this far, apart from maybe that game against Pragg, he's been up significantly on time and out of his comfort zone now for sure, Peter.
Yes, it was so funny when you highlighted that, yeah, you are such a time trouble addict, because unfortunately, I'm also hardly mismanaging my time. Maybe this is the reason why I stopped playing. My wife at least told me that no, it's enough. If every single game I see you have 1 minute for 20 moves, I mean, what's the purpose in you playing chess? And she's absolutely right. Because how many times I was handling the situation like, okay, 19 perfect moves in 1 minute and then one mistake and it all falls apart, and we know the result. So whenever I got into time trouble, I was actually many times thinking about you, David, that okay, just chill, Peter, it's not such a disaster. David used to be in much bigger time troubles. Yeah, this was my calming mantra many times.
Peter, it sounds like you should play some Bullet, because if you want to have 1 minute left and play 20 moves, just start with 1 minute on your clock. That way the whole game gets done.
Yeah, that's maybe that's the remedy. That's where I should be heading to.
I'm honored, Peter, that you think of me under duress in time trouble scenarios. I mean, there are greater role models out there. Alexander Grishuk, there's people who handle it far better than me. But yeah, it's definitely without increment like we're facing in this tournament. It's a scary prospect. We've seen players crack with far more than 1 minute on their clock. And yeah, definitely unfamiliar territory for some of them. Yeah, definitely don't recommend it to anyone at home. Nobody's spouses. Just avoid time trouble. It's bad for the heart, bad for the health, bad for everything.
This position is probably bad for Jan's heart, because he knows how critical this game is. We're 6 games have finished. He is 4 out of 6. So does Gukesh. If Hikaru beats Jan in this game, suddenly Hikaru joins that pack. We'll have 4 out of 7, and will bring Jan back down to earth. If we're honest, these last candidates, including this one, this is his 3rd in a row, he has been on fire. Is astronomically impressive. It just feels like he brings a whole new level, and his results show for it. So for Jan, this would be a loss at the worst possible moment. He's shown a tendency that even when he gets bad positions, he can work his way out of it, because he is such a tactical wizard, and he does understand dynamics with the best of them on the planet. Peter, you've worked with Jan, of course. We've had the privilege of covering many of his games over the years. And here, Jan, he's looking at the clock right there. You saw that? He kind of turned to the side. He knows that time will play a pretty large role in this game, because if he rushes a decision, well, that could be that. And if he takes too much time, he won't have the necessary time remaining to reach move 40. He twiddles with the piece, as do many chess players. David, I'm going to ask you here, as the resident time trouble addict, we all are, if we're being honest here, how much longer do you think he can afford to spend on this turn? Because all of the next moves feel like they will be critical.
Yeah, we should form a boy band, Time Trouble Anonymous. It's difficult here. 13, 14 minutes now he's spent on this one move alone. He needs to start averaging much kind of quicker moves, especially in the build up to move 40. I would say here it is a critical decision, because it feels like whether he plays King G8, whether he goes for Knight E4 or G5, his next few moves might be a bit quicker. But yeah, ultimately he needs to start getting in the rhythm. That's how he's kind of become one of the best players in the world, because he's able to apply pressure to his opponents. And yeah, I would say he needs to move in the next 2 or 3 minutes, and hopefully his next moves will come thick and fast after that. Of course, Nakamura, if anyone's going to punish a time trouble addict, it is going to be Hikaru. So yeah, getting dramatic now. Definitely on the clock. Closing in on the 40-minute mark, and still plenty complicated moves ahead. Yeah, maybe it's time to zoom out of this one, as it looks like he's not yet ready to move, ready to play. Things are happening elsewhere at the moment. And Peter, you'll be very happy in the bottom right of our screens here. Veruja, he managed to castle by hand.
Yes, he played the move a4, yeah, forcing black to trade on f1. That's how white recaptured with king to f1, and the king continued the journey to g1. And in this situation, things have clarified. I do believe that white should be enjoying himself somewhat, because if we are looking at black's perspective, then where is black's counterplay? That bishop on f4 is quite strong. White has some initiative on the king side. That pawn on h5 and the rook on h3 are doing perfect job. The big question will be, when is the right moment for knight e5? I believe that will be the big question.
It's an essential question, and that's what Gukesh will need to anticipate, because when the knight hops in, it's going to be an issue. I want to point out in the top right, I don't know, what kind of fighting spirit these two players have in this particular position. It's opposite colored bishops. I could see that one fizzling out, maybe in the relatively near future in terms of move number, but the players will take their time. And I'm looking at the bottom left, because that one, I think, went from the least interesting to potentially becoming one of the more interesting games of the round, because Vidit Gujrati, he's taking the chance. This potentially is a moment where he wants to continue to turn his candidates around. He started on a high, a win in round 2 with Black against Hikaru Nakamura after drawing solidly with Black in the first game. Then he lost 2 in a row. Then he wins 1. And now I drew Fabiano, of course, in round 5. Then he beat Ali Reza in round 6. Here in round 7, he can get to a plus score once again if he takes down Nijat Abbasov. And let's dive right in, because David, I'll ask you first and then Peter second. But H5 in that game, do you like Vidit's choice?
Ooh, yes. Alpha Vidit here making an appearance. It feels like it's a real pandemic here of pushing the H pawns forward. But the more I look at it, the more I think actually Abbasov's play here, all of White's heavy pieces, the queen, the 2 white rooks, they're distracted, they're on the queen side, and they're not making any progress at all on that flank. Still the same dilemma, what to do with this B pawn. If you have a capture, either way, then you're left with an isolated A pawn. You're kind of strategically ruining your pawn structure. And unless tactically that works, unless you can follow through, for example, B takes C5 with a quick D4, then what are you actually doing on that flank? And often in chess, just good strategy, good awareness, full board awareness. If your opponent's looking one way, you go the other. And here, that's what Vidit is doing. He's tickling this misplaced knight on G3. It's not clear where that knight ever wants to go. I can't actually find any good circuit, any good route for it. And yeah, H4, you might put a pawn on H3, watch out for that happening, and then Black will try and open up the long diagonal with F5 in the near future. So H5 doesn't do any damage. I don't think it's actually a bad move, even if you don't get to attack. But it's definitely hinting. It's definitely kind of the build-up move. Peter, are you as enthusiastic as I'm becoming?
Yes, exactly. I feel a lot of potential, a lot of hidden potential behind the move H5. You beautifully highlighted, that eventually this H4 F5 break will be very dangerous for White if that bishop on B7 comes to life and there will be pressure against the G2 pawn. Then also look at White's pieces. Everything is directed towards the queen side, and it would be so nice from White's perspective to force some trade which Black does not want to do. But the problem is that knight c4 can be answered by a takes b4, a takes b4, rook takes a1, and then c takes b4. If I'm not missing anything, then this pawn could be hanging there. And this is quite irritating, because after rook at b1, clearly White does not want to play b5. I don't believe that he wants to trade on c5 or a5. And then what is White doing? And that's why I love the move h5, because it poses some more questions.
And the previous move, the rook coming to f7, it was also leaving things a bit ambiguous, but potentially doubling on the f line at the right moment. So if the attack is going to initiate, then the doubling of the rooks could be in the cards later in the game. But I just want us to show the variation that Peter mentioned. There are a lot of takes, but it's important to note that White has enough cover for the b4 pawn. But after knight c4, David, take it away. This could be a situation where White's not looking out for all of his pieces.
That's right. Knight c4 is a very desirable move. I think the whole idea for White was to play either knight b3 or into c4. Knight b3, at the very least, could often be met by a move like pawn to a4. Maybe you can even capture on b4 there. But the line Peter mentioned, threatening now to take on a5 for the first time. And yeah, unfortunately for White here, no matter which piece you take with queen or rook, you lose connection over b4. I was temporarily curious about queen takes. Yes, White's down a pawn, but now we get to a7. But I'm assuming Black just... Ooh, I'm going to blunder something. I was going to say knight c5.
Yeah,
how does Black deal with this?
Exactly. I was also counting on knight c5, but then d4 gets quite murky.
Yeah, and I have a feeling, I mean, white's position is so loose, white's pieces are so discoordinated that black should be doing well, but...
Yeah, ED H4. Yeah, ED H4 I think is very strong, because then this is always met by Queen C5 check and white's position falls apart.
H5, genius, all part of the plan.
Exactly.
You might well have calculated this as well, Vidit. I wouldn't put it past him. Really impressive play, just to show your variation there, Peter. Important that it's a check. You take this knight, you'll take this knight, and black will be multiple pawns up with a winning position. So yeah, if the brute force approach doesn't work with knight c4, you're not making any headway on the queen side. How would you react here, Robert, to this? I'm guessing a bit of a surprise for Abbasov, h5.
Well, I understand that h4 is an idea, so I get nervous about that. But white playing h4, that's out of the question. You do not have enough defenders on that flank, and you'll see I think the evaluation bar. Oh, I assumed it was going to go in black's favor, but that was a move that I'm saying it out loud because it's important for everyone watching to look at consequences. But that h4 pawn looks like it would just be one. Apparently, you can get away with it. I would never play it, but wow, it does surprise me. F5. Maybe white can even start bringing knight to f3 and up to g5. Anytime you push a pawn, you do leave squares behind, and that knight finally will get an outpost. That's the struggle for white, speaking positionally here, is that the knights don't have an outpost to jump to, but if you push that pawn to f5, suddenly the knight jumps back. And I was going to say that instead of h4 for white, knight f3 came to mind as well, but it's a hard move to play when you just brought that knight back to d2. You feel silly, like you wasted time. What was your idea? To go to c4 on the queen side, but going right back to where you came from, that doesn't feel good. I think it, from a human perspective, is hard to do. But you can see Abbasov's eyes. He's staring on over at the queen side. I can't imagine that he is going to be exchanging pawns there or wasting time because h4 becomes a threat.
Big threat potentially on the board, h4. And yeah, here we see the eye tracker, pretty much the eye tracker camera. His eyes were over at the king side, went to the queen side, back to the king side, now fixed on the queen side. You're right, Robert. He's definitely looking at something, trying to force the issue. He's up massively on the clock, around half an hour here, Abbasov, but yeah, it's very difficult position. And the knight does go back to f3. I've got to praise him there, Abbasov, just that kind of human error thing. We make a move, we realize, okay, it wasn't the best one, then we go back. It takes a lot of kind of swallowing of the pride there, but he plays it, and probably a good way of at least slowing black down. So a very quiet, a very tense position.
I was going to ask, does it really slow black down? Because that rook f7 move, I think it was so clever from Vidit. I mean, the rook on f8, it was connected with the other rook, but now he can swing it to h7, and he can say, you stopped h4 for one turn, how are you going to do it on this next one? Are you going to play h4 yourself? That feels really risky. I don't know if you can get away with it. And so I think you're asking the tough questions. Peter, what do you think? Should black try a move like rook h7? What would you do here?
Well, I'm going to meet it with knight h4. I think that also white is, after knight f3, heading towards the h4 square with the knight, because all of a sudden the g6 pawn is loose, and let's just highlight that king g7 is never a possibility because of the knight fork on f5. That's, I think, very important to highlight.
Ouch.
Whoops. Forktown. Whoops. This would be disastrous for white. Sorry, for black even. But yeah, knight h4. Wow, this is so tense. I mean, just in view of those forks, maybe you start with a move like queen e6 so that you can meet knight h4 with queen to g4.
Yeah, queen e6 is smart.
Yeah, but I like that, Robert. Maybe up the sleeve for a bit later on, rook h7 at the right moment, h4, and still on the cards for later. At least Vidit can argue that he's gained a couple of moves. He's pretty much gained h5 and queen e6 for free, because white has been yo-yoing back and forth with the white knight, d2, knight f3. It's still unclear what Abbasov's plan is, if any. So queen e6 would be my choice in view of that knight h4 that you pointed out, Peter.
Yeah, but I think also enough of all these finesses. Let the players battle it out. Let's get back to the game Hikaru against Jan, because king g8 had been played, and after queen e2, knight e4 is on the board. And I just want to treasure that position, yeah, that black has such a nice compensation on the light squares, despite being an exchange and the pawn done. White's rook on a1 is still far away from the game. The bishop from c1 has not yet been developed, and I want to see Hikaru handling this situation. It's not easy. How to continue with white now that black has kind of stabilized his forces?
David, you want to take that question? Because I don't have an answer to it.
I mean, yeah. Candidates tournament, candidate moves. I'm struggling to find any for white. Does black have a threat? If not, then I want to play a4 just to get rook a3 in. I need to develop this rook at all costs to bring it into the game. If not, then I mean, we're taught to look at forcing moves first, so maybe you can take this knight off the board, try and hide the white king on g1. I'm struggling. Help me out, Robert. I need a helping hand. How does white stave off any potential attack?
I wish I had that helping hand. In fact, I feel like I need to channel some Pragnananda, because earlier in this tournament against Alireza Firouzja, I think that was the first round, right? That was really early on. They had this huge skirmish, which eventually ended with Pragnananda sacrificing a bunch of material and forcing a repetition because white did not have pawns to shelter the king. So I am looking at those kinds of ideas. You should learn from the games that you've studied and witnessed, and that game comes on. Is there going to be some kind of sacrifice on g3? I don't know if it's going to work, but I'm just looking in that direction with an eventual like bishop takes g3, pawn takes, and queen g6 with knight f4 ideas and hitting the g3 pawn. You have to really be accurate. You don't just give away all your pieces and hope that it works out. But that's the direction that I'm trying to take this game to. So I'm wondering how I can even make that work. It's perhaps a bit of wishful thinking, but I'm just trying to sniff out some kind of tactical idea against the white king.
You know, it does look like there are lots of tactics in the air here. I really love it, Robert, all those bishop takes g3, queen g6 ideas. Yeah, somehow leaping out the way with this knight, if you can avoid a queen trade. Okay, I'm going to put a few moves on the board. And reluctantly, I'm going to wait for the bar to drop. Let's play the move a4 and see. Okay, I haven't blundered anything. And at least I'm trying to improve the white position. Rook to a3 coming next. What would be on your minds here for black?
Well, yeah, there are so many tactical possibilities. Yeah, that do we go, for example, for Robert's idea like queen g6, knight takes h3, bishop takes g3, just to spice things up completely? Okay, out of fun, let's do it. Knight takes h3, bishop takes g3. What is this?
Justified. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's justified, Peter Lecco and David Howell. The engine likes it, but this, I think, goes to show that white could be in some danger if Hikaru is not careful either.
Yes,
I would
absolutely.
need a change of. I would need a change of trousers, a change of pants here if I were white. Wow, look at this white king. How is this equal? How is this level? And how does white defend?
I would go as far as imagine Hikaru having the black pieces in this position, and we would be commentating like, oh my god, Hikaru has all these powerful pieces, how will white survive? And well, he's facing Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is also an incredible attacker, and now that Jan had some really difficult questions to ask, yeah? With knight d7, knight f6, then king g8, knight e4. Now that he has played all of those moves, I think the position starts to speak for itself. Yeah, everything comes naturally. Yeah, all these hidden, crazy, mysterious kind of questions had been solved, and the pressure is on Hikaru.
The turns my table, as they say, right? This is a position where the white king could find itself in trouble. Black has given up material, and queen g6. That's a move that looks automatic in some of these variations. A sacrifice on g3 first is perhaps in the air. And I think that if we just continue down the a4 line, maybe we should study it in a little bit more detail, because that variation with bishop, queen going to g6, knight h3, bishop takes g3, like how does white survive there? Because no longer am I worried about black holding on. I'm looking at this like, if I didn't have an engine, which I'm not looking at the moves, we just have the evaluation bar saying zeros, how does white actually survive this game? It looks really scary.
I can't even see a move.
Well, knight takes e4, bishop e4, queen takes e4 is like a desperate attempt of sacrificing the queen and getting some clarity, but black is just better, yeah? I guess that black's queen is just so much more powerful than white's terrible pawn structure, and also the pieces are not working together.
Yeah, this is instructive. Actually, mathematically, white's ahead, but as you say, Peter, just unfortunately the white piece is not coordinated yet. Maybe black continues to give checks, picks up some pawns in the process. Okay, at least white's not dead yet, but yeah, this position, how do you survive? Maybe you take and then you run? Oh wait, you can't run. King f1, I was going to say, bishop d3. Get pinned anyway. Oh, is it king g1? Of course.
Maybe king g1 and you have knight g5. Yeah, thanks to knight g5 you survive, but don't tell me you survive.
Yeah, this is of course is exactly what a player wants to do, is walk their king into discovered check and say, yeah, it's all fine here. Now, this is really dangerous stuff. And that's why I wanted to pause this in this moment, is because Hikaru, he won the opening battle. There's no question about that. He took it to Jan's Petrov, stole a rook in the corner, brought his queen back, but his king, it's not going to find the safety that you would want to be able to cement your advantage. So right now, Hikaru knows the critical moment. He's spending 11 and a half minutes. Did you see his eyes right there? Did you see him? He just shook. He is really looking at this position with a new sense of purpose, because he is recognizing that there are serious threats. He's shaking his head. His eyes are closed. David, he is worried about his king.
Yeah, understandably, massive concerns here for Hikaru. This is where we talk about the eval bar and everything, but that doesn't even tell 1% of the story here. It's just complicated. It's just irrational disposition, and he's lucky, Hikaru, that he has nearly 80 minutes left on his clock here, because otherwise, I mean, if he were down to 30 minutes, I think panic would set in. It's the prime example of a position where it's easy to blunder. And as we were probably likely to do in most of those variations we were showing, Peter, where's the cemento move? What move comes to mind? Do you trade knights and maybe just run back with the king to g1? I'm just struggling. Oof, do you put a knight on f1 just to hold the fort? I need help.
Well, the point is that black has the cemento spirit. Yeah, black has sacrificed the material but has wonderful positional compensation. And I remember when in 2021, Team Nepo, and I was involved with this, we had envisioned this spirit. Yeah, now don't ask me for all the exact details. Yeah, but it was very much this, that black has long-term play here, and it's also Jan. Yeah, it suits his style perfectly. Clearly, it was a very scary moment because Hikaru was blitzing all his moves, and Jan maybe did not remember exactly, was it bishop f5 or king g8, but the spirit is right on the board, and white is in danger here.
Suddenly thinking the same. At first, I thought it was Jan. He's down on the clock. He's down material. He's the one who is not in his preparation, but preparation is done with. And it is possible, and I know you're not going to give anything away, Peter, we respect that Jan was just trying to recall the general principles of this line, where you give up material. When do you try to gain a couple pawns for your lost exchange of rook for knight, or excuse me, for bishop here? When do you try to grab those pawns? When do you just keep the attack going and keep the status quo in terms of material? And Hikaru, he is in for a deep think, because as he looks at the position, there are many ideas that I see from the black side. If it were black's turn, bishop g4, clearing the path for the f pawn to scramble forward. f5, f4, used as a battering ram to go after the white king. And there are some variations, as we've been talking about, where you sacrifice on g3, bring the queen to g6. Maybe you sacrifice on g3 and play knight f4 check with queen g6 to follow, and just go right after the white king. I think in that a4 line, that is another possibility, where you just give up some material to get some in return, and the white king does not have all of the necessary defenders around it to maintain an advantage.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to show that, Robert. It was so impressive, that type of tactic. I mean, we could talk all day. I mean, we could analyze for hours in this type of position. Knight f4. Whoa. How many pieces are you down, first of all?
I'm channeling my Pragg. I watched him do this in the first round against Faruja. You just go after the white king. If it slides to the h file, to h2, I mean, if it slides here, the knight g3 check, and it's just equal, I thought black would be in charge, but here it's saying that black really is in charge because knight f2 check at the end, and then the white king is in trouble, and you have to give up your queen, and your pieces are not coordinated. So I guess you're losing the queen by force, but white has 2 minor pieces and a rook. I can't even count the pawns in time. This is just a messy situation with the king going to f1 instead of to the corner.
But bishop takes g3, it might just be a threat then in this position, at least psychologically, Peter. I mean, he'll see this, Hikaru. He'll see bishop takes g3 might be on the cards, and he'll be panicking. Again, I think he would love to turn the board around and take the black side. Hikaru, just style-wise, it suits both of them, but only from the black side. For white, I don't think it suits anyone's style right now.
Yes, exactly. Because it's so obvious that black has all these tactical ideas, and how do we stop that? The point is that black has the upper hand, strategically speaking, yeah? Basically, when we look at this position, we just don't feel that white is material up. In fact, it is black who is attacking with much more pieces than white is defending. It's an extremely scary situation.
I'm looking forward to Hikaru's recap of this game, because all the tactics that are swirling through his head right now are going to be fascinating to listen to. And you see him there, he is entranced. He is trying to figure out a way forward. He does not play an opening like this just to make some kind of peaceful result. He doesn't want to draw. He wants to win. He likely felt that this would be his time to catch up to Jan, because if this game is in fact, say, a draw, or the worst case scenario would be a loss for Hikaru, of course. But if they draw the game, he's looking at the distance between the two of them, and every opponent is strong in the candidates. So it's not like there are free points. No matter how many points players currently have, at any moment they can score a victory. So why don't we leave Hikaru to it? Look at his face. He is struggling right now, and that is how complex this position is. But I do want to bring our attention elsewhere, just because I see a change in pawn structure in another game. We do promise to get back to Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi's game. In the top right, that one looks like it's relatively level, opposite colored bishops. I don't think we need to dive into the details there, but I think in the bottom right, that's where we have our biggest alteration, where there has been that exchange of knights on e5. And my question, David, at first glance, do you think that this should favor Alireza, who we know is a ferocious attacker?
Ferocious Faruja, I agree. I would be terrified here if I were Gukesh. It's also slightly worrying that he took this knight on e5. Maybe he had to, but he took this knight on e5 as now thinking. I guess there's 2 options for black. Either you jump in, you go active with the knight, or you rely on your superior structure and drop back. But going passive, allowing white's queen to spring forward, the rook to come to g3. I mean, I think I would get checkmated 9 times, 10 times out of 10 against Faruja in this position. So yeah, it's terrifying. Clock time on Gukesh's side. Again, Faruja, maybe one of his Achilles heels this tournament has been his subpar, his reckless time usage. Again, I want to talk, but yeah, Gukesh looking away from the board there, peering up, maybe at his opponent, is wondering how to survive, and he does go back to d7. I was wondering if it should be the other one, but no, the bar doesn't react. And Peter, to my eyes, so many easy moves here for white, and nothing easy about black's position.
Yes, but on the other hand, where is the mate? Yeah, because if you would start with queen g4, then I get king h7, rook g8. Maybe to start with rook g3 is a little bit smarter, because then after king h7 you might have this annoying queen c2 check. I don't know if that is important or not, but it does feel like it's a tempo. So maybe after rook g3 I should play king h8, yeah, just not to allow this option. And against queen g5 I'm still relying on rook g8, and after all, okay, black has a very healthy position. And where is the mate? There are no light squared bishops, luckily, so I don't exactly see how do you checkmate. And clearly you would love to get the white knight to d4. Yeah, that would be a lovely cemented square, but a4 pawn is hanging. I know that it's little premature to be talking about this pawn, and I'm not that happy capturing it, but that queen on a4 would also be pinning along the 4th rank, and that's why this pawn might be very important.
it is very essential to this position that black gets counterplay because of that loose pawn. If you could push that back, I think that white would be much happier about the position. So that's a good call by you, Peter. And I'm with David. I'm scared to have a position like this from the black side. But my question for you, Peter, and I think as you train a fellow teenager who's up in that 27, 40, 50 territory, how is Gukesh so stoic when he has faced some vicious preparation from Pragnananda? He was unfazed, right? He won that game from the black side. He's now facing a position against Faruja where many players would panic, try to defend their king directly. But I get the feeling that he's looking at this position with objective eyes, saying that a4 pawn, my knight can hop to c5 in the future. There's some weak squares in white's position that I can target. So I say all this wondering, because I don't have the answer myself, how is Gukesh this calm, this mature at such a young age?
I think that it comes to the fact that he is working very professionally and he believes in his openings. Yeah, so for example, if we go back to the game against Pragnananda where it looked like, wow, this is such a brilliant prep by Pragg and it's so dangerous, sacrificing all those pawns. But if you think like this, that you are in Gukesh's shoes and you know that this is a very good setup for black, yeah, and the whole world haven't been sacrificing those pawns yet, yeah, so you somehow, if you believe in your opening, yeah, you really have to believe, because if you don't believe, you can think like things are falling apart. And I do believe that also here he was the one who opted for this queen b6, c takes d4, e takes d4, bishop d7, bishop b5. Clearly he had to know the move h4, rook h3 on general grounds that this is a possibility, and his idea is that he can play this type of position, and if he has this belief, this helps him to stay calm at the board.
David, I believe in you, just in case you needed to hear that. And I believe in your chess. I believe in your instinct that, you know, it does look suspicious or somewhat dangerous for black, but on all the variations we're talking about, black is almost pre-moving. King h8, rook g8. So looking at the clocks the way they are you getting a little bit worried for Ali Reza, who has been a glutton for time trouble in this event? He's at the bottom of the standings, 1.5 points. You know he wants some score out of this game, and likely going for the Black King isn't going to get you really anywhere. So as you take in the position, the clocks, the tournament as a whole, are you a bit worried for Ali Reza here that perhaps this one will also get out of hand?
I'm definitely worried, Robert. Actually, before the round, I was doing a lot of thinking, kind of trying to make predictions about what to expect today. And this game, it does have warning bells attached to it for Faruja. With white, it's easy to go all out for the attack. I wasn't sure which opening it would be, but this type of position, there isn't really a safety net here. There's no break you can pull. You've got a pawn structure that's very expanded on the king side. Your queen side slightly vulnerable with this a4 pawn. You're kind of all into mating at some point. But if he doesn't find anything in the next 3-4 moves, as Peter said, it could easily turn. He could easily get frustrated. I mean, in 5 moves time, at move 20, he might be down to 5-10 minutes on the clock. So yeah, there's a lot riding just on the next few moves alone, and especially against the stoic, the confident, the kind of just the super impressive Gukesh. The more I think about it, unless there is a checkmate, the more I look at it, I can't find one. It's certainly everything adding up to kind of difficult times ahead for Faruja. So I don't want to be too down on his chances. I really believe in him. Thanks for your belief in me. He's beaten me enough times in my career to know that he's still a dangerous customer, even when he's wounded, Faruja. But yeah, this is a key moment in this game and key for the tournament standings in general. Gukesh, if he can win with black, this would be massive. He'd really, really believe in himself in the second half of the tournament.
And we know he's capable of doing so, right? Sorry, go ahead, Peter.
Yes, no, I just wanted to say that let me also suggest a move for white, yeah? That what if we forget about the direct attack and we first just play a move like knight d2 to f3, staying flexible, trying to get knight d4 tempo, the queen from d1 is still protecting the a4 pawn. I believe that after knight f3, the main question is what happens after knight c5, not only hitting the pawn on a4, but also trying to go knight e4, because that knight on e4 will stop any kind of rook g3 ideas, just to highlight that what a complex strategical middle game position this is and why Ali Reza is taking his time.
It's complex. Alireza is down on time, and I think that's why my initial feeling is some concern after making sure that there's no checkmating attack. So I'm with both of you here. I think that Alireza, such a talented player in his own right, and Gukesh in top shape, really phenomenal form, bringing his absolute best to the candidate. So we will leave Alireza to it. He has a lot to work out. He was playing Blitz on chess.com last night. Now he's back to the board, and that may seem confusing. Board online, board online. You too can be like Alireza and play both online and over the board, because chess.com is thrilled to support fellow game changer ChessUp, the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new ChessUp 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your chess.com rated games, which you can then save and analyze on chess.com. With built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sense pieces, ChessUp 2 supports beginning players, players in training, and casual games between friends and family. For a limited time, save $100 when you pre-order your ChessUp 2 on Kickstarter now. Head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use the command chessup in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. Do it, get involved, and hey, maybe it'll help you improve your chess. But for now, we are going to head to break where Gukesh, he's got to figure out if he can improve his tournament standing. Alireza, he's made some moves, and so are the other players. We'll be back soon for round 7 coverage of the 2024 FIDE Candidates.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our day.
Okay, we'll just see.
All right, well.
Gotcha.
Oh my.
Oh. Smart kid.
How does she do that? That's incredible. Nice going.
You underestimated her, Grandpa.
Round 7 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates, live in the Great Hall in Toronto, Canada. You see the action. It is just nerve-wracking. It's tense. The players are trying to make their mark on this tournament and the world of chess. Vidit Gujrathi, he won his previous game. He'd like to make it 2 in a row. He's the black pieces against Nijat Abbasov. He's swirling, he's swiveling, and will he be able to do that with his pieces to outlast his opponent? There is so much on the line with each and every move. This is the Candidates Tournament. And as we see, our 4 boards, the bottom left, that is the game between Vidit and Abbasov. It's locked up. In the top right, we have opposite color bishops. Pragg against Fabiano Caruana seems to have done a great job staving off any opening pressure Fabiano hoped to get. In the bottom right, well, we were just looking at that. And in the top left, we do see Hikaru Nakamura still on the clock. So we will leave that game too. We, of course, will dive back in later. What do you think, Peter? Should we go to the game between Abbasov and Vidit, or does another game catch your eye more?
Well, I would like to have an update on Fabiano against Pragg, because I start to worry a little bit for white. It's not only that black has equalized comfortably, but look at this, that bishop on h6 is a monster bishop hitting the diagonal on c1. So white is unable to fight for the c file. The queen from e7 eyeing the h3 pawn. That's why the rook from a1 cannot really move. If anyone, then only black can be slightly better.
I'm with you. I'm sure David will also agree. David, this seems like a dream position for you from the black side.
Yeah, Robert, this is my ultimate fantasy. I mean, it's not enough to make me switch to start playing the French defense regularly, but I mean, if I could get this position, if I could guarantee it, then I would consider a potential change. Yeah, it just looks like all the risk out of the position. Black has 0 weaknesses. And yeah, the d4 pawn going to tie down white forever. The a3 pawn. Yeah, the opposite color bishops, the presence of those pieces, don't let it fool you, anyone at home. We're still a long way from an endgame where that could kind of result in drawish tendencies, especially with the major pieces on the board. Still a lot of action ahead and easy moves. That's the key in chess. You want to play rook c8 or rook b8. You want to potentially play a4 later on, maybe just to fix this pawn on a3. I don't really see what white's doing in the meantime. Yeah, you can play a move like h3, give yourself some lift with the white king, but after that, what next? So I think, yeah, as Peter was saying, dangerous times for Fabi. Deceptively level this position, when actually black's position is the more level of the two. They're much more comfortable.
I appreciate that framing, deceptively level. And one thing that everyone at home should note is that pawn chains are only as strong as their base pawn. Look at black's pawn chains starting from f7. How is white ever going to get to that square? It's so far away from white's pieces. And how many defenders does black have on it? 2 rooks, a queen, and a king. You're not touching that pawn. d4, on the other hand, well, that requires defense from pieces because there's a pawn on e5. You can't bring that pawn back to e3, in which case we would say there's no problem. It's equal. There's not much to discuss. But that d4 pawn does feel vulnerable. g5 followed by g4 at the right moment could be scary. That's a typical French idea anyway. And as you were saying, David, the black rooks can pick a file, and in particular, the c file looks appealing because white can't compete for it thanks to the bishop on h6. So, Peter, you brought us to this game. Please unleash your wisdom on us. How much better do you think this is from the black side? How careful does Fabi have to be?
I think Fabi needs to be very careful, and I believe that something like bishop b5 could be a natural way of putting some pressure on the knight on c6. Let's not forget, white has a queen on e1 eyeing that a5 pawn. The only weakness, also I want to make sure that black will never get this rook b8 a4 grip that David highlighted, because then it's really very, very dangerous for white. So bishop b5, eventually also getting ready for a cemento with h3 a4, but that will leave the b4 square abandoned for some knight b4, knight c2, and then look at that bishop on h6, the open c file, that looks very scary. So seemingly locking the b file, but if white goes for this, then black switches to the c file. That's why the pawn on a3 is kind of important, but bishop b5 maybe is a good start.
I think it's a very wise decision. Pragg, he's having a good tournament with a plus score. Gukesh, he's tied for first. So the Indian contingent, the youngsters doing well. And Vidya Gujarati, he has had 4 decisive games, 2 of them being in his favor. He would like to make it a 5th in this round. So the Indian players, including Pragg, they've done extremely well to this point, 6 rounds in. And who better to ask about their performance than the legendary former world champion Vishwanathan Anand. He's in Toronto. Our very own Mike Klein caught up with Vishy earlier today to hear his thoughts about these young stars.
Thanks, guys. We're here with 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, who's helping us understand who's going to be the next world champion. He is commentating with Grandmaster Irina Krush, and I wanted to have you on because obviously there's a lot of Indians playing. So I want to get your thoughts first on the 2 kids, on Pragg and also Gukesh. Describe their play so far.
Both, after all, what's their first appearance in the candidates, are just playing as if they've been here all the time. They're creating a lot of chances, and Gukesh +2, fairly unthreatened so far, +2. Pragg a bit more combative, had this one accident, but again he's managed to win 2 games. This lovely bluff, or I don't know what to call it, he did against Vidit, stunt. And very impressive, +2, +1, and Vidit just on 50%, so very good performances.
Kids, you're not supposed to move your F-pawn without my written permission or unless your name is Pragg. What about Vidit? He's been really up and down. Is there a chance he could pull off like 3 or 4 wins in a row and really challenge for the title?
He's done it before, but for me, what is interesting is that both Pragg and Vidit have had some missteps, and but the more important thing is every game they come up with new chances, and then that allows them a certain margin of failure. I think Vidit could easily a win somewhere. There's a lot of rounds left. A win somewhere, and his mood is back. Everything is back. His score is helping, and he's right back in it.
Was there a small competition for your services to help prepare for this tournament?
Not too much. Things are pretty much set, and they with the seconds. But I was asked the odd question or two.
Okay, I won't dive deeper. Last question. You went to the Bocelli concert last night, and I heard you were really into it. Describe how you felt there.
Oh, unbelievable. It was so nice to be there. And I realized that there were a lot of songs that I had heard of, but I didn't realize were Bocelli, or maybe he was just performing them. And the arbiter, Andy, was also very excited. So we were arguing a little bit about our favorite Bocelli song. I thought it was time to say goodbye, and he thought it was Cantada la Terra. But
Fabiano almost sang a verse for us. Is there any chance we're going to get you to sing a verse?
Time to say goodbye. The problem is, so much of it is Italian. I'm not sure of all the words. I'll have to look it up. But anyway, you can hum along, but you can't really think. But what I thought was a really nice story is when we played here. Because we played, and at some point he set a little trap for me. He had a bishop on d6, a rook on d8, and he's threatened. My queen's on d3. He goes c5. I captured it with the b pawn, not the d pawn, which would obviously allow him to win the queen. And then I think his friend told him, he's taken on c5. Whereupon he didn't go to the c5 square to recapture. He quickly went and checked if the d4 pawn was still there. And when he saw it still there, he said, which I thought was very cute. So, but I didn't realize he's such a serious chess player. Anyway, he closed with Time to Say Goodbye and Nasundorma. So that was fantastic.
Cool. Well, he set a trap for you, and I set a trap for you by also trying to get you to sing on the air. So you're getting trapped every which way, but we appreciate the time, Grandmaster Vishy Anand. Now back to you.
We know that Vishy can sing. He's so modest. We all saw that clip of him singing Roxanne at a concert. So Vishy, next time we do expect you to sing on air. You, in fact, aired that yourself when you tweeted about it. But great to hear from Vishy about all the players, about his experience with the legendary. There really is no parallel to Andrea Bocelli. Such a fan of the maestro's music. So for Vishy to have that experience saying, he's quite a good chess player as well, that's such a compliment. And I wish I could have been a fly on the wall for that experience. But here we are back in round 7 of the candidates. The Indian contingent all have their chances at competing for first place and a shot at the World Championship. This one, Rook A8, a defensive move protecting the A5 pawn before the pieces can be loosened up. This one does look quite level to my eyes. Unless there are any objections, can we switch on over to a different game?
Yes, is the answer. Actually, while Vishy was talking there, what a legend, first of all, so inspiring for this new generation. But I did see after Fabiano's last move, the eval dropped a little bit, at least for white. So I was wondering if it was your move, G5, Robert, but I totally understand Pragnananda not wanting to take that risk, playing very solid, strategically very sound chess. In the meantime, though, you asked for another game, and we were talking about A4 earlier between Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi. It's now on the board. So all of those crazy lines, they must have been racing through Nakamura's mind. And Peter, Are we going to see a tactic? Are we going to see something crazy continue to happen on that kind of game of the round so far?
Yes, well, things are heating up. We were also thinking like, what else? A4 followed by rook A3 is the natural response. Yeah, it's the human reaction. Try to activate that rook, but we also did already speculate about all kinds of sacrifices. Yeah, we have seen millions of different versions of this bishop take G3, queen G6, bishop take G3, bishop take G3, and then even Robert's brilliancy with knight F4 check followed by queen G6 check. It's the only question that because Jan can only make one choice. Yeah, he can only make one move, and which will be his choice? It's so difficult, and he doesn't have so much time. Now, what is the right way? Do you invest another 15-20 minutes to decide on one of those moves, or do you listen to your intuition and you say, you know what, it seems to work, I'm not risking anything, let's go for it?
Not an easy question to answer. And I did see a question mark at first, I think, on this move A4. Maybe it gave away some of the advantage. So I guess we can maybe do ourselves a favor and just understanding what the engine suggested was better. It's such a tricky position. I mean, there are so many possibilities. So if we can just backtrack one half move here, I don't mind. I can be the one to look at it. I'll bring up the engine on my end. It looks like they wanted White to take on h3, allow the bishop to come in with check, but this looks hard to play. And after king g1, bishop g4, already there are some huge questions, and I'm still looking. This is ridiculous. Queen e3, knight takes c5, allowing a queen trade is one of the variations shown here, because after the queens are traded, the d4 pawn drops. So black suddenly gets a pawn to the good and a light square bishop, excuse me, for a rook, and it's anyone's game at that point.
Wow. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru had seen this. Maybe this endgame was one he was trying to evaluate from afar, and ultimately deciding that this didn't give White enough winning chances, or this was kind of minimizing his, minimizing what he hopes is an advantage. But if we go back to the game, I mean, A4, I mentioned it, it just looks like one of the most natural moves. At least you want to improve a piece. And I must admit, I was the one to clear the question mark because I thought it was a very natural attempt, at least. And it doesn't give White a losing position, but all of those options we mentioned, Peter, I just don't know even where to start calculating. Bishop takes g3 looked like the most forcing one of all. I think White pretty much had to recapture.
David, I would like to ask you, yeah, you were so professional, you already removed that question mark. Please do it once again. Yeah, it's just so irritating looking at this A4 move as a question mark, because it's the human move, and the line that Robert was just showing with knight takes h3 and then king g1, bishop g4, queen e3. Okay, no human will ever play like this. First of all, I believe that if you ask Hikaru, then he will tell you immediately, give me that endgame. The endgame isn't the human worry. The human worry is that you might get checkmated while your pieces are not even getting developed. Yeah, that's the human factor. This question mark keeps on reappearing. It's the computer is very insistent, but I think it's practically the right decision. Now also Jan has to make up his mind, because White wants to activate the rook with rook a3, so probably black will have to sacrifice, and he has to calculate very precisely where those sacrifices will lead him to.
And there's so many options for black. I'm glad you cleared the question mark. And Peter, good on you for advocating for its removal, because it's back. No, get out of here. Remove that question mark and don't ever return. I mean, it's the human move, right? Allowing a bishop in front of your king with check, and then saying, all right, that knight takes c5 line wasn't forced, by the way. Black did not have to take on c5. There were other variations where black had sufficient compensation because of the attack against the white king. So I think this is the most natural move. David, you suggested it. So I'm going to ask you, do you think that Jan is going to start by potentially sacrificing something on g3, or keep his options open by playing queen g6, knowingly giving up his knight on h3, but trying to break down the defenses in front of the white king?
I have a feeling he's going to sacrifice something. I'm looking at Jan on the camera right now, and for a moment it looked like he was mumbling to himself, talking to himself. And normally when a top player does that, it means they're saying, okay, queen g6, knight takes h3, bishop takes g3. They're kind of gearing themselves up to play a very committal move where it's a very kind of narrow line. I'm not sure which one is more natural, which one is more Jan style. I think it's just so concrete here that you have to be 100% sure. And I think another thing you mentioned earlier, the clock, 32 minutes here for Jan. If it was 10 minutes more than that, if it were 15 minutes more than that, I think it would be well worth the time investment. But in the back of his mind, he must be thinking, oh, this is getting dramatic. If I miscalculate even one little bit, I'll just be a knight or rook down. So I think the fact that there are other tempting moves like bishop to g4 might throw him off slightly. But ultimately, I'm really hoping we see something like queen g6 or bishop takes g3, because I want to see Hikaru's reaction and I want to see the fireworks that ensue. Peter, it keeps appearing. Sorry, the question mark.
Yes,
it's not me.
Yes, I noticed.
Well, Peter, I was going to ask you, because there might be a point of no return for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Bishop takes g3. If you lead with that move, you're giving up more and more pieces. And something I think we should all ask ourselves, and I'm asking you, so I'm not even asking myself, Peter, I'm requesting, pleading for your help. Certain material imbalances that we might see, how to properly assess those, because we can count, a rook plus a knight and a bishop, that's 5 plus 6, a queen is 9. That should tell us that white would be better. But some of the positions we were looking at before, the computer said, actually, no, black is maybe not even just doing fine, but is in the driver's seat. So how do you go about assessing positions with huge material imbalances?
Well, first of all, my feeling is that in this position, Jan is thinking like, okay, this is interesting, because before he was like under pressure that Hikaru was blitzing everything out, yeah, and he might not have been able to remember move per move his preparation, but now he already feels like he's a brilliant calculator. He has placed all his pieces perfectly, and I'm pretty sure that by now he already sees that he has a safety net. One of the sacrifices guarantee him a draw. That's I'm a true believer in this, yeah, that black is already having a draw in the pocket. Now the big question is that, knowing that he is only having 30 minutes on the clock, will he be tempted to go for one of the sacrifices that might lead to some kind of perpetual check? Or is he leaning towards like, okay, this is such a golden opportunity to attack, let me gamble? Yeah, that's the big question. I think this is what Jan has to decide on, but I'm pretty sure that he is right now very happy about his position.
David, you're not typically a gambling man, at least not taking those risky decisions. You like the solid edge. What do you think? I mean, Jan has a lot at stake in this game. What kind of risks do you think we might see him take right now?
I think he's going to go in, like Peter said, he's ideally going to try and find a sacrifice where he has that safety net, where he knows maybe 3 or 4 moves down the line, he can bail out with a draw if he needs to. He'll kind of weigh up the risk there. I'm trying to think back. Maybe we need to jump in with some moves, partly because this question mark is irking me to the extreme. I keep clearing it. It keeps reappearing. Yeah, I think we need to jump in and try to maybe compare 2 or 3 variations. And
exactly.
I just wanted to start with queen g6 because that was the first that came to our mind, setting up this bishop takes g3. Also, bigger threat maybe of knight to f4 check. As far as I can see, the only viable way to defend this is to take the knight, or at least the most natural move. And now bishop takes g3. And I mean, in terms of risk versus reward here, huge reward, of course. Black could just end up delivering checkmate in the next few moves. I don't think you're risking too much here. We were struggling to find anything for white. I think we even stumbled kind of by process of elimination over this position. But here, for example, I don't think black is risking anything at all. At the very minimum, you can maybe just give a check and white would have to block, throw a piece in the way just to keep the game going. And here, exchange down, yes, but this is such a monster bishop. White's king is so open that you'll never lose this, I feel, with black. So in terms of risk, minimal here. The other variations we were talking about, oh wow, okay, I was about to get there. Bishop takes g3 on the board, fireworks, and a double exclamation point. This one, higher reward maybe, but what do you think, Peter? More risk?
Well, the big question is what is the follow-up, yeah? Because one of Robert's idea was first AG and then Queen G6, but then he also highlighted the Knight F4 idea. This is, and I think Knight F4 is the move that Jan wants to play.
Look at Hikaru. Did you see that? He shook his head. And in some ways, this is reminiscent of what he said about his first round game against Fabiano. Fabiano didn't expect Rook takes F2. Well, the good news for Fabiano, his position was good. Here, Hikaru does not have an engine at his disposal. He is worried. He is seeing the tactics, and that makes it abundantly clear. I don't think he's playing psychological games. He's worried about how this game is going and that he might be in trouble. So Hikaru needs to calm down. Peter, you have world championship experience. How difficult is it to keep your composure or to regain your composure after you miss a move like bishop takes pawn, sacrificing a piece right in front of your king?
Well, I don't think that Hikaru could have missed the move bishop takes g3. The big question is, did he miss this brilliancy with knight f4 check? Yeah, because that's the hidden move. H takes g3, knight f4 check, sacrificing another knight and then going for this king f1, knight g3 position where white will have a rook and two minor pieces against the queen, but the light squares are very vulnerable, and I feel like black will always have perpetual check. Yeah, this is like in the Marshall Gambit, but I perfectly feel with Hikaru that this is extremely dangerous, and he basically he's fighting for survival in the complications.
Look at that reaction from Hikaru. I don't think Jan's even at the board, so this is definitely not for show for his opponent. It's definitely kind of panic setting in. He's lucky, again, Hikaru, that he has 48 minutes on the clock. I mean, if this were the time scramble with 5 minutes left, I think everyone in the world would fall apart right now. But he does have time to recover once he gets over the initial kind of emotions attached to seeing a move like bishop takes g3, black already being a piece, well, the exchange down, and now throwing a piece on the fire as well. Process of elimination, we talked about it before. I think you just need to take this bishop and live with the consequences. Nothing else comes to mind. Knight f4 check is such a deadly threat. So maybe it's a good thing for Hikaru here that objectively he's still fine and he's being forced to find the best moves. Yeah, I think we might just jump in just to predict what will happen. And Robert, your move, knight f4, about to appear on the board, and it is causing Hikaru this initial stage of panic.
Well, that's why I asked this question earlier, because I still, even though I spotted knight f4 check, thanks to Pragg, I'm giving him a shout out. But look at Hikaru, by the way. He is thrown through a loop right now. He's not enjoying what's happened. He needs to settle down and just properly assess the position. Stop thinking about what you might have missed and look what's available to you. But in this position, after h takes g3, knight f4 check, black is going to win the white queen, right? That's what's on tap, but has given up so much material of his own. So it's going to be a queen for, if I'm counting correctly, 2 knights and a rook. That is so much material. And here we see Jan quickly play knight f4 check. It's captured, and queen g6 the only move. Peter, this was a quick tactical sequence. What do you think? I mean, at this stage, the bar is in the middle, but do you think either player has the upper hand?
Well, they are reaching this Marshallist position. Yeah, knight g3 check, king f2, knight takes e2, knight takes e2. Yeah, and okay, give white a couple of moves, rook a3, rook g3, white will be perfectly fine, but I feel like this light squared bishop combination with the queen is putting quite a lot of pressure on Hikaru, and black should always be safe. So if someone, then it's more Hikaru that needs to worry about this position.
David, you on the same page?
Yeah, I've said it once. I think I've said it twice. I'll say it again, though. This really reminds me of Kramnik versus Leko, that Marshall, where the black queen got in and the white king was dancing around. White also had, if I remember correctly, a rook, an a1, a bishop on c1, trapped the whole game pretty much. And then it was also queen versus several piece imbalance. And we're going to get that here. So we're here with the master, Peter. And yeah, I would take black as well. It feels like black is risking absolutely zero, despite being slightly down on material. The queen is so powerful. That being said, unfortunately, I can't unsee the bar, so I know that white is fine. Yeah, Hikaru, his emotions are going to be up and down. So if Yan can maybe force him to be accurate for a few more moves, then it's definitely possible for White to slip and fall in this type of position, Robert.
And I think
Yeah,
in
I
the
would
other
like-
direction. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, no, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, I was just quickly going to say that if White gets a few turns, and David can do this, if you hold the bishop and put it on e3 for a second, like if that bishop could jump over the knight, or the rook could somehow get towards the king side, we would be talking about that extra material for White. But Peter, I think you probably were going to say something to the effect of there's no coordination from the White camp.
Yeah, well, I wanted to highlight one line, which is, I think, very important, that if black plays queen g2, setting up bishop g4, then...
Oh, sorry, my mouse slip.
Yeah.
I'll bring it to g2. Go on,
Yes,
Peter.
queen g2. Yes, then white plays the move rook a3. But then bishop g4. Yeah, for example, this was very dangerous. And rook e3 might still be hanging on, but it's very dangerous. So probably after queen g2, white has to play knight f1. And suddenly the knights will be protecting each other. Yeah, because it's quite fascinating. Bishop d3 or bishop g4, then knight f1 to g3 holds things together, and then rook a3 is coming, and suddenly white is better. Be careful, watch out. Bishop g4 played, by the way, instead of queen g2.
So quick from Yan. Is that surprising? He's only got 25 minutes, but there was so many options. Bishop d3, queen g2, bishop g4, forcing the white rook to step up. Oh, it's hanging by a thread for Hikaru here. Queen c2, he's lucky he's got rook c3 to boot the queen out. I mean, it's really scary times, but it looks like he's defending really, really well here. And yeah, likewise, queen e6, I guess, is met by knight f3. Just, again, hanging on by the skin of his teeth. Took me a while to see that. I was like, wait, why is queen e6 not just winning on the spot? Pin and win. But yeah, knight f3. Ooh, Hikaru. Credit to him if he calculated all this when he played a4. If not, then yeah, just luck and skill going hand in hand here. White is holding, white is defending.
And this is just watching two elite attackers go at one another, because when you're an elite attacker, you are calculating how your opponent's going to defend. So there's no surprise to me that Hikaru is one of the best defensive players of all time. So resourceful. Yan, I don't think he gets the same credit, because we often see him, especially in the candidates, on the aggressive side. But think about all the games he has saved in the candidates. And I'm not just talking about this one. If we go back to 2022 and you see him look up at Hikaru, he had a tough position against Hikaru, saved that one. He had a tough position with both colors against Fabiano, didn't lose either of those games. Here in 2024, well, against Pragg, we saw him survive. So Yan Nepomniachtchi, he continues to pose problems to his opponents, and he is an exceptional defender in his own right. One of the biggest criticisms of his game was that he would play too quickly. He was impulsive. He wouldn't settle in and think when he needed to. But the candidates brings the best out of him. The way he withstood this preparation, the material deficit, and has come to this moment, and he is not rushing right now. He is pausing because he doesn't want to assume he'll get a perpetual check that white can't avoid and make a draw. He doesn't want to assume that his compensation is enough. He wants to prove it. And David, you mentioned, queen e6, knight f3. That's easy to overlook if you're playing quickly. So Peter, again, you have that world championship experience. How impressed are you with Yan Nepomniachtchi surviving these games when it seems like he's in the back foot?
Well, okay, in this exact game, I never felt like he's in the back foot. In fact, I had the feeling like Hikaru's preparation was not deep enough. He might have been focused on computer's evaluation instead of, for example, listening to his inner feelings, yeah, because black had this crazy positional compensation, yeah, so of course, Hikaru is a brilliant calculator, and he spots all these defenses with rook a3, knight f3. The same, like you highlighted, can be said by about Yan. Yeah, he's also so resourceful. He had been saving bad positions, but exactly here, I never felt like he was in any danger at all. It's practically speaking, Hikaru is playing with fire.
I love how calm you are, Peter, because I don't want to speak on David's behalf. I know I was there shaking. Someone's prepped. That's scary. You know how Hikaru can be. But David, now that we've seen the game unfold the way it has, Jan has pretty much played everything correctly. There was a moment where the engine didn't love one of his decisions, but still said he was well within the range of keeping dynamic equality. So what can you say, really about both these two as we see the accuracy numbers pop up? Jan has had 3 brilliant moves in this game. Do you feel like this is justified, those exclamation points?
I totally agree with this. Jan's played some incredible chess, especially considering that already, 11, 12 moves ago, he was unfamiliar or at least a little out of book, just to navigate this and to kind of force Hikaru to be so accurate just to potentially hold a draw. Impressive play by Black. It's like you said earlier, 2 great gladiators going at each other. Yes, there was this really deep preparation thrown into the mix, but other than that, it's just great calculation, great awareness, blow after blow, attack versus defense. And ultimately, after this bishop capture on e2, are we going to see a perpetual check? It feels like something's in the air here. I'm looking at queen to g2 check here for Black, or queen to g4. Jan shaking his head, staring down Hikaru there for a second. Do we think this game is going to fizzle out? Peter, I think there might be a repetition or perpetual check on the cards in the next few moves.
Yeah, somehow the body language also signals to me like Jan couldn't believe that there was nothing more than this, and he's kind of settling in some line where he thinks that though is the most likely result. There are different tries. Yeah, for example, this queen c2, rook c3, queen takes a4, knight f3 is just in time to stabilize everything for white. That would be a very bad deal for Black, and he goes queen g1 exactly. He wants to hit the d4 pawn and the bishop on c1, and all lies on Hikaru, because the only move that protects everything is the move knight d2 to b3, but then nothing moves again. Yeah, it's a very special situation. Black will have perpetual check for sure, but if he gives up the d4 pawn, then all his pawns will be very vulnerable. Robert, what is your take on this?
Knight b3 for sure, because rook c3, that's playing to lose. I truly believe that. Hikaru, the way he's shaking his head, he looks like he's given up hopes of winning this game, and it probably feels disappointing. And you see it on his face. Like, he wanted to win. He wanted it so bad. He came with very deep preparation. And as you said, Peter, about Gukesh, that if you're playing a sound variation, even if you're caught off guard, you know the foundation is strong. So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he didn't even really teeter on the edge. He just played well. And for Hikaru, you see him. He does not want this game to end in the path that it's about to. Knight b3 gets rid of all the defenders for the white king, protects everything all at once. And here we see it. Knight to b3, a draw is about to occur. There's nothing that Hikaru can do. And for Jan, there's nothing really he can do either, because if the game continues, he's the one who is going to be losing in most of the continuations. So for him, check, check, check. Don't stop, because that's the way to end the game. David, you can see it on Hikaru's face, though. He is really disappointed.
Yeah, we saw some shakes of the head. We saw a smile even appear for a second from Hikaru. It must be frustrating for him. He landed this preparation, 20 plus moves he was familiar with, he'd seen before, he'd analyzed deeply before. But that's the thing with modern chess. Your opponent, if they've seen things as well, if they've analyzed deeply, calculated well, then often they are able to neutralize you. And ultimately, yes, disappointing because he banked so much on this game. If he'd won with white, taken down one of the leaders, he would have had a great chance in the second half of the tournament. But I don't think he can really blame himself here, Hikaru. He didn't really leave many chances, Jan. He just great accurate play. That whole middle game onwards, especially bishop takes g3, knight f4 check. And I just want to say, nice to see the mind games, Jan stead. Hikaru down there for a second. And Peter, that's something we often see at all levels, just keeping an eye on the opponent, just kind of coming to terms with what's inevitable now.
Yes, it's always so important, yeah, to try to get a feeling of your opponent. Yeah, queen g2 check, as Robert beautifully highlighted. Yeah, black will just keep on harassing white's king. Checks will be coming in on the light squares. And the special construction with black's pawn on a5, white king can never run out. yeah, towards b4 and a5 because that pawn just fixes the b4 square. I also would say, like, what a game. Yeah, it's this really shows what modern chess is about. You have an insane level of preparation is involved, but still the players, the gladiators are fighting it out. You cannot prepare everything till the very end, and then you have to show some brilliant chess, and this is what they are showing us.
Clash of Titans. These two have really brought their best to today's game, and you see the players, they're going back and forth, queen chasing the white king. Hikaru doesn't want this game to end in a draw, but he doesn't have a choice because Jan found every correct continuation, even this one. I actually took it for granted that this would be a draw no matter which way you went, but you had to find the right squares to check from. The light squares is where the queen belongs. It's where the queen sits, and it looks like after king up to c3, the queen will continue to give the checks. Peter, you made a great point. The a5 pawn seemed irrelevant for most of the game, but it makes sure that the white king cannot scamper and find safety.
Yeah, Peter, I just want to say that a5 move early in the opening, you said it's an idea, but I mean, it looks inspired now. a5, clearly this was the plan. 25 moves later, just to box in the white king.
I will be opening my files after the game. And if I see this final position in my file, I wouldn't be surprised. But no, I do believe that at some point, some small inaccuracy happened. But it was the true spirit was very much in the game with knight d7, knight f6, king g8, knight e4.
And the players here, they've repeated a couple times, and Jan Nepomniachtchi quickly placing his queen on f3. And this should be the repetition, as there is no avoiding the checks. The players look at another, they shake hands, and a draw is the deserved result. The players, they want to know what the opponent was thinking, but nothing separated these two. A point separates them in the tournament, but Jan Nepomniachtchi holds with the black pieces. They're talking through all the possibilities. Hikaru, he does have a smile on his face, but you could see the pain just minutes ago as Jan uncorked bishop takes g3. David, this was such an epic clash. A draw was the result. People, they hate on draws, but come on, this was a fantastic game.
It was incredible. Not all draws are equal. This was one of the most spectacular draws you'll ever see. A great advert for the fighting chess of the first half of the candidates, as these two have finished round 7. Ultimately, I think Jan, as we see on camera, the happier of the two players. Slight disappointment for Hikaru Nakamura, but yeah, great entertainment for us. And we still have 3 exciting games to analyze. Yeah, we can't complain at all. And yeah, this draw, very, very entertaining. I hope everyone had their popcorn out, especially during that tactical flurry towards the end.
Well, that buttons up this clash. This one is over. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he maintains his distance from Hikaru Nakamura, a point ahead of him, but he's looking at Gukesh's game and the others to see if anyone can leapfrog or catch him. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it's more from the 2024 FIDE Candidates. This is round 7. You will not want to miss any of the action.
So the candidates are coming up, and I'm here with Magnus Carlsen to ask his views on what's going to happen and maybe to make some predictions. Magnus, are you excited to watch the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always excited to watch the candidates.
Okay, so today we're going to be ranking the 8 players in different categories. We're going to start with Alireza Firouzja.
I quite like what I saw from Alireza and Tara this year. He did quite well, reached the final against me, forced First they reset there in the final as well, and like honestly, like he was the closest to beat me in freestyle chess as well. So I am a Alireza true believer, but I think for now we'll put him in the will do well category.
Fair enough. And now it's the turn of Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's won the candidates twice in a row. Two-time World Championship challenger. What do you make of his chances for third time lucky, or 3 in a row?
So Jan really hasn't shown much the last few years except for the candidates. He shows flashes here and there. At the moment, I'm not convinced, but I think he has enough pedigree to be in the top contender group, considering he's won twice in a row.
Okay, now it's one of the youngsters that you mentioned, Gukesh. What do you make of his first shot at the candidates? Is it going to go well?
For Gukesh, it's very hard to say. I cannot imagine him winning, but I could see him being anywhere from like +2 to -5. I think he will certainly win at least a couple of good games, but have some fairly bad losses as well. So I don't think he fits into either category, but I think he's not quite ready yet.
Okay, so now it's the turn of Abasov, maybe the surprise package, qualified from the World Cup last year. He's the underdog, Magnus. Do you think he can continue surprising a few people?
Well, Abasov obviously had an amazing tournament at the World Cup. Whether he can replicate it, it's very, very hard to believe. I think if he gets off to a good start, that can limit the damage severely, but overall, I think he's most likely going to suffer. So I think, yeah, he will not have it easy. But I think he's really happy just to be there.
Yeah, fair enough. And next, it's the turn of Pragg. I know you've been impressed by him in the past. Do you think this could be his year?
I don't think Pragg is ready to win the tournament, but I also cannot see it going really poorly for him. He has weak moments, but he's like fairly stable psychologically, and he has an improving repertoire. It's very serious. So I think Pragg he's very unlikely to win the tournament, but I cannot see him having a really bad result either.
Okay, and that brings us to Fabiano Caruana, another player who has won the candidates in the past. What do you think? Is this Fabi's turn to get back there to a World Championship match?
I think Fabi has a great chance to win. He seems to have regained some strength in classical chess as well after he had a little bit of a down. He has as good a chance as any, so I think he definitely belongs and likely to win.
Okay, bold, Magnus, very bold. Okay, now the turn of Vidit.
I think Vidit is sort of in between tiers here, where we'll do well and we'll do poorly. I'm sure he will be very serious, well prepared. He will not win the tournament, although I do think like he has the capacity to make a really good score if things go his way. I really like the way he plays. He's also kind of in between categories.
And that brings us to Hikaru, many fans' favorite player. Do you think this is his year? He's been close in the past.
I think Hikaru's never had a better chance to become world champion than this. I would say that him and Fabiano are co-favorites. Hikaru's been quite consistent recently in classical chess, and I think he has an excellent chance, so I think he belongs in the first category.
Wow, Magnus, good predictions. I'm actually inclined to agree with all of them.
We return to the Great Hall. You can see some of the boards are emptied because we have results in the books. And the other players, they would like to add a full point to their scores. That was the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. A well-fought, well-deserved draw for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He survived what was some vicious opening preparation. But now we look at Vidit Gujrati, who started the game by not moving. He was meditating. He was trying to understand what his opponent, Nijata Basa's intentions were by starting with move pawn to e4, the king's pawn opening. But now, look at him. You can sense that he spots ideas that can benefit him and his tournament chances. He is known for being solid, for playing strategic chess, for maybe making some more methodical approaches. But he has been the roller coaster in this event, winning 2 games, losing 2. And if my eyes don't deceive me, on the bottom left-hand side of our screen here, it looks like Vidit is going for his 3rd win. He is cracking open the king side. He smells blood. And David, what do you make of Vidit Gujrati with the black pieces in the bottom left?
I love what Vidit's been doing. I'm actually a big proponent of this opening as black, and I'm definitely going to go and study this game because from the opening to the middle game and to now to this later middle game stage, he's been working things in his favor. And we talked about the black bishop earlier. It's about to open up. Black's last move given an exclamation point, and rightfully so. It looks like it was impossible. It looked like just one move ago, Black's pawn struggles to move forward. Maybe it's a backward pawn, a weakness, but nope. Pawn to f5, blowing open this diagonal, and Peter here, White's knight, both stuck on the sidelines, on the rim, both looking pretty dim. Ideas like knight g5 coming in. I don't think White can get away with any sacrifices here. Just this pin, too destructive right now. It looks like Vidit's in control.
Yeah, and all the headache comes because of the weakness on d3. Yeah, look at that queen on d6 and look on d8, lining up against the weakness on d3. Another highlight is the queen from d6 x-raying the king on h2, giving some more spice to the action. Yeah, anytime e5, e4 check comes, it's basically game over. I'm really loving what I see here from Vidit. And somehow the game that comes to my mind, and I thought this immediately in the break as well, that the Sindarov Vidit game from Isle of Man, that was also a strategical masterpiece by Vidit. This is so his style, finding all these incredible, delicate maneuvering moves, but also being aggressive, not just making sure to shut things down, but looking for chances.
And this position is full of chances, but for only one player. This f5 break, it received an exclamation point as a great move, and it was an obvious move at this high level because the bishop on c6, it pins that pawn on e4 as David was highlighting. And there's a big problem for White. This knight on, well, I would say 2 problems, but the same piece. The knight on h4, it's on the rim, and it was creating some problems for Black. Not really anymore because he struck with f5 and the knight on c1. I mean, that knight is strictly passive. If you could pick up that knight and put it on d5, White is maybe not just doing fine. White might even be better, but the knight on c1, it is a purely passive piece, and Black is ready to crack this board open at just the right time. Huge advantage for Vidit Gujrati. I don't like the look of the position for White, and I don't know if there's anything you can really do to stop Vidit's ability to just press forward at this stage.
Yeah, maybe it's damage limitation mode for Abbasov here. I don't know if he's kind of foreseen f5 coming and he was ready to brace for impact here, but I would be wanting to play a move like rook to f2 just to at least force the issue, just to at least then threaten e takes f5, potentially force Black to capture in the center. And there we go. That wasn't me. He actually played it. The other reason I wanted to play that was to at least get the white knight back. I was worried it might get trapped on the edge of the board. Moves like queen to e7 were coming to mind, hitting this knight. So at least now it has a retreat square. And yes, I totally agree. Black's in control here. Black might just win a pawn at some point by capturing and bring the black knight in sooner or later. But for now, it might need a bit more finesse. And also the clock time's 18 minutes. Vidit, he's had an up and down tournament. He's won a couple of games. He's won just as many games as anyone else in the tournament, but he's also lost a couple, and that's because of the clock. But ready to move. It looked like he reached his hand out and withdrew it, so a bit of hesitation. Peter, what do you think comes next? Is he going to liven up the game? Is he going to open the center? There we go, a capture. But what
Yeah,
after
he
that?
simply captures. Yeah, he simply captures on e4, making sure that the e4 pawn will be vulnerable. D takes e4 will be blitzed out, clear. And now the big question, because one thing we have to highlight, that if black would be able to jump with his knight to g5, everything would be fantastic. But knight g5 is met by rook f6, if I'm not blundering anything. And that's a very important resource from white's side, because it hits the queen, suddenly the pawn on g6 is vulnerable, the bishop on c6 is loose. So maybe that knight has to stay on h7, and exactly, yeah, this is what Vidit is doing. Queen e7, lovely little touch, targeting that knight on h4, inviting that knight back to f3, but then white will lose the chance of putting pressure on the f file. Very nice little move.
And I think that there's going to be a pretty big little move right after. The knight goes to f3. He's playing g5. There's a very direct plan. g5, g4, either winning the knight on f3 or pushing all the way to g3 with check, a little baby fork there, winning the white rook. I actually think the rook on g7 is singing hallelujah at this point. And that rook is going from a defensive piece covering the g6 pawn to a very aggressive piece in the next few turns. And white can't afford to do anything other than play knight f3, pushing your pawn g3 to protect the knight on h4. Then comes your knight g5, David. So I think that knight f3 is forced. And after pawn to g5, I am very scared for Abasov. I'm not sure how much longer you can fend off what's going to be a nasty attack right up the g file.
Robert, you called it. Knight f3 is on the board, and I wouldn't be surprised if Vidit plays g5 really quickly. Yeah, it wasn't on my radar, I must admit, because the white knight was sitting on h4. It was all about this f5 square. If the white knight was sitting still back on that post, g5 is never possible. But now g5, the blue arrow appears. If we put it on the board, it's so powerful, and it just flows. It suddenly looks as if Vidit's planned this from 10 moves away. He's put his rook on g7, like you mentioned. His knight on h7 is ready to jump either to f6 or g5. His queen is nicely defending everything, poised to jump as well. The bishop hitting the pawn. This white knight still sidelined. The only question to me is what happens after knight to e2 to try and cover the g3 square, as you mentioned, to stop the baby fork. Not baby shark, baby fork. But
like this, yeah, g4, knight d2, but you are not getting mated.
I'm scared. Queen h4 coming in. Knight g5 coming in. g5 on the board, Robert. If we backtrack.
On the board. Yes, on the board. Because what I really like in Vidit's play, that everything is connected. Yeah, we have seen rook f7, h5, and then all these maneuvers, we missed out on some of the action, but if we put together these mosaic pieces, then it makes such a strong impression. Yeah, everything is exactly where it belongs, and g5, g4 is a devastating threat.
And I've read numerous interviews with Vidit Gujrathi, and I think in this tournament, when he lost 2 games, he started with 1 after 2 by beating Hikaru Nakamura. Then he promptly lost 2 straight games, including that lovely game from Pragnananda with that f5 in the early going. But what Vidit has proven, most importantly to himself, not just the world, is that he can bounce back from defeat. One of the biggest criticisms of Vidit Gujrathi's game was that he wasn't clutch. By his own admission, he struggled in key moments where it seemed like a tournament victory was in his line of sight. And then in the Isle of Man, things completely changed. He won the Grand Swiss after losing round 1 to Erwin Lamy in a position where he was on the verge of a victory. So for Vidit to prove to himself that he can get the job done, I really believe that's contributed to that Vidit 2.0 that we like to talk about. And Peter, you have nothing but praise for Vidit Gujrathi. I'm friends with him. I've known him for a long time, but I mean, I've seen such a different player over the last, I want to say, couple years now.
Yeah, I'm a very huge Vidit fan, because in 2019, one of my last tournaments, it was in Biel. And there is this triathlon, yeah, there are all these different sections. And I went on to win the first game in the rapid section against him, I believe, in a very difficult, very complex game. And I thought like, wow, very nice. I'm in good shape. And what happened? I lost 3 games in a row to him afterwards, yeah? And at that moment, I felt like, okay, come on. If Vidit crushes me, then please do that to others as well, yeah? And I'm so happy to see him succeed. And also he is supported by 2 very good friends of mine. Yeah, Surya Ganguly, we have worked with Surya a lot. A very good and close friend of mine. And Daniel Avocaturo, I have been playing with him for 5 years for the Padova team. We have won the European Club Cup together. It's such a nice chemistry there in his team.
And David, on the other side of this excellent play from Vidit Gujrati is Nijat Abbasov. And we just saw him a moment ago, head in hands. He recognizes that he's in immense danger. So, David, to this point, Nijat has 3 draws and 3 losses. He drew all of his games with the white pieces. In fact, he was shutting the game down quite early. And then with black, he struggled. And right now, it looks like Vidit might be, if things continue in this direction, the first player to beat him from the black side. Before the event started, people were making predictions, one of which was perhaps you need to beat the lowest rated player in the field with both colors. This could be huge for Vidit's overall chances because they play everyone a second time and nobody is an easy customer, but beating someone with the black pieces, Vidit beat Hikaru with black. It looks like he's heading in the direction of beating Nijat with black. That really could be massive as we have an entire second half of games going forward. But Nijat, he's not going to go down without fighting. And he did push his pawn to G3 to stop black's big threat. So, David, I mean, what do you make of the current situation? Do you think that Vidit really is well on his way to victory? Or am I maybe getting a little bit too excited about black's position?
I think you're very right. Very right here. Understandably getting excited, Robert. Everything's been turning in black's favor. Everything speaks to black having a big advantage. But of course, the hardest thing in chess is the breakthrough. And I mean, I want to kind of sympathize with Abbasov here. It feels like his strategy, kind of playing solid with white, it wasn't giving him too much joy in the end. Yes, there was a few draws, but ultimately suffering with black, it kind of pushed him on, inspired him to maybe take more risk today. He played a very tense opening where normally the better player wins. It's about maneuvering. But ultimately, he's run up against Vidit, who's done everything right, everything logical in the flow, like Peter said, like this perfect patchwork of ideas just all coming together. But yeah, it's still a game, at least for now. And Vidit still needs to win it. G3 does prevent this this baby fork with G4, G3 for black. Also, I like the fact that it kind of potentially keeps the king side closed, at least to some extent. Now, in the current position, G4 is always going to be met by knight H4. Oh, maybe you capture on G4. Maybe you don't capture on G4. Maybe just knight H4 first into F5. And yeah, I really like this defensive move, but 14 minutes against 24. The fact that they're closing in on move 40 does mean that Vidit should be in big control here. The next few moves, I don't think he'll need necessarily to make any committal decisions. But even if he were to do that, he still has plenty of time. Peter, big chances of a Vidit win.
Yeah, this is great chances for a win for Vidit. We'll see. I knew Peter would probably say, near move 40, we could take some time, but we don't really have much time because my client is sitting live with Hikaru Nakamura to get his thoughts after that draw.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Had a wild draw today. You said you had prepared this 2 years ago. Did you prepare it specifically for Nepomniachtchi?
Well, I mean, in a tournament like this, everybody has months to prepare, so many people will play openings they've never played in their life. So, no, it wasn't specifically for Jan. It was more just in general to try and play it against someone if they played the Petrov. And I think more or less I got what I wanted. I got to about move 25. I was up a lot of time on the clock. And then I spent a lot of time and made a couple of very, very dubious moves. I was quite lucky, actually, not be losing after I blundered this bishop takes G3 trick. So yeah, it's kind of what I was hoping for in terms of where I got, but then I just couldn't figure it out after that.
You said you were mad at yourself after Queen E2. What kind of thoughts are going through your head?
Well, I was just annoyed because, I mean, it's very hard to judge what's going on, but I thought the position, even if objectively I think black is fine, it's much easier for white to play because if I can just go A4, rook A3, black's down a rook for a bishop, and black has to come with a plan right away. So yeah, I was just just upset at myself and just like spent probably a good 20 minutes just like I wasn't cursing, but definitely just very unhappy. And it's something that actually when I was younger wasn't such a big deal, but as I get older I kind of try to play more of a perfect game, and when these things happen it's kind of like ruining the painting, and you just like sometimes you just don't want to even think or do anything. So I was pretty disgusted, but I kept it together even after I blundered this a4 bishop g3, and yeah, I made a draw. I mean, to be fair, I was actually very shocked in the post-mortem when Jan said he wasn't going to play this knight c5, because I thought without it, it probably was better for white. I think maybe it was a little bit too optimistic, but of course, who knows whether that's true or not.
We can all relate to ruining some paintings. We've done more of that in our lives. But what about Chris Littlejohn? He's known as a computer expert. He's been your second for a while. Does he give you a bit of an advantage in these very deep computer lines?
Well, I mean, this is a memory test, and everyone has them. I've had them. Jan's had them. I mean, sometimes you remember everything, and if you don't, you just lose the game. So I thought that when I saw how shaky Jan was against Pragg, I mean, a game that he probably should have lost, I felt like trying to do something similar in a very deep line. Obviously, I mean, Chris helped, but it's not like the Petrov is some new opening. Everyone's been playing it for a very long time, and yeah, it was one of the ideas we had. And I mean, I think I got what I wanted, but yeah, it just wasn't enough.
Is your memory getting better, worse, or staying the same as maybe 10 years ago?
I think my memory is probably actually a little bit better these days than it was maybe 5-10 years ago, because I think I'm just always looking at chess, frankly, whether I'm streaming or not. So I think my memory is a little bit better, but I don't think it's anything that makes a huge difference.
And finally, you and Nepomniachtchi went pretty deep in your post-mortem there, but you were not using an evaluation bar. Is that kind of refreshing to evaluate without an analyze without an eval bar?
Well, I mean, for which reason are you asking? Are you asking because of the stupid nonsense online, or like?
No, I imagine that in your at-home prep, you're going to have the eval bar on, you're going to have evaluation on. But here, you guys were just going at it cold. Was it kind of nice to get back to that?
Well, I mean, honestly, that hasn't been something that I've been used to since I was probably a teenager, because computers have ruined the game of chess. I mean, I'm saying that sort of tongue-in-cheek, because I mean, obviously the preparation is better, but because of computers, I mean, you see very few post-mortems. Players don't analyze as much anymore because, you know, you go back and you just click on the engine, you see what the best move was, or what you did wrong. It's just very easy, very simple. So definitely a part of the game has died with the advent of computers and how strong they are now. Because I remember when I was like 15, 16, there were plenty of times I would just analyze games. Actually, one of my favorite memories, oddly enough, was this game I played in Dortmund in 2011, I think it was, at the last round when I played Vladimir Kramnik, and I think we analyzed for like an hour after that game. You know, it's a shame what's happened since then, but still, like, I remember analyzing with him, and it was a lot of fun at the time. So yeah, it kind of harkens back to a different time for chess.
Very enlightening interview. Hikaru is here for the content, and today's game was a gold mine. Now back to you guys.
Harkens back to another time, another era when Gukesh wasn't playing chess even. But Peter, when you hear an interview like that and you hear Hikaru talk about memory tests and the fact that he believes his memory is even better, what do you make of what Hikaru just said?
Well, that's the spirit that I'm living all my chess life. Yeah, it's connected. Yeah, always deep preparation. This is the Kasparov kind of chess. Yeah, that I talked about. Yeah, that we are perfectionist. We try to also. We feel like a top player should kind of dictate the fashion. Yeah, go for the principal lines and challenge the players to the maximum. Of course, in modern chess, we see, like in today's game, that what a craziness. All the general rules die out immediately when you go for all these complications. That's why players feel like it's too demanding, but for the candidates, the players are willing to put all these incredible efforts. That's why we see these fantastic preparations. But right now, I'm also looking at Gukesh's position, and please help me out. Where is the compensation here for white?
Well, when you talk of fashion and demanding, Alireza, known for his fashion and his interest in it, and he's put a lot of pressure on himself. He's demanding of himself in the games that he plays. Hikaru was, I want to say, a bit critical of Alireza, saying that he doesn't just take the easy way out, he doesn't make the draw. David, if you don't mind, and back up to the point where Gukesh took the A-pawn several turns ago, if I'm not mistaken, white could have made a draw, but chose not to.
You're 100% correct here, Robert. A lot of players, myself included, would have been kind of very pragmatic here, maybe taking the easy way out. in my case, chickened out by taking the draw. Bishop takes h6, for example. I mean, you could actually just play queen d2 first, but just to hammer home the point, this would threaten checkmate. And the black king really struggling to survive here. The only move to stay in the game for black is to shuffle up, defend the pawn with the king. Unfortunately for white, there's no way to add attacking pieces to the mix here. So you could give a check, you could, for example, step across, but ultimately this is simply a repetition of moves. The queen and king do a little dance, and it would have been a draw. But of course, Firouzja, partly due to the tournament situation, partly because it's in his nature, it's part of his character, and it always has been, he played for the win. So being a pawn down, he took a gamble, he played the move c4. Very interesting move, very enterprising move, trying to pin along the d-file. And rook to g8 now, defending for Gukesh. Now it's incredibly hard to force the draw because black at the very least can drop the bishop back to indirectly defend if white ever sacrifices on h6. And now maybe the mistake in a very high pressure situation, rook to a1. This only forces the black queen forward, and I'm wondering what Firouzja missed. I'm trying to think maybe it was firstly that pawn takes pawn is impossible because this bishop is undefended. Queen takes bishop would now win for black. But also the first move that came to my mind, rook to a4, indirectly defending that bishop. And after a capture, maybe he was hoping that he could play queen takes d5 here, and it looks like white's doing extremely well, but you do walk into a fork, unfortunately. Knight to b6 would suddenly win the game for black. So small margins here, just a small miscalculation, such as this one, might have led to a position where he's struggling in compensation. Instead, b3 was pretty much obliged, and knight c5. Like Peter said, there's a hit on b3, there's knight e4 coming, you mentioned this earlier, and compensation lacking. Also, look at the clock. He's got to make 18 moves in 9 minutes, 30 seconds on average per move now, in such a complicated position where he's objectively worse and he's a pawn down. Peter, he might need a miracle at this stage, Firouzja.
Yeah, he needs a miracle, but I would like to hear Robert's opinion. What do you believe, that is Alireza surviving this, or is he going down in flames?
I like that you've turned the tables on me completely, so thank you for that, Peter. You know how to do my job better than I do, but I think Alireza is losing this game. I'm looking at the clock. I'm looking at the material. He's just down a pawn. He went rook h3, rook g3 for an attack. Doesn't exist. There aren't easy ways to simplify and say go down into a pawn deficit in the rook endgame. Nothing there. b3 is under fire. Knight e4 is coming in the next couple moves. I just don't see it for white. I don't see easy moves. And when you have what's about to be 8 minutes to make 18 moves, no way, Peter. And I know you're empathetic, so you're going to feel first and foremost for Alireza and the struggles he's had specifically in the candidates. But something has gone very wrong for him in these tournaments, plural, because the previous candidates as well. But in this one specifically, it could not have started out worse for him. And it's just going to continue, it feels. He's spiraling. He's tilting. Peter, I'm throwing the question back to you. Is there any universe where Gukesh doesn't win this game?
Well, okay, chess is chess. We have seen miracles, but I perfectly with you that actually Alireza needs a miracle here to survive. By the way, we have been talking about this, that the draw was a very nice result for Jan against Hikaru, but if Gukesh wins this game with black, then actually Gukesh will get the sole lead with +3 score. Just incredible. But okay, we should not run so far ahead, but after knight d4, and the computer is highlighting, yeah, I already mentioned this like 10 moves before, that whenever white moves knight f3 and wants to get the knight to d4, then that knight c5, knight e4 will be so disturbing for white.
It's obvious, right, David? Knight e4, making sure the rook gets kicked off the g file, and then eventually a rook to d8 seems like it's going to hurt.
Yeah, knight e4 forced the white rook to move. I'm not even sure which square it uses. For example, e3 to keep an eye on that black knight, just to stop black from snacking on another pawn. But rook e3 might run into bishop c5 ideas in the near future. Like you say, Robert, the black rook on g8 might finally be freed up from its passive defensive duties, slide over to d8. And yeah, of course, knight e4 is going to land. Gukesh is bang in form of his young life. And these moves are just flowing. It looks like he's met Firouzja at the right time. It's always tricky in these tournaments. You never know who's going to be in form, who's going to be out of form. But yeah, a win with Black, as we said in another case, in terms of Vidit already winning a couple of games with Black potentially. Yeah, this one for Gukesh is going to be priceless. So unfortunately for Faruja, yeah, uphill struggle, but he needs to find some tricks. 6 minutes now, 6 minutes 50, still to make 17 moves. Physically, it's going to be hard at this point. I mean, we mentioned time trouble earlier, how to kind of play in time trouble. Normally, you want a position where you can just protect everything. You can kind of not take too many risks, not risk blundering, but already here, he's gone all in. He's a pawn down. And remember, no increment. That's the kind of crutch for a time trouble player. And unfortunately now, yeah, he just...
Well, can he maybe sacrifice the exchange? Exactly, because we are talking about time trouble, and I want to get some cemento in the position, and I only see this exchange sacrifice with c takes d5. But he goes rook e3. Okay, but rook e3, bishop c5, this looks horrible.
I think that sacrifice you were talking about on g3 is one that somebody with more time might make, but because it's so committal, giving up material like this, you just don't know how to properly assess it. The f5 square is now accessible for the knight. That seems all good, but you are down a rook and temporarily a pawn for a knight. You probably will, as you're indicating, David, win the pawn d5.
Well, I wanted to get rook. I wanted to get rook a4 in, maybe already instead of knight f5. But yes, rook a4, knight f5 was my spirit.
Peter, I like it. I'm loving the direction you're taking this game, because otherwise Black seems to just have the clear upper hand. This makes things more complicated. David, do you think if the clock were reversed and White being down a pawn at the current stage, that's something that Alireza would have gone for?
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm not even sure it's on his radar. I think it's just panic stations at the moment for Faruja. I love that, Peter. I mean, that's, again, conventional wisdom. If things are going against you, momentum's turning, things have gone wrong, just change the nature of the position at any cost. Often you have to give up a pawn or give up the exchange just to give your opponent unconventional problems to solve. So yeah, I'm not sure I would have played c takes d5. It's been years and years and years since I've gambited the exchange, but yeah, maybe it was a good practical decision there to do so. Right now, it just looks too straightforward for Gukesh. As you said, Robert, just very many tempting moves. Rook to d8, bishop to c5. There's already kind of knight c3 jumps once the bishop lands in c5 to watch out for. Tactics, and only 6 minutes with which to make 16 moves. We'll keep mentioning it because it's very relevant in this position.
Peter, you look at this position, you look at the clock, but Gukesh, he's paused. So I think a lot of people at home, when their opponents are in trouble, they tend to rush their moves to try to win on the clock. For Gukesh, right here, do you feel like it's a good strategy to settle in, spend some time, or do you think part of his strategy should really be to put as much pressure as possible on Alireza's remaining minutes?
I think he's doing the right thing, yeah, because he knows that his position is better, yeah, so he can play objective chess. Yeah, he doesn't have to play against the clock of his opponent, because if he will find good moves, then the position will probably win by itself. And if you rush things, after all, there is still some dynamic in the position, because White is threatening to take cd5, and if Black is forced to capture with ed5, then that is kind of this unclear type of position. Yeah, it might be objectively better for Black, but there is something to play for from the White side. I'm trying to make some case for some rook d8, c takes d5, and rook takes d5, sacrificing the knight, but then going for the pin. However, White has this rook a4, hitting the queen and then protecting the knight, and probably that works out in White's favor. So probably playing for the galleries isn't really working. And another line, which is important to mention, that after rook gd8, for example, c take d5, knight c3, White will happily sacrifice the exchange with rook takes c3 and push d6. And that should be excellent compensation.
Yeah, Robert, maybe it's not as easy as we were expecting in this position. The most natural move, rook d8, or at least one of the most natural moves, seems to not quite work out here for Black.
I guess the question I have is after CD5, let's say I just take back on D5, like I blitz that as my response. I know knight f5 was the big idea, but isn't the bishop on f4 loose in many of these positions? Can I go knight takes f2, or am I asking for too much?
Beautiful vision. King takes,
Yes, but I anyway always would love to include rook a4 because that queen on b4 drives me crazy.
Well, Peter, you'll be relieved. Look at Gukesh's move in the game. He actually moved the queen on his own accord. He went queen to c5 in the live position. And
wow,
is he just trying to take back on d5 and say everything's healthy? I'm a pawn ahead. David, what do you make of queen c5? It didn't seem like the queen move was necessary, but the engines, they're perfectly happy with this decision.
I mean, I'm so impressed by Gukesh. Kind of before the tournament, ahead of the candidates starting, Robert, we were asked to make predictions, and maybe I was a bit too pessimistic. I thought, okay, Gukesh, he could have a good tournament. He's a very streaky player. He could win a few games in a row, but I wasn't sure he had the kind of composure, the solidity. I mean, he's just 17 after all, but he's putting all my predictions to shame. He's Queen C5, such a classy move. Peter, Cemento, just controlling everything, just getting organized here, taking no risks.
Yeah, exactly. Making sure that he will be able to recapture with the piece on d5. Yeah, just especially against Alireza. We know how dangerous Alireza is. You don't want to give him chances to go for an attack. Maybe there isn't any attack, but he's a wizard. Yeah, he can just produce something, especially in time trouble. Queen c5 is a very nice little move. Alireza is about to make a rook c1. Yeah, on the board. But it does not change. Move. Yeah, but it does not change so much because CD5 still queen D. But he wants B4 maybe. Maybe he wants B4.
You're trying to channel your inner Alireza, something that I certainly have never been able to do. But David, that kind of B4, it throws a wrench in the works for Black. Just trying to discombobulate, make sure that Black cannot just keep all the coordination.
Yeah, it throws a Danny in the works. Pawn to B4 potentially. I mean, that begs the question, what if Black just plays a chilled out move like A5? But of course, that maybe is a bit too calm. Okay, rook D8. Before I was even able to suggest a move, I like it from Gukesh. I think he's probably calculated some forcing lines, but B4, Alireza now down to 4.5 minutes. I mean, B4, it's too late before Black just consolidates rook A, C8, before the tactics start working in Black's favor. Maybe it's time to go all in. B4. I mean, what else?
Peter, quickly, would you play B4 if you had Alireza's position in his time?
I think that he has to because there is this pressure on the D4 knight. You certainly don't want to allow Black capturing back with a piece. But the question is, B4, queen takes B4, C D5, rook D5. Is that possible now? With rook takes E4, rook A D8, and then bishop C5 going for the pin. It's a very complicated line. I'm not sure, it might not work out, but something to keep an eye on.
And it doesn't work out, but the players, they need to figure it out on their own. And Alireza, he decided to push his pawn to B4 in the live game. So we saw him bring that pawn forward. And, well, after queen takes B4, if white does take this pawn on D5, Black may just take back with the pawn. That looks like a reasonable option there, although white starts to get active. The C-file, a knight coming into F5, it's not just all roses for Black. Not to mention rook B1 takes B7 could be an idea. So all of a sudden, Alireza is doing what he needs to do to get counterplay. Maybe rook B1, there's knight C3. I'm just recognizing that there's some forks in the air. So things are tactical. They're complicated, but that does, in a way, make me like Gukesh's chances even more because Alireza's clock is so low. Peter, you like B4, but where to from there?
Well, take it step by step, yeah? The position looked very bad. It looked like Black will simply stabilize and be healthy pawn up. So I think the main target of Alireza is to make sure that he gets chances. He's such an incredible blitz player that, okay, if his pieces starts to coordinate, he feels that there is something to play with, then I don't think that few seconds will hold him back. Yeah, he's such a tactical monster. And Gukeshna has to really watch out not to be fooled by the fact that he believes that his position is good and Alireza is low on the clock and he loses the concentration about the position. Yeah, so he has to find a good move. I'm not happy that he allowed b4.
And I was going to ask David that. David, you were suggesting a5 to stop before. Do you think Gukesh was caught off guard by that pawn push? He took a while to respond.
Yeah, I think potentially either it wasn't on his radar or he just totally kind of took it for granted, underestimated it. I mean, Faruja, he rightfully went all in b4, really clever move. Maybe he could have played rook a to c8, Gukesh, just to make all of these kind of queenside actions less attractive for white. There would have been some pins on the c file, but now it's coming to life, and definitely. And we should also mention Gukesh, his clock situation. If it weren't for the fact that Alireza is so low on time, 13 minutes for black in such a complicated position for so many moves, that's also a treacherous situation to be in. So yeah, it's still easy to blunder for either side. Faruja far from out of it. Maybe we wrote him off too early, and c takes d5 now, I'm assuming, but rook b3, rook b1, they were on the cards. Okay, he does capture indeed. And okay, will we see pawn takes back on d5? I was wondering,
big
Peter.
question.
Oh, sorry,
go
go
ahead,
on,
David.
Robert.
No, you go.
I was trying to do some calculation while I was talking, but I'm so bad at multitasking. I was liking Peter's rook takes d5, but I was wondering, this knight's going to drop anyway. Maybe you throw it off the board for knight takes f2 and then play your rook takes d5
Wow.
and try to pin white left, right, and center. Maybe.
Wow,
I can see
that is very interesting.
I could see you so concentrated there, Peter. I'm watching you calculate, and it's inspiring me. I'm looking at you. You're just staring right ahead. Okay, knight takes f2. The king will take the knight. The rook takes on d5. Will I get the pins in time? There's 3 pawns already for the sacrifice piece. And whoa! Did he just play
On
knight
the
takes
board.
f2? Oh
Yes.
my goodness! Oh,
David. Bravo.
He doesn't have engines at his disposal. Do you think he did that in part because of the clock, or do you think he just objectively, maybe he intuited, calculated? What do you make of it, David? You suggested he found it.
I mean, I suggested it without calculating, and I don't think I would have seen it unless Peter had, if Peter hadn't suggested rook takes d5. This is simply a better version. You've won the f2 pawn, you've lured the white king out. So it's pretty much what we analyzed earlier, just a better iteration. I'm not sure I would have had the courage, even if I'd been able to calculate. And Gukesh played it so quickly, sensing the momentum, sensing the time situation. I don't think black is risking anything. I mean, it's actually level material, we should mention. Black still has 3 pawns for the white knight, and the white knight will be pinned, as we mentioned, all over the place. Rook to d8 will come, bishop c5 might come. I do, unfortunately, have access to the bar, so I see that it's level. How can this be level, everyone? But yeah, I would be very optimistic, though. I think if I didn't know the eval here, I would be super optimistic for black. So I totally understand why Gukesh has gone for this, and really nice vision to do so. Faruja, meanwhile, he's going to be super accurate now just to survive the next few moves.
He needs to be accurate, but Peter, would you argue that Alireza is happy because now we have imbalances? Before it was just an extra pawn for Gukesh. Now it's an extra knight for Alireza for 3 pawns. That's 3 points each, more or less. Do you think Alireza, though, feels better about his position and his chances, Peter?
No, I don't think so, because black has the spirit. Yeah, the pawn on e6, the structure, the cemented structure is there, and the pins and the king on f2, very shaky. The pawn structure of white is very dubious. Yeah, black has this wonderful outpost on d5 for his rook. Rook a d8 is coming, pins everywhere, and white does not have activity. That's why I love this, yeah, because Alireza is in a time pressure. If you are forced to take ed5 against Alireza, I feel like something will happen. But here, how is he gonna attack black's king? He will have to suffer here.
And I'm looking at this. I know rook d8 is one of your moves. The bishop comes back to e3. I guess I'm not positive how you pile up even more pressure, because bishop c5 would be one idea to try and work this out. But then there are pins everywhere in the position, also heading in black's direction with some discoveries. So it's really messy at this stage. And I think Gukesh, he's doing the right thing once again. Instead of committing to something and hoping it works out, he's calculating to ensure that it does. So David, move candidates, rook d8 was a big idea, and now it's played. And Alireza, I think has a series of only moves coming up, which gets him closer to time control.
Yep. That's actually quite a nice situation to be in. We normally down talk it. We're like, oh, you have to walk a narrow path. You have to find the only moves. But I mean, when you're low on time and you get given an easy one like bishop e3, it feels like a godsend. Now the big question is bishop to c5. I mean, there's also bishop to g5 ideas. Where to even start calculating? You mentioned all these kind of kind of counter shots for white, Robert. Often the white knight might actually be able to leap out the way because there's action against the black queen. But I mean, this is so mind-boggling with only a few minutes left. I guess white will also play rook b1 at some point, try to kick the black queen away from this fourth rank, and maybe try to snack on b7 if possible. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to talk in generalities here because I'm struggling with the concrete nature of this position. And Peter, I see your calculation face. I'm trying to do the same, but I don't have any conclusions. I must admit, it's so complicated.
Exactly. Yeah, the same thoughts I have as well. Yeah, like bishop g5, and then what is happening? Yeah, there are so many crazy things, and normally Robert has the calm voice. You are so good in craziness. Robert, what is your take on bishop g5?
It looks incredibly strong. You're trying to undermine the defense of the pinned knight on d4. And I think at the end of a sequence there, you see Gukesh, he's grabbing his bishop, or there it is. The bishop comes out to c5. I was wondering the same thing. How do you escape? I think you have to leave the pin. Does queen b... Oh, I was about to say it. The bar and the arrow, the blue arrow, pointed out. But I was thinking that you could barely get out of this by queen to b3 because the knight on d4 cannot be captured. The queen on b4 loses defender.
Oh, wow. Now I understand. After bishop g5, also bishop g5, ag, queen b3, and against queen d2 check, that was knight e2. The move that I missed was knight e2. Okay, that's how he was surviving. Okay. Whew.
Let's just jump in and show that very briefly while Faruja is in thought. Under 2 minutes now, bishop takes, and you're pointing out here, Peter, queen b3 trades the queens, rook takes d4, not possible, and a check is blocked. So this would have been fine. He actually does find the queen b3 idea in the game as well. Only move, double exclamation point. And wow, Faruja's surviving. He's playing so well. He's playing better now than he did when he had an hour and a half on his clock. But 1 minute 53 is still not that much time, and Faruja, yeah, he's holding everything together, Robert. He found this move, and if he survives the next few with an extra piece against the pawns, he could still turn this in his favor.
Well, I see the blue arrow, which means that black's only move, which is the most natural move at this stage, is to trade queens. But that means that with a knight for 3 pawns, white could even get the upper hand. I'm looking at this, and I would prefer to have Ali Reza's position. Gukesh might have missed this queen b3 move or that knight e2 in the other variation, but he has given up serious material, a minor piece, for 3 pawns. And if things continue to get traded, that rook on c1, it might actually be the best piece remaining on the board, as it's going to go on up to the c7 square and wreak havoc in black's position. I would be worried if I were Gukesh. That's not something I thought I would be saying.
And I just want to point out one variation that I think Gukesh might have missed. Queen b3, the queen is only defended by her knight. Rook takes d4 would rid the queen of her defender here. But in this variation, rook takes d4, trading rooks. The black queen now, I think she has to take the white queen. We could see something crazy like this. And 2 rooks versus a queen, but with a bishop in the mix, I think white is out of danger. Also, mating ideas against the black king. Could we see this happen? Would Gukesh rather take his chances with queen versus pieces, or would he rather trade queens and the game go on? In the meantime, there's been a result elsewhere.
Fabiano Caruana and Pragg, they drew their game. In the end, it was a bunch of jockeying for position. Nothing really changed. A fair result from them and a great result for Pragg in particular. But as you were asking the question, David, I was thinking about that game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hikaru Nakamura. Imbalances, one side with the queen, the other without. It's not an easy question to answer, especially if you don't have time to sit and calculate and work through the options. Peter, what do you think is about to happen?
I have no idea. I believe that Gukesh thought like it's justified that he plays that the line will work in his favor. Yeah, I believe that he simply believed that this sacrifice just wins the game. And if that's the case, then of course queen b3 is a cold shower. And by the way, that it was possible for white to stabilize. Kudos for Alireza if he had foreseen it all, or sometimes you also get lucky. Yeah, you listen to your intuition and exactly the move per move, things are working out in your favor. Now, I'm probably thinking about queen takes b3, knight takes b3, bishop takes e3, because you have to trade with the rook, capture back with the rook. King takes e3 would run into rook d3 check, picking up the knight, and the rook on e3 is slightly misplaced. I feel like black can maybe play a move like b6 and then start pushing the queenside pawns with a5. Maybe I even don't have to waste the tempo. Probably black is not risking anything, but white should be out of the woods.
David, would you even prefer white there, or do you think that there's not much to it and Alireza should just be happy to get where he has been able to get?
Yeah, I think he'll be thrilled with how things have gone. At least, again, forcing moves. He had to play queen b3. He had to take back. He has to take now on e3. He's going to reach the time control most likely. Both sides actually low on time. And yeah, despite the fact, I think, as Peter says, black isn't risking too much because of the weakness of white's e-pawn especially. I don't think white should ever really be losing this either. It feels like at the right moment, you will get counterplay. You might even be able to, for example, if you win the f7 pawn Sunday, just give up the white knight for black's queenside pawns. Feels like it should be a draw, but yeah, it's hard to say who I would rather be. I think momentum-wise, it would make a lot of sense to say white here, but objectively, yeah, I think Ukesh shouldn't panic too much. Yes, he's lost some control. Yes, there was that tactical flurry. He might, inside, deep down, feel he had a missed opportunity, but this kind of position he's left with, he's fine, and he knows he's fine. So it's just about what happens now in the build-up to move 40.
You need to create multiple weaknesses if you're looking at this from Alireza's perspective. If you can, and this is not going to be a mistaken arrow, if you could draw an arrow from b3 to d6 for me, if that knight could get to d6, then white is clearly better, if not winning, in many positions. So the white knight doesn't have access to these great squares. And I say this all the time. My coach, he used to talk about dream moves, dream squares. Where do your pieces belong? And I think that Alireza is fantasizing about getting his knight to a square like d6, but there is no path, at least not yet. So it's going to take a while. And if a pair of rooks come off the board, it's hard to see how white builds up enough pressure against black's pawns. You may get a queenside pawn, but the kingside pawns for black seem protected. White's pawns are quite extended. It means that a black rook can aim at e5 and h5, and perhaps we will see mass liquidation and a split point.
Wow, Ukesh, it's crept up on him, but he's under 3 minutes as well now. I like your b6, Peter. I think good conventional wisdom just to stop the white knight from ever improving itself. For example, a5, I think white would play rook c7, a4, and the white knight jumps into c5, and suddenly the white knight might get to Robert's dream square. Dream capture here. Knight c5 coming in, but yeah, b6 would take the sting out. Okay, you can see visibly nervous there on the camera, Ukesh. He knows what a key this could be in the grand scheme of things in his tournament hopes. a5 played, and
wow.
Russia.
Okay, C7. But a5 now exactly as you highlighted. Yeah, the white can play the move rook c7, and things are getting extremely wild.
Right, because you can't easily block with your rook, because then you drop the a5 pawn that you just placed on the square after the rook trades on d7. Doesn't that mean that white is getting active here? Black is trying to run those passed pawns, but a rook on c7, a knight coming to c5 in some positions, that might be a cause for concern if Alireza can successfully reach the time control, and he started with rook c7.
Yeah. Good move, strong move. Ukesh. I mean, he's taking a big risk. a5 is a kind of very hasty move, just allowing counterplay here. He still has 2 minutes, but knight c5 allowed. Wow. I'm really fearing for black. I mean, even if b5 here, sorry, knight b7 into d6 ideas. Robert, you were tracking that path into the dream outpost. The black king not entirely safe if both sets of rooks remain on the board.
But there is rook d2 check and rook c2, no? Is that maybe Ukesh's idea? It runs into some knight takes e6 tactic. I'm not sure about it, but what otherwise is he relying on?
might try to push the queenside pawns like b5. He might be going for a win, but I'm looking at the clock now, and all of a sudden, it's not just Alireza down to a minute. Gukesh is joining him, and this is exactly when mistakes happen. When you had an advantage, a clear extra pawn, you made a sacrifice, it hasn't necessarily panned out the way you want. Gukesh needs to be careful now, and he brought his rook to a8, a rook behind a pass pawn. David, I think you'll agree, that's usually a great thing.
Yeah, very logical move. Look at Gukesh there, turning away. The players won't be writing down their moves any longer now that they're under 5 minutes because there's no increment. They don't need to write down their moves. So he was maybe looking away at the screen, checking what move number they're on. They have 5 moves each to make, both around the 1 minute mark. It's getting scary. Rook A8, a really clever move. Unexpected. I don't think Firouzja will have seen that one. And how has he replied? Knight into D7.
Oh,
huge threat on the board.
Peter,
Whoa.
does that remind you of Pragananda's Knight D7? You know, that is one that throws a spanner in the works.
But be careful, a3, rook takes a3 is the stunner. Rook a3, rook c8 and its mate. Knight f8, knight g6, rook h8.
Oh, that is
Beautiful.
an unbelievable tactical find.
Wow. Gukesh, no chance he spotted that one. Look at that nervous glance, a couple of nervous glances, twitches towards the clock there. How to react to this? Knight b6 is a huge fork as well. Does he need to just play rook d8? He's losing his pawns. This could go either way now.
Well, Gukesh, look at his clock. He is ticking down to 35 seconds. A3 is the move you want to play, but he's probably realized he can't get away with it. He's half looking at the board, half looking at the clock. Peter, what's he going to do?
Rook b5 maybe.
Wow.
King h7.
Oh, but you could see he's nervous. He looks behind him. He looked at his opponent. He's looking down. The engine loves it for white. And David, it was your idea from earlier. Rook f3. Go for the f7 pawn and go for the black king.
But both sides have 20 seconds now to make 4 moves each. Physically tough. He plays rook f3, the key move. He's going for checkmate against the black king here. Under 20 seconds for Gukesh. They're literally going to have to make moves in seconds now. 12 seconds.
You see the outline of the mating attack. Gukesh, he pushes his pawn, it looked like, but here comes rook takes f7, and the bar is all the way up. That means there is a checkmating construction. Gukesh brings his king back, slaps the clock, and Alireza, he needs to make a move. He is down to 5 seconds. He plays knight f8, and he's found the checkmate. There it is. Gukesh, he puts his hand in the air. He cannot believe it. Alireza Firouzja has landed a checkmate. Game over. Handshakes. Alireza himself can't believe it, but pure devastation on the face for Gukesh, and you have to feel for him. He's a teenager. This is his first candidates. He had a shot at the clear lead halfway through. My heart truly breaks for him. Peter, you work with Vincent Keimer, a teenager. It just pains you to see the heartbreak on the other end of someone's jubilation.
Yes, and in a game which he dominated, yeah, and it just goes on to show what a merciless time control this is. Yeah, the young players are actually used to the 30 seconds increment per move, yeah, and then they are handling things to perfection, but they are just not used to this kind of crazy time scrambles. And of course, it's a horrible loss for Gukesh, but what a comeback by Alireza, spotting that knight d7 move. Insane.
David, what do you have to say about what we just saw?
Yeah, speechless. My heart goes out to Gukesh, who was so close. It could have been a tournament-defining win if he'd managed to snatch it. But also, huge congratulations to Firouzja, his first win of the tournament. He's had a run of tough luck and yeah, spotted some crazy moves to deliver that checkmate. Really calm under pressure there. Wow, I mean, just the drama though. It's the drama, the nerves of the candidates. It's been visible since day one. This is how much it means to the players. They want it so badly, the shot at the World Championship match. They all think it could be their year. But yeah, small margins at the top level. And ultimately, it is Firouzja who takes the win. Gukesh, it's going to be tough to bounce back from that one.
It's unfortunately a familiar sight for the many fans of Gukesh as he continues to wonder what could have been at the Olympiad in Chennai. He lost a different heartbreaking game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He still medaled. He's gone since then to win so many great chess games. But in this moment, it doesn't seem to matter. And I can't help but feel for him. He's worked so hard to get to this point, but his tournament's not over. We're halfway through, and it may feel like it at the moment that he's just wasted this huge opportunity. But the fact of the tournament is he's only a half point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's going to sting. He is going to regret some moments there, giving up a knight, allowing that b4 pawn push. But as we look at Gukesh, he's writing the moves down, trying to kind of gather himself before leaving the Great Hall. I do truly, sincerely want to extend my sympathies towards him, his family, his supporters. But the other players, well, they're going to have to continue, even if Gukesh's game is done and the youngster has suffered defeat. So with that, we are going to leave Gukesh. We're going to take him off camera, let him try to recover by himself. But we do have the game between Vidit Gujrati and Ninja Abbasov still ongoing. So when we return, round 7 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates will conclude. You see the journalists lined up for the press conference, but for Gukesh, for Alireza, oh, what a game that was. And hopefully all the fans out there, you can appreciate the players for giving it their all. We'll be back shortly.
Students, did you know that you can get a discount on any chess.com premium membership? If you're enrolled in a college, university, or high school in a participating country, you can get 50% off any yearly or monthly premium plan, diamond, platinum, or gold. That's unlimited game review, unlimited puzzles, unlimited bots, unlimited lessons, and no ads. All at 50% off. Go to chess.com/students and get your discount today.
Any good chess tactics book has one pattern in it that feels like it is on a completely different level than all of the other tactical patterns. Bearing the vivid and accurate moniker, the windmill, this pattern features an amazing sequence of repeated discovered checks that can be used to win a nearly unlimited amount of material. The most famous windmill is definitely the one played by Mexican prodigy Carlos Torre against former world champion Emmanuel Lasker. But Bobby Fischer's game of the century also features a windmill. Here's another one that I really like. White starts with a rook sacrifice that leads to a combination of bishop and rook checks that simply consume Black's forces. The Lafong is a dirty, dirty trick that will probably only work at bullet, but you have to pull it off at least once in your life. When you sense that your opponent is pre-moving g6 and bishop g7 to start the game, you can play d4 and bishop h6 to try to win the bishop on g7.
Shakes, guys. No one is watching. Oh, they all missed that. I see the tilt. I can feel the tilt.
It is a high risk and high reward strategy because you are hanging your own bishop if you don't catch them in a pre-move. But it is certainly hilarious when you do pull it off.
Like one of my friends, Asios, he made a bot. The report chart was partly based on hyperbullet games, so then you could see a lot of the Lafongs and Queen C2 takes H7 and so on.
Yeah.
So.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
history, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the Candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
With only one game remaining in the 7th round of the 2024 FIDE Candidates, we see that 3 games are in the books. In the top left, Alireza Firouzja did defeat Gukesh Damaraju. That is going to be extremely hard to overcome for the many Indian fans who were supporting their young hero. But in the other 2 games, draws were the agreed upon results, but not after a fight. So we are left with the game between Nijat Abbasov and Vidit Gujrathi. Peter, so far, just, and I put that in air quotes, one decisive game, but the players are giving it their all and taking it to their opponents.
Well, I still haven't recovered. I'm basically speechless. Yeah, and also I'm going through all the motions, all the positions, all the possibilities that Gukesh had. It's just crazy. Chess is so brutal. We have been there. It happened to us, especially when you are used to the seconds. Yeah, and you know exactly that thanks to the 30 seconds increment, you are so good at handling this kind of craziness. But then the tournament suddenly takes away the increment from the players at the first time control. And it's a completely different scenario. And something like this can happen. Wow, Gukesh had a chance to be +3 and leading the tournament instead of this. He loses this heartbreaking game in a crazy time scramble. Insane action.
It really is, and some people's displeasure is going to bring joy to others, and it's not like Vidit is rooting against his compatriot and fellow Olympiad team member, but a loss for Gukesh means that Vidit can get closer, and he is playing against Nijat Abbasov. So far, the only winner of the round is Alireza Firouzja, who played a really topsy-turvy game, but it was a fantastic recovery. So the question is, as we see Vidit thinking about his next move, is Alireza your player of the day? You can get involved and vote. So do so now with the command POTD. But we do see Vidit Gujrathi. He is the one who is on the hunt for a win with the black pieces. But David, as we look at the position, it's one of the worst pawn structures I've ever seen.
Yeah, and I was going to say the same, Robert. Definitely don't try this at home. Remember, double pawns, normally, especially when they're isolated like this, not a good thing for your position long term, especially if you are facing a knight. Here, Vidit, the A pawn is hanging, the C pawn after that will hang. I mean, White's E pawns don't make a great impression either. Vidit, we should mention, does have this passed H pawn. However, it's a bit of a double agent right now. It's kind of keeping the white king safe, if anything. And yes, he's attacking the white queen, but once she moves, be careful where she moves, but once she sidesteps, for example, I'm not sure whether to F1 or to D2, there's simply no way for black to deliver a check. The white king is super safe. You would actually want to pick up this black pawn if you were Vidit and throw it off the board, because then you might have a killer attack. But right now it feels like this pawn shielding the white king from checks. And actually, if white is able to just keep the white king safe and go hunting for pawns with the white knight, then this could turn. But for now, it looks roughly level. And we could see maybe the players start to repeat. The white queen goes back to where she came from, to D2. If black plays bishop to C8, we will see that position for the second time. But Peter, it feels like Vidit head in hands here. He knows the tournament situation. He knows that he's playing the lowest seed. He'll be still trying to win.
Yes, certainly, especially because we know that he was pressing. Maybe because the action slows down a bit. Could we go back and see what happened? Because we left it after g5 and it looked like, okay, white has a lot of problems, but g3 was a very nice resource. And by the way, David, you have asked me here a question, but I already knew that Hikaru is waiting with his interview, so I did not want to get into some crazy lines. And one of my thoughts and one of my main directions was the move g4, and after knight h4 to play queen takes h4. So I would like to highlight this variation. I don't know where it leads us, but certainly it's a very interesting line. G takes h4, g3 check. Where do you go with the king? King h1 or king g1? I'm gonna take on f2 and you're in a very murky situation.
If you can just win this pawn somehow, you win, right, with black? But
yes, exactly. But if I could play now knight f6, it would be all over, yeah? But maybe I can play rook g6 followed by knight f6. Do I have time to do that? But then rook g2 already. Rook g2 you have. Yeah, rook d6.
Rook g2.
Rook g2 as well.
Can we just pause to, I don't want to say appreciate, but to look at how ugly this pawn structure is? We have double isolated pawns for black on the C file. We have double isolated pawns for white on the E and the H file. And every single pawn on the board is otherwise isolated. So this is the worst pawn structure I believe I've ever seen. And that makes it hard to take in this position. So actually, I'm curious. For those of you watching this at home, get involved in social media or somewhere. Let us know if you've ever seen a weirder or worse pawn structure than this, because Peter, I feel like you're going to have the answer for us and worse pawn structures, but this has to be up there.
Yeah, but I would like to forget about the pawn structure. Look at and treasure that bishop on c6. Yeah, that bishop on c6 is such a monster. And even after rook g2, for example, knight f6, rook take g7, king g7, I'm playing for a win. Of course, not against a computer, but in an over-the-board game with something hitting the e4 pawn, the knight on c1 is completely out of the game. Brilliant harmony for black. I was thinking about this line, this g4, queen takes h4. I don't know what's the objective evaluation, but I wanted to share it with you.
I love it. And I think that this position is one where black practically has great chances. So, I mean, David, I didn't see that coming, but Peter is here sitting on a queen sack for like 2 hours now.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that's impressive, Peter. It was not on my radar at all. G4, I just thought, I'm allowing the white knight into an outpost. Positionally, it's undesirable, but of course, dynamics, we can never forget that. Great spot, and I can confirm the computer doesn't hate it at all. It says the dreaded 0.0 after G3 for some strange reason, but beautiful resource that I'm curious whether either player saw. Instead, just to update with what happened in the game, just to catch up, knight to f6. Very natural move instead, hitting this pawn. The white knight had to retreat and defend it. Rook d6, given a miss, but looks like a very natural move, just defending the black knight. And the white knight finally able to mobilize. Wow, knight b1, very odd. I was going to say knight c3. It's finally coming in. If I can get my arrows right, it's finally coming into c3 and then into d5. But instead, knight b1, pawn to h4, and a few moves down the line, I think this is where Vidit maybe missed a big trick. He played g4, which is super tempting. And this is after the time control, we should mention. So after move 40, he had a bunch of time. Rook h7, extremely difficult, but going for the white king would have given black a decisive advantage based on, I guess, h takes g5, failing to many things, but above all, knight g4 check. And this fork wins material and wins the game. So Vidit, he correctly didn't take back on h4, but g4 allowed white to block. And this is how we got what we saw in the game. Rook takes f6, maybe what was missed from Vidit, double exclamation point, forcing this transition, all the pieces, all the heavy pieces off the board apart from the queens. And ultimately, yeah, something that we recognize from the game if we catch up, queen d2. Oof, Peter, missed opportunities, and Vidit maybe regretting some of those choices.
Yes, and after the time control, yeah, this is the situation. I'm thinking like he got carried away. He was thinking like with G4 he's just winning. Yeah, I think this was the reason, because if he understands that after G4 things are not as clear, then you invest time. Yeah, then you can maybe come up with another alternative, another candidate move, and Rook H7 would have been such a nice way of putting tremendous pressure on that King on H2. But also kudos to Abasov that after G4 he was able to find this brilliant resource with Knight G3, taking on F6, and he's back in the game.
I think this is exactly what Vidit overlooked. But once you play G4, there's no turning back. And so he likely missed that there would be this Knight H5 fork of the queen and the rook, and you're giving your material back. And even in the game where we get to, black does look like there are some chances. You have a pass pawn, but it's also an attacking pawn. It's a pawn you would like to throw off the board, though, as you said, David. Without that pawn, the white king is really in harm's way. And somehow you need to get your queen into F1 if you're black. But I just don't think you're going to get there. And the black king would also be too exposed. So bishop c8 back. That means we could see a repetition. And Nijat quickly plays queen to e2. Peter, David, I guess I'll start with you first, Peter. Do you think that Vidit will go for the repetition here?
Well, it's a very tough call. Knowing that he had fantastic opportunities before, it will be so difficult psychologically to call it a day. But look at his clock. And also he certainly will get very nervous, yeah, because he knows that he had a fantastic possibility. This knight on c3 is a very tricky piece. For example, you give white the chance to play queen f3, queen g3 check. Despite the fact that black is a pawn up, it can be very dangerous for black. Yeah, suddenly knight takes a4, knight takes e5, and the a pawn starts to march. Be careful. Sometimes it's so difficult to stop the game, but you have to. And I want to also remind that these two gentlemen had played an incredibly intense match in the World Cup last year, where Abasov finally, in a very big battle, knocked Vidit out of the game. That should also be somewhere deep in mind of Vidit.
Yeah, it's tough with revenge on the mind. You want to kind of even the score, get one back on your opponent. That was heartbreaking for Vidit. He thought at the time it was his best chance to qualify for the candidates. I think that was the quarterfinals, if I remember correctly. And they did. I think most players knew that Magnus Carlsen, who was about to qualify for the semifinals as well, he wouldn't take his place at the candidates. So everyone knew getting to the semifinals was the key, the ticket to this tournament. Ultimately, Vidit, of course, went on to win the Grand Swiss. Maybe without the heartbreak of the World Cup, that wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have he wouldn't have been as determined. But yeah, definitely a score to settle. Abasov played a fantastic game in the London system to defeat Vidit there. But yeah, ultimately, Vidit 2.0, as you coined it, Robert, he looks calmer. He doesn't look like a man motivated by emotion. He looks kind of cold, steely, ready to play objectively the best moves. And here, objectively, it might be best to repeat. What do you think? Is he going to go for this draw, bishop g4?
I think it's hard as a player to forget about what's happened in the game, right? The recent history of it. He was playing for a win from a very early stage. He outplayed Abasov quite cleanly. He pushed g5 and was trying to go for the white king, and he probably overlooked this exchange sacrifice just to win it back on f6. So you think about the game, he was outplaying his opponent, but he's the one who missed the most recent trick. So that weighs on a player's mind. You are objective as a top level player. So Vidit's not just trying to say, oh, I'm going to win because I want to. He could lose this game. Peter made a very good point that if the queens are off the board, a4 falls, c5 falls, white gets an outside pass pawn, looks really dangerous. So I don't think that Vidit has the luxury of sitting and doing whatever he wants. Knight takes a4 has not been played because the e4 pawn has been hanging. But there are going to be situations where white does just grab the pawn and suggests that the knight can outclass the bishop because it can move to both color complexes, while the bishop's inherently limited to just one, in this case, the light squares. So I see Vidit, and he hovered, and he went back to g4, and I think that indicates his intentions. He is likely just agreeing to the draw because he's repeating moves, right, Peter?
Yes, I think it's the right call. Of course, unless he sees a very good way of continuing the game after Queen D2. An idea that comes to mind is maybe to bring back the queen to f6 and then trying to enter with queen f1, create some trouble against the king on h2. That's one of the candidates, but white has queen e1 then. Yeah, just no, queen e1, queen f3, queen g3. Yeah, that's a defense, which drives me crazy.
David, how are you feeling after Peter just found that kind of defense?
Impressed. Queen e1, queen g3 is really sophisticated, but also driving me crazy. Yeah, I don't think black can realistically play for too much more here. I think a draw actually just get out of here. Yes, slight disappointment, but he's with black, not necessarily kind of expected before the day to go all out to win. Yeah, I think a fair result. Abbasov did defend really well, did find that trick, as you mentioned, Robert. Vidit here needs to be pragmatic and draw. Yeah, of course, stuck on 50% is not ideal after 50% of the tournament, but at the halfway point. But yeah, it looks like that's most likely right now. I'm expecting bishop c8.
I think it's not ideal for multiple reasons. If you think back to the last few rounds, he beat Alireza, and sometimes in our own minds, we're like, the results that should have gone our way, we feel like we deserve that, and then the results that went our way, we don't think that we got lucky, right? So I'm not saying that Vida got lucky. He outplayed both Hikaru and Alireza, but if you look back the round before against Fabiano, he did seemingly leave points on the table. So if he failed to win that game and he fails to win this one, I think he's going to be really upset. And that sometimes motivates us to press for wins even when we shouldn't. I like that queen f6 move, by the way. I haven't figured out a way to get into white's position because of Peter's lovely queen to e1. But I do think that queen f6, I haven't quite found the losing attempt, if you will. I do sometimes feel like people play on and then they're really playing more for a more likely loss than a win. But a move like queen f6, it does create threats and puts white in a position where he's the one who has to answer questions. So, David, I'm throwing to you. Do you think there's a chance Vidit, under 10 minutes now, but with the 30-second bonus time per move, will play queen f6 and then try to find a way to get inside the white camp?
Well, if his name was Alireza Firouzja, he would avoid the repetition and avoid the draw at all costs, play on for better or worse. But yeah, it's the clock situation, Robert. It's just the trend of the game. It's the risk involved. If the queens ever disappears, Peter mentioned, suddenly white might be the one who's winning. I think all of these things add up. And also the face, we see Vidit, his kind of expressions here. There's a kind of bit of wincing, a bit of grimacing. He knows the right thing to do. The objective thing to do is get out of here with a draw. A bit of a stare there at Abbasov, at his opponent. But it's him. Bishop to c8 would force the draw. It's his choice to go for the repetition. One look at the score sheet, Peter, normally that's a telltale sign that the player is ready to end the game.
Yes, the only idea that I'm still continuing this line with queen f6, queen e1, king h6, for example, yeah, or king g6, with the idea queen g3, king h5, protecting my bishop. And now however, the big problem is that I'm not threatening to activate my queen because the e5 pawn will fall with check, so the queen on g3, the white queen on g3 is brilliant. However, if white picks up the pawn on a4, and he should be doing something, then black has the idea queen f6 to d6 and suddenly trying to invade on the d file. So there is at least some disbalance, and there is some argument behind this line if black really wants to fight for a win.
David, I know I'm a fan of this because it just shows creative and fighting spirit. Vidit, as you said, looks like he's ready to call it. Look at Abbasov. I mean, I'm looking at him. He's ready to. He was ready 20 minutes ago to sign the score sheets, but that could mean that he's lulled into a sense of complacency, like the result is already in the books. And could that motivate Vidit to play on? Because it's not like white has figured everything out just yet.
Yeah, Abbasov, I was going to call him Borsov. He looked so bored in that position on the camera there. He looked, as you say, ready to get out of there. But yeah, again, it's the clock situation. If Vidit had 20 minutes more, and he saw Abasov maybe relaxing like that, he might have continued, but ultimately we see the draw. The handshake.
Yeah. It's the correct decision. It's the correct decision.
The problem, though, is when you know it's the correct decision, but your heart wants you to play on, and you could see Vidit expressing disappointment. The players, as they do, they're analyzing what could have been, and I think in Vidit's case, he feels what should have been, but Abasov uncorked an exchange sacrifice at just the right time to survive. So Nijat Abasov, he has ended the first half of his first Candidates with 3 losses, all with the black pieces, and 4 draws, all with the white pieces. So it's clear that he is hanging on with white. In this game, it was oh so close. But for Vidit, what could have been is not enough because he did not get a full point. He remains a full point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi. David, as you see the players conversing, it seems like they're in relatively good spirits after what was a really tense game.
Yeah, definitely in good spirits. You can see Abasov, a bit of relief on his face. He looks like a man who's kind of relieved this game is over, who knows he was in big trouble there. A bit of a shake of the head, maybe indicating he missed a couple of things along the way, but ultimately he defended great. He saw a really nice tactic to save it. But it is Vidit, meanwhile, looks very curious there. He's kind of really critiquing what the opponent's saying, maybe wondering, oh, are you right about that? Could I have done something better? Could I have done something different? But yeah, nice to see Vidit not get too kind of down on himself, though, not to be too harsh. No shaking of the head. He knows it was just an interesting game, and at this level, a draw is sometimes a logical result. Yeah, the last game of round 7, and ultimately it doesn't change too much at the top of the standings. Vidit still needs to string some wins together in the second half if he wants to become the challenger.
Well, good defense from Abasov and Peter as somebody who's played the Candidates and for a world championship. For Vidit, he's going to be disappointed, but how much does it hurt when you head into halftime and you look around the score table and you see that somebody's a full point ahead of you rather than, say, a half point, as it would have been the case if Vidit were able to win?
Well, but it's only 1 point, yeah, and we see that what kind of crazy fights we are getting in every single game, which means that just a direct win against your main opponent can already equal things out, yeah. So I believe that we're gonna see a fantastic second half. Talking about Abasov, and I do want to mention this, that basically, if you look at the statistics, yeah, that he lost 3 games with the black pieces and draw all his games with the white pieces, then it doesn't look good. But I think exactly this today's draw, where he was tested, he was put under pressure, and then finally able to defend this very difficult game, can actually give him the feeling like, I can do this. I can play against these big boys in crazy fights, and maybe this is exactly what he needed for his confidence.
Yeah, he did hold on. He was in critical positions, but he was able to secure a half point. And you see the players still analyzing. And I always like this site because they're curious. They're hunting for the truth. They want to know where was a missed opportunity and what would you have done if I played this other move? And they're still talking. For the players, they must be hungry, they must be exhausted, and they must just be thinking about, hey, can I get dinner now? It's a late hour in Toronto. But we are going to hop in for a short break. But when we return, we're going to go over some analysis, talk about what's gone on in the first half and what's yet to come in the second. So do not go anywhere. Still, more chess to be discussed in just a few.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2024 FIDE Candidates in Toronto, where 8 of the world's best players are fighting for the right to become the challenger for the World Championship. This round 7, marking the halfway stage, was dramatic. We saw 3 draws, all of them full of fight, some crazy opening ideas, some crazy tactics, but there was one decisive game, and that did feature one of the co-leaders going into the round. That was Gukesh with the black pieces, and he was facing Alireza Firouzja, who had, up to this point, been facing a tough tournament. Let's jump into that game to check out what happened. And it was the dreaded London system. You love it or hate it, but Firouzja going away from his normal opening repertoire here, maybe just trying to get a position, trying to get a game to force himself out of the tough form he'd had so far in the event. Gukesh clearly was prepared. And here we saw black very confidently play the variation with queen to b6, attacking the b2 pawn, utilizing the fact that the white dark squared bishop has already left its starting square. This vulnerable pawn was defended, but now white could never castle queenside, a fact that might become relevant a bit later on. And after a capture in the center, we do see a pawn structure that's known as the Carlsbad. This is when one side has pawns facing in this direction, the opponent has pawns facing the other way. In this position, in this type of structure, often black has one bad piece, and here it is the light squared bishop. This bishop is often stuck behind its pawn chain. It's often regarded as a big pawn itself, unable to participate, unable to get active, and hence Gukesh's next move. Gukesh here with black just trying to trade off his bad bishop for white's good bishop, also making it more difficult for white to castle on the king side. And here white played a very trendy move. Firouzja here embracing the art of Alpha Zero and pushing his pawn to h4. He realized, for example, trading bishops would not have helped him. Here it's impossible to castle through check, of course, so white's king stuck in the center anyway, might as well gain space on the flanks. Pawn to h4 masked a very creative idea involving a rook lift, rook to h3, preempting the fact that black might want to castle kingside himself later on, and we'll see this rook play a big role throughout the game. Here, black continued to develop. White pushed the pawn forward. Again, Alpha Zero, pushing the h-pawns forward, gaining space on the flanks, developing the rooks laterally. And, okay, after h6 preventing the advance, we saw pawn to a4 really forcing the issue, and white, because he'd moved both of his rooks, unable to castle, instead castles artificially, castles by hand, the white king sneaking over to safety nonetheless. And here Gukesh castled into the attack, a very brave move, and after a few moves of just maneuvering, knight to e5, it was Firouzja who really went for it now, forcing a trade of knights and going for the black king. This is a deadly pin. Black's king has to step out the way. Bishop takes h6 was threatened. So after king to h8, a5, the pawn on a4 was a bit vulnerable. Queen c7, we saw here Firouzja go for it. Two pawns are attacked. He needed to take some action. e5 under threat, a5 under threat. He defended the more valuable of the two with his knight, knight to f3. And in this position, he faced a dilemma. Firouzja stuck true to his character, true to his nature, and he took a risk. However, he could, if he were in a more peaceful mood, have forced a draw instantly. A move such as bishop takes h6, queen d2 would have also worked immediately. This would have forced a draw by repetition. Attacking h6, the black king has to defend. A check now, forcing the black king back, and a bit of a dance between the queen and king. And this would have signed the score sheets with a draw, but he was rewarded later for his bravery. If we go back, queen takes a5. He chose a bit of a risky strategy, pawn to c4, a pin on the d file, meaning that the center is bound to be cracked open now. Rook to g8, prophylaxis here by Gukesh, just defending his kingside. g7 was a bit vulnerable. Now bishop takes h6 ideas no longer work. And rook to a1, objectively a mistake by Firouzja, but forcing the black queen away from the defense of this d-pawn. And it is around the center that the next few moves revolve. Queen to b4, so many pins in this game, a pin along the fourth rank this time, also hitting the b-pawn, pawn to b3, and although objectively black is in charge, in commentary we thought that here Gukesh was a big favorite to win the game. Things are still complicated, and despite Firouzja being low on time, the clock played a role for Gukesh as well. Knight into e4, black doing everything right, fending off the threats, driving away the attacking pieces. And here, after rook to e3, queen to c5, a move I was praising in the commentary, rook to c1, and I feel like this is where Gukesh lost a bit of control. Black is a pawn up, black has everything covered, but white has a sneaky threat, at least to complicate the issue, and black allowed this. Perhaps black should have been playing the move rook to c8 just to create tension along the c-file, make it harder for white to open the center. Instead, the very natural rook to d8 allowed b4 by Firouzja, throwing another pawn off the board, forcing, though, black to lose a bit of coordination. The key is that you never want to take on d5 while black can take back with a piece. Queen takes d5 here, would control the knight, defend the knight on e4, and obviously most likely win material as well along the d-file. Instead, pawn to b4 drives the queen away after the pawn was captured. Now c takes d5. And this structure, if black were to take back on d5, is less favorable. Yes, black is 2 pawns to the good, but the f5 is a nice, the f5 square is a nice launching pad for the white knight. The white rook would have access to the 7th rank, and this game could well have turned. Gukesh instead, just showing how impressively he's been playing throughout the Candidates tournament, found a really nice shot. Knight takes f2, and the knight, which was attacked anyway, giving away its life for the highest price, forcing king takes f2, and now white is pinned all over the place. A pin on the d file, a pin on the 4th rank. How does Firouzja survive this position, you might ask? That is with really calm defense. Rook to e4, again, self-pinning. Really nice move there. Rook to d8. At least the computer's here liking black's position by throwing the a pawn forward, but this is very hard for a human. It's very hard to resist going directly for the pin, for the material. White has to defend this knight with bishop e3, and now Gukesh, banking on his calculation that he made a bit earlier when he made that knight sacrifice, knight takes f2, played bishop to c5, and Firouzja here forced to find the only move, queen to b3. Again, not obvious at all, but he found it, of course, trading the queens and saving his extra knight. The problem is, after rook takes d4 here, white could sacrifice the queen. Rook takes d4, and despite the white queen dropping off, white would be left with 2 rooks and a bishop for Her Majesty. Mating threats as well. Probably this is a draw with best play. Black's queen, for example, can start giving some checks, or maybe try to creep over at some point to win the h5 pawn to give the black king some breathing space. But Gukesh, I think, correctly chose the less risky option here. After queen to b3, he'd realized he's not winning on the spot, and so he transformed the position into a safe endgame, or so he thought. In this position, white has a knight for black's 3 pawns, but white's pieces are about to get active. Rook into c7 is a big threat. Gukesh just ignored this. Perhaps the most pragmatic move to play here would have been something along the lines of pawn to b6, just stopping the white knight from ever entering the action. The white knight is very poorly placed. Instead, though, going straight for his own play, ignoring counterplay, did come back to bite him. And in this position, suddenly the knight leaping forward, he had lost control. Both sides now down to just a couple of minutes. And I think Gukesh perhaps missing white's next brilliant move here. Pawn to b5 is perhaps best. He played rook a8 instead. Not a mistake, but knight to d7, echoing a great knight d7 find by Pragg the previous day. This has multiple purposes. Firstly, a fork threatened on b6, hitting both black rooks simultaneously. But the beauty behind this move is this variation. Pawn to a3, rook takes a3, sacrificing the rook. And if black does take, he is deflected away from the back rank where rook and knight combined, as well as this h-pawn. Watch out for this pawn playing a part. This delivers checkmate. The black king is caught in a net, a series of checks, and eventually the white rook closes the trap, closes the door, and checkmate. So a3, Gukesh's plan has been foiled, and here he panicked. He should perhaps have played a move such as b5. It turns out that knight to b6, yes, it's a fork, but this can be rebuffed by a check, and the black rook defending its counterpart here. The game would continue. Instead, he actually lost a valuable tempo. He played king to h7, hoping to push the black a pawn, but here, after Firouzja's rook to f3, it turns out the white combo of 2 rooks and a knight were just too difficult to stop. The black king stuck in a mating net with no defenders around it. Gukesh here, no time on the clock. He banked everything on his a-pawn, but ultimately, after rook takes f7, he realized his king is doomed. a2 here would lose to knight f6 check, and a simple rook takes pawn with a checkmate to follow. Instead, he pushed his king back first, and Firouzja, with only a few seconds left, found the main winning move, by far the strongest move, knight to f8. And unfortunately, nothing to do with black here. a2 was played, knight g6, and heartbreak for Gukesh. No matter where the black king goes, next move, rook takes g7, is checkmate. Turnaround, a dramatic game, so many tactics, both on the board and under the surface. Ultimately, Firouzja rewarded for his courage, but Gukesh, who was in the lead, now drops down, and heartbreak for the teenager. He will hope to bounce back from this devastating defeat in the second half. Watch out for that. But ultimately, a great game of chess, a great battle between 2 fantastic young gladiators.
The game that was between those 2 stars. David, you provided excellent breakdown of what we saw during the round where Alireza Fruja, he got off to a rough start in the tournament and the game, but ultimately his blitz skills, they paid off, and he is the only winner in this 7th round. All other games were drawn, but not for lack of trying. So as you look at the results, Peter, I'll start with you. You surprised that we only had one decisive result in these games?
Well, I lost so much nerves and I'm still kind of under the influence of what we have witnessed. If you ask me, we have seen tons of action. The Hikaru game against Jan Nepomniachtchi was fantastic right from the very beginning. Opening clash, principal chess, this is exactly what I like. And finally a draw by perfect play. But it was a fantastic battle. Also Abbasov against Vidit, that was a strategical masterpiece by Vidit. It looked like he was just one move away, but it was very tricky. He might have not even spotted that winning move, and this case then it's absolutely forgivable for him. It will bite him afterwards if he will be told that he missed the golden opportunity. But another fantastic game, and we have just seen this fantastic breakdown by David. What a battle it was. All the sympathy, all the empathy goes to Gukesh, of course, because he lost this heartbreaking game. But for all the Alireza fans, of course, it's a very big delight. And what a comeback by Alireza with just few seconds on the clock. The way he delivered the checkmate was truly stunning.
Well, I think there are two people on the planet who will not express empathy towards Gukesh. One is Alireza, who was happy to get a win. And I think the other will be Jan Nepomniachtchi, because as we look at our standings after 7 rounds, David, Jan Nepomniachtchi in a way is the other winner. He didn't have a decisive game, but he survived, and Gukesh lost, which means we have a clear leader after 7 games.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, the candidates, it has been his tournament. This is the 3rd candidates in a row. He just continues to always be in the lead. He's just calm, composed. A draw with black against Nakamura is always a great result. And yeah, he's definitely been given a helping hand there by Firouzja. Jan, he's going to be loving life going into this rest day. But of course, 7 big rounds ahead. It's going to be a test of nerves for everyone.
And as we look down the standings, all the way as deep as 6th place, just 1 point behind. And this is important because as we look at the scores after round 7 for the last 6 candidates winners, 5.5 points in 2022 for Jan, but in 2020 he was tied with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with 4.5 points, which is where he currently sits. And in 2024, Peter, Jan Nepomniachtchi, for the 3rd candidates in a row, he is in the lead after the halftime, 7 rounds.
Yes, but I think it's very important to forget about the standings. There are still 7 crazy more rounds to be played. We know exactly that always the second half of the candidates gets completely wild, yeah, with all the nerfs. So far, I believe there are only 2 undefeated players. It is Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi, but okay, the tournament is so crazy, it can hit anyone at any moment.
I agree with that. And David, as we look forward to not tomorrow's pairings, there is a day off for all of the players and commentators alike, but for Saturday's pairings for round 8, let's dive in, because as we see at the top, we have that American Derby, Hikaru Nakamura with white against Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces. So Hikaru gets the double white, David.
That's right, and it's an important one for Hikaru, at least in the last few encounters against Fabi. When he has had the white pieces, he's had some success. And of course, if Hikaru does strike, he'll close that gap on the leaders. And yeah, with the white pieces, I think he needs to go in just as he did today against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Sharp stuff and go for that full point. But then again, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has white against the tailender, Nijat Abbasov, and the lower seed. That is a key game, Peter. He's going to be hoping and banking on that one. A victory could be really decisive come the final standings.
Peter, as you look at the matchup between Nepomniachtchi and Nijat Abbasov, with today's loss from Gukesh, do you think Jan is looking at that game, circles it, and says, if I can win this one, I'm starting to see potential separation between myself and my nearest competitors?
I don't think so. I believe that Jan is already way too experienced in the candidate tournaments to just focus on each and every game and forget about all this craziness, because if you start playing for a result, that can easily backfire. And there are so many players just half a point behind. No, just forget. Play your best chess. That's the only medicine, because there will be still so many crazy and difficult moments. I don't think that is decisive, but clearly it's a great opportunity. He wants to make the maximum out of his white pieces. But I'm also looking at Pragg against Alireza Firouzja, and that will be also a crazy matchup.
Oh, that's the one I was looking at and was about to ask David's opinion on, because Pragg, he is a half point behind Jan Nepomniachtchi, gets the white pieces, but he may get Alireza Firouzja at the wrong moment. Is it possible that Alireza will spring into much better form in the second half after that much-needed victory over Gukesh?
Yeah, Robert, that's how chess works. Quite often you see a player struggling, but just one stroke of luck, things suddenly turn. And also Firouzja, the pressure's off. He doesn't feel like he's going to win the tournament, so he can play with that freedom that we saw today, take big risks. I'm also going to say that Indian clash between Vidit and Gukesh, the way they've both been playing, they'll be going for each other as well. I can't wait. Why does there have to be a rest day? Let's get going. Second half, bring it on.
Well, we'll bring up the schedule because it is that important reminder that there is no action tomorrow. The players, they get a day of rest, because right after that, from April 13th, that is Saturday, through Monday, April 15th, 3 consecutive rounds. And what important rounds they are. Peter, we know not to take any single game or round for granted, but we're getting into the second half of the event where some people will remain in the chase and others, they'll fall behind and will no longer have chances to play for a world championship.
Yes, that's true. On the other hand, there are quite a lot of players in the mix. Yeah, very close to the leader, Jan Nepomniachtchi. And yes, from a commentator's perspective, from a spectator's perspective, we would love the action to continue tomorrow. But of course, we also understand perfectly that the players need rest, because in order to show their absolute best and going for all these crazy lines, not fearing anything, you have to be in top shape. So let's credit the rest day for the players, and then just continue what you have done so far, players. It's truly amazing.
David, who is this rest day coming at just the right moment for, and who is upset that tomorrow is a day off?
Oh, I think all the players will be relieved. For Gukesh, however, this might be a bit of a mixed blessing. Coming off the back of a defeat, often, especially a heartbreaking defeat, you want to jump right back in. You want to get the next game going. He's going to have a full 48 hours almost now to stew in the misfortune of that loss to Firouzja. So I think for Gukesh, mixed feelings. For the older players, maybe having a bit more time to recover, to prepare, will be a real bonus.
And Peter, what about you? Who do you think is happiest to have the rest day? And do you think there is anyone who is particularly upset that the action doesn't continue, in addition to David's suggestion of Gukesh?
Well, we have seen so much action today that I'm losing my mind. Honestly, I don't know what's going to happen. I do believe that, yes, normally you want to play immediately after a horrible loss like poor Gukesh had today. On the other hand, he has double black. And it's not like he gets the white pieces after the loss and then you are jumping in that, okay, let me have the white pieces, I'm going to go for an attack. He plays with the black pieces against Vidit, who is playing also a fantastic event. I believe that the rest day will also come in handily for Gukesh.
I agree. I think that the players, all of them, must be tired at this stage. I know I am. It is late at night for the three of us. On behalf of Grandmaster Peter Lecko and Grandmaster David Howell, I'm Robert Hess. This has been your Chess.com broadcast of the 2024 FIDE Candidates Round 7. And when we return after the break, the second half commences. This is going to be an awesome finish.